To keep the fire football turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
Round 2 begins here in Goa, and the atmosphere has shifted. The giants of the tournament have arrived as the top 50 seeds now join the fight. For the challengers who survived round 1, this is the moment they've been waiting for, a chance to test themselves against the very best. Every classical game from here on out carries even more weight. One mistake and the balance of power can change in an instant. The stakes rise, the spotlight widens, and the road to the candidates truly begins. Welcome to Day 4 of the FIDE World Cup. Welcome to the show, everyone. I'm John Sargent, joined by International Master Jovi Hauska and International Master Anna Rudolph. I really hope they played the Street Fighter Character Select music on the show open there, but I didn't have it in my in-ear, so I couldn't tell. Jovi, Anna, how are you guys today?
I'm good. I'm excited as well. You know, as you mentioned, the top 50 players, the best of the best, they are now entering the fray. And that is going to mean one thing: the chess is going to get a whole lot more intense.
Sorry, I was so starstruck by the list of the players. I forgot that maybe I should say something. Hi, everyone. And thank you for the warm words, John. Always nice to see you, Jovi. I am so excited about the top 50 of the best now entering the field, including the reigning world champion Gukesh, who of course needs no qualification spot. He is the one that everyone wants to beat after winning the candidates tournament. In terms of the qualification spots, I think it's really just one of those events where it's great to see that there's a lot at stake in terms of the prize money, but the 3 qualification spots for the candidates, that's probably even higher of a price for many of these top grandmasters.
It absolutely is. Those 3 golden tickets are so important, Hannah. You couldn't be more right. This is round 2, though. We've had 3 days already. And Jovi, a quick word before we go into the format about the tie breaks yesterday. What a crazy way to finish round 1. Tensions rising all the way until the final moves.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it was crazy. It was intense. It was also a lot of stress for the players, but you could also see the joy and jubilation on their faces. That players that made it through the tie breaks. I'm thinking of 12-year-old Faustino Oro, coming and giving interviews with the most biggest smile on his face. I mean, that was sensational. Youngest player ever in the World Cup to qualify not only for the World Cup, to actually get through to round 2. Well, it's going to be very, very, I mean, what can I say about the chess? It's just going to get better and better and tougher and tougher. And the strain on the players is going to get even more tougher as the games go by.
Going all the way to tie breaks, having those brutal blitz games yesterday decide who goes through. And the good news for young Faustino is that he's rewarded by a classical matchup against Vidit today, which is going to be rough. I mean, Anna, you must have experienced this many times in your career where you get through a really long, really grueling game only to get paired against like a top seed the next day or something like that. Is that something that gives you energy? You're looking forward to the challenge? Or does your heart sink and you think, oh, I just want to rest and this is actually really difficult? Which way do you lean?
I think for Faustino, this is a treat. I feel like he's very motivated. He wants to give his 200% in this event. He's only 12 years old, the youngest participant in the history of World Cups. And he took down a very strong, experienced grandmaster. Now Vidit is his opponent. I think he's just going into it like, okay, there's nothing to lose here. I either learn or I'm going to take down yet another one of these really strong, experienced grandmasters. I would be worried if I were Vidit. I think there's a lot more pressure on Vidit today.
Maybe Vidit's the one losing a bit more sleep. Very interesting stuff. And before we hop into the games today as well, we have our very own international master, Gukesh Kulkarni, who is in Goa and was able to give us an update at the start of the day. Let's go ahead and hear what he got up to.
Thanks, John. Namaste, dosto. Welcome to Goa, India. Round 1 of the FIDE World Cup saw 40 players play the tiebreak. The start of the round, Argentinian star Faustino Oro, who beat Ante Burkic in an 8-game thrilling rapid and blitz tiebreak. But the youngest player ever to play the World Cup, Faustino, has his task cut out against Indian star Vidit Gujrati in round 2. Speaking of the top 50 seeds, we have Gukesh, Anish and Matthias Blubum, who don't need a candidate spot, but 3 other spots are up for grabs here in the World Cup. The top 3 players get that, along with a heavy share of the $2 million prize fund. The other some notable matchups today include MVL, who takes on Indian star Surya Ganguly. 2-time candidates winner Nepomniachtchi is in action against Deepta and Ghosh, another grandmaster from India. Vidit Gujrati versus Faustino Oro. Pragnananda, the 2023 World Cup finalist, will be playing against Australian star Teimur Koibokarov. Lots of action coming up. So Wesley So is playing Titas, Grandmaster Titas from Lithuania. Hans Niemann is also in action and he's playing Italian champion Lorenzo Lodici. Very exciting pairings for round 2. Game 1 of round 2 will be starting very, very soon. Thanks a lot, John, Joey and Anna.
Thank you very much for that, Gukesh. Make sure to go ahead and follow him on Instagram. if you get an opportunity, it's because he has plenty of excellent content to bring you as well. And this is an interesting screen, one that I'm not very happy with, folks, because it turns out that the player named Bai yesterday got to play against all 50 of our top seeds. And if I was in the same position and I lost all 50 games, I would be adding points to my FIDE rating, which maybe isn't the greatest feeling to start us off, but a very interesting statistic there to start us off. Thank you very much, production. Let's go ahead and move into the field so that I don't have to talk and be reminded and be embarrassed any longer. Oh my goodness, here is the airport lounge departure board. This is what you would see at a train station. Look at all of these names. The top 50 seeds have entered the arena. There is only one name on this initial board that sadly has been grayed out, and that's Leon Luke Mendonça, who lost, to be fair, a thrilling match in round one. But it does mean that he is out, and you can see just on the bottom right, Arthur Naikshan's seed 104, he is also out. But this second page, look at this. This is train cancellations on King's Cross on any given Monday morning. This is brutal. Not that many players left. We have International Master Shishu Wang, seed 179, making it through. So he's going to be one to watch today. Let's now take a look at some of our pairings for round two. Anna, let's start with you. Are there any particular matchups that you're excited to see here?
I think there's so many. I'm just going to try to pick out a few of them because honestly, this entire screen is loaded with top grandmasters, as well as the underdogs who did really well in round one. Some of the names you already mentioned, John. It's just going to be quite a feat. But I would pick Faustino Oro for sure as one of my top matches for today. The 12-year-old youngest participant of the World Cup, facing a very strong top grandmaster, Vidit Gujarati. That is a game we'll definitely follow. And of course, great to see the world champion now entering the field, Gukesh, facing already his opponent at the board. They are adjusting the pieces.
That's got to be scary, Jovi, isn't it? Because yes, you're the world champion, but also Nodirbek is no stranger to winning world championships. World junior champion, of course, fairly recently as well. And he's going to be looking at Gukesh thinking, you know what? This game is the opening salvo.
Well, he's already won. Who was able to adjust the pieces quicker? He's won that one game, and now maybe they're both kind of dabbling in the meditation game. That's like something that Gukesh does without fail on every single game that he sits down. You know, he gets himself ready. He just visualizes being calm, perhaps visualizes what exactly is going to happen on the opening, and it's going to be a nice fight because Nodirbek, yesterday he won a thrilling tiebreaker. I mean, we saw videos on social media with Nodirbek running out of the playing hall, going to his seconds, you know, just jumping into their arms, you know, with sheer excitement. And this is a reward for him. He gets to face Gukesh. Gukesh has been having a little bit of a topsy-turvy time of it recently, doing well in some tournaments and perhaps not doing so well in other tournaments. So it's going to be a nice mix. And this is the video that I was talking about. Look at this. The emotions and celebrations after winning a tiebreaker.
Absolutely delightful scenes yesterday
wow,
after winning the tiebreak. Unbelievable.
Oh, so much emotion. You can see just how much it mattered to him to win the tie breaks. With all the nerves, the pressure, the stress that the speed chess format brings in a tiebreaker, and now he's ready to take on the reigning world chess champion with the black pieces. Not an easy game, but I think if anyone is motivated...
will be very entertaining to see how he gets on. Of course, there are plenty of additional games going on in the tournament hall. We can see some handshakes there as we get ready for the ceremonial first moves prior to the round beginning. So obviously, Gukesh versus Nodirbek. Very, very exciting matchup. Jovi, we also have Jabava going up against Liam Lei, and I'm thinking, oh, hang on a second, that is going to be both a really difficult, but also, I hope, a really sharp and exciting match as well.
It especially will be, because Badu Jobova, famed for his creativity, for going down the unorthodox route wherever possible. And it's also about the man of the moment, Anish Giri, who seems to be sailing through everything he does at the minute with the flying colours. He just won the FIDE Grand Swiss. He doesn't actually need to be here. He's already grabbed his space into the candidates. But he's here trying his luck. And just going back to your point, Liam Le, he's from Vietnam, and they're famed for being very aggressive players. If there's a possibility for a kingside attack, that's exactly where he's going. Meanwhile, we do see our first ceremonial move on the board for Gukesh. It's picking up the queen's pawn, 2 squares, d4. Will Gukesh keep that one? That's always a question, right?
I feel like if the move's going to get taken back anyway, play the white pawn to d5 and see if the player intervenes. Just test them a little bit, see what's going on. We'll see if the d-pawn does move, though, as the observers now shuffle out of the playing hall to get ready for play to begin. Anna, do you think that if you're Nodirbek here, you're wanting to strike first, you're not looking to equalize with black, you want a bloodthirsty victory in the first game to stamp your authority on the match, or are we a little bit more calm than that?
Well, I'll jump in and answer that question, John.
Absolutely, go for it.
Yeah, if I can. So traditionally, and I think that this is a really good philosophy, is that when you have the black pieces, it's all about being solid, stable, because you don't want to go on the front foot right from the beginning, because the risk is just way too high. So what you want to be doing is you just simply want to be holding firm with black. If you equalize, great. If you're slightly worse and you have to hold the draw, that's okay. You want to be trying your luck with the white pieces. And that's why you're seeing here on our boards that black has gone for one of the most solid approaches against a c4. There's no 1e5s, no open, reversed open Sicilians, nothing of the sort. It's just simply going to be all about just kind of playing a close position and holding with the black pieces. And with the white pieces, that's where you want to be putting pressure on your opponents.
All right. Well, unfortunately, and I use this phrase very, very seldom, Jovi, when commentating with you. Unfortunately, I agree with you, because I'm obviously a big fan of fireworks and throwing caution to the wind and let's go. Some of these players meditate before their games. I'm more used to panicking, so a very different approach, obviously, here. But as we can see, the openings have now been decided, and it looks like both players just very calmly blitzing out the opening moves. Let's head over first to our bird's eye view. I love that. Leftover prep from the World Championship. Yeah, go on. Let's chuck something else in. We've got... what openings have we got swirling around at the bottom of this bucket? Let's pick one out and slab it onto the board. But what looks interesting to you so far?
Yeah, so you can see that it's actually at the top where the most fireworks is actually, not fireworks is too dramatic a word, but that's where most imbalance is actually, ironically enough, in the game between Gukesh and Nodirbek. In the other games, I'm seeing that in the bottom row, Vidit against Oro, that's in the bottom left. That's just the beginnings of the Rue Lopez. And then just a Trompovsky there from Maximovic against Giri, that's second left. And again, on the bottom row, I'm seeing there is some interesting choices actually going on. So some players willing to test their opponents' openings with the white pieces. And I'm specifically looking at the game between Rodici and Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann, everyone, knows him. Everyone, actually, he's a crowd favorite, love him or hate him. He's a character that gives a lot of energy and he brings a lot of energy to the game, and he's very, very well prepared. And he's absolutely a character full of resilience. And there we're seeing something that's quite dynamic there. And then I'm also looking at Gukesh against Nepomniachtchi. And Nepomniachtchi is, for Nepomniachtchi, only a win in this event will do. He wants one of those 3 candidate spots. That's it. And there it just seems to be taking on some rather quiet moves. So where do you want to go to, John? You know, you have your choice. You have two games that are solid at the top, and a little bit of potential for some spiciness, I would say, in Lodici against Neiman, because it is I don't know what the word is. I mean, I always was under the impression that this wasn't called a fried liver, but it seems to be getting that moniker these days. Or we can go and revisit our top board, which is Gukesh against Nodirbek. Sorry for giving you so many choices on a platter.
I would love to visit the game between Lodici and Hans Niemann, even if it's purely because we'd like to walk our viewers through the opening and why this is a particularly interesting, unorthodox choice. This isn't the sort of setup you tend to see every day in high-level chess, so I'm particularly keen to understand who's pushing who into uncomfortable territory here, what the objectives of the opening are for both white and black, and where we might see attacks on the board going into the middle game. I think this position already looks a bit odd, so maybe if we take it from the start and show our viewers, actually, this is theory, but why is it theory and why is it being played?
Yeah, so let's, as you mentioned, take it there from the top. And e4 was the move of choice, and e5. And it's become very trendy after knight f3, knight c6, that white hasn't got a good response, against bishop b5, like the Lopez, they've not been getting that much of an advantage. So that's why they turned their attentions to developing the bishop to c4, the Italian game. And now a lot of people just play bishop c5, maybe they go bishop to e7, but it is also possible to play the second most popular continuation, which is knight to f6, which looks like it's all well and good, except white does have the possibility to bring in the second knight into the game, you know, knight to g5, and start targeting the only weak spot that there is for black, and that's the f7 point. And now here, you really, unless you really want to be wheeling out like the Wilkes bar, which is bishop c5, which is not recommended. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of hate for that comment, but it really isn't. So you go d5, and black's point is that you're going to give up a pawn, but in return, white has lost so much time in winning that pawn that you get a big initiative. And often you'll find white is just in survival mode, and black is the one that is pressing and trying to say, okay, I have compensation and my position is very, very pleasant and easy to play. So e takes d5. What was going to happen is knight goes to a5. Now I should mention, now this was always my impression, was the fried liver, that after e takes d5, knight takes d5, everyone knows it's not the best move, and not the best move. I'm being very British about it. It's not advisable. Comes with some caution because of knight takes f7, king takes f7, and the queen will come out, and you have to dance with your king in the center. And, you know, the Spartans like to fight with their king on the front, but in general in chess, it's not a good idea.
Well, this is absolutely
this is
wild.
Yeah,
this is Lorenzo Lodici choosing here to maybe make things a bit spicy with that knight out to g5 early on. I'm going to leave this position in your capable hands, Jovi and Anna, but this is a statement of intent, and I wonder how this is going to frame the match from a psychological point of view. And with that, I'm keen to see how this develops. Over to you.
Yeah, this is thrilling. I'm just so keen on seeing this opening, as Jovi already very well described. There's just a lot going on in this opening. It's one of the sharpest possible openings you can choose, with black in e4, e5. And who will be the better prepared player, Jovi? Because all these variations are so sharp, and a lot of the moves are not the most natural, not the most easy to find over the board moves. So who do you think has come to today's game better prepared? What do you see so far on body posture wise, time management wise? What's your call on this, Jovi?
Yeah, in terms of time management, that's where we can really read things. That's Lorenzo Lodici. He's got a 1 hour and 33, and it's Hans Niemann who's currently thinking. And Yeah, I mean, just to kind of play out the position, we have c6 being played, and this is the pawn sacrifice that we talked about. And the bishop can relocate itself to, I mean, I've seen it relocate itself to bishop f1 at times, but okay, bishop goes to d3, and then this is the whole point, that the bishop sits in front of his own pawns and just completely jams up these pieces, and then the knight comes to d5. I mean, white has this is the big idea, knight is coming to f4, so, and obviously this knight is under attack on g5, so you got to do something about it. Knight to f3 is the main idea. Let's go head back, and bishop d6 and castles. Knight f4, the knight plants itself there. It has eyeballs on g2, and again, knight takes bishop is one way to also handle this position. Knight c3, knight takes bishop, and here we're going to see that white doesn't have the prettiest pawn structure. Black has the bishop pair, and if black manages to just recover that lost pawn, and he would just simply stand better, because these pawns on d2 and d3, they're just bad. And whereas it's not that easy to develop that bishop out on c1. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of... this position has been worked out quite significantly, Anna, but it is going to be a test, because it's not an easy position to play, I would say, for white. I mean, it feels very, very uncomfortable. You've got to be knowing what you're doing here, because I can see, you know, you've got to know how to handle pins like this. You've got to know how to handle this pawn advance. And as white, you are a pawn up, but there have been some consequences. I mean, do you particularly like these type of positions, Anna, where you are suffering for that extra material?
I love having a pawn up, but not this kind of pawn up. Those pawns are so ugly, the isolated double pawns on the d file. So this is one of those situations where I would definitely take black. This, I think, is more comfortable to play from Hans's perspective. At the same time, what you mentioned, that Lorenzo Lodici so far has been playing extremely fast, so he does seem to be in his preparation, and that gives you some confidence boost as well, that this is what you expected, this is what you have prepared for, and this is what you studied for today. So he must have quite a lot of analysis in for today's game. He knows what's going on, and I'm curious to see when there will be a deviation, because so far there's still 57 games for this position in the database, so nothing new under the sun. But who will be the first to deviate from the known path, from the known theory? That's going to be a question, I think, that we will have the answer to in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because they're also thinking ahead, right, Anna? Because we also have to remember the backstory, but also maybe potentially the future. So the backstory could be that Lodici hasn't played this particular opening before, and maybe, you know, Hans is thinking, well, how can I vary this, and trying to catch him unawares, and then also thinking ahead and thinking, okay, about this game, or in the future, you know, just thinking, should I go into this path? Where is my opponent likely to have thought and studied about these variations? Where have they anticipated that I might move? I mean, it's so many questions. It's the mind game. Let's not forget that in chess.
Lots of mind games, and there's so much when it comes to psychology in chess, and how much that plays a role in the opening choice, who surprises whom. And even when you're surprised, you still need to hold your ground, you need to stay calm, and you need to make sure that even if it's not something that you have prepared, in this case, maybe Hans was somewhat surprised, but I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. Sometimes the time, if you use time, it doesn't always mean that you're surprised. There's players who try to make it look like they are surprised, and then they start blitzing out moves after, because they want to make their opponent feel like they got what they wanted, but it's not. So there's just like so much when it comes to mind games and psychology, and I don't know how to read Hans, so I have no idea. Is he happy with this? He might be. I mean, it's poker face and thinking and focus. He's very much in the game, and position-wise, I think he has nothing to complain about. You're right that this position from White's perspective is not the easiest to play, even if Lodici is, for now, very well prepared and knows what he's doing.
Yeah. And let's go over to the bird's eye. And I mean, very interesting as well with openings is that you have to keep yourself up to date on absolutely everything. And I do remember that Felix Bloberger did play a game against Konstantin Lupulescu in the first round of this particular event. So it might be that we see Lodici has actually checked up on that game and trying to build on that one. Or maybe Hans is not aware. Who knows? And it's the question, right, John? It's all about the mind game. It's all about, trying to get it into your opponent's mind and anticipating the moves that they're going to make, and then also the moves that they think you're going to make.
There's one particular moment, and I haven't had this moment very often, but I think both of you will be able to identify with it. There's one moment where you're not necessarily playing a winning move on the chessboard, but it feels really good. And it's the moment where you play a move out of the opening that forces your opponent into a half an hour think. Everything is equal, you're blitzing out some theory, and then it turns out, okay, you've prepared one move further, and that forces someone to go into a time sink of 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and even though they haven't replied to you yet, Anna, even though they haven't refuted what you're doing and it's just preparation still, that extra time that you're thinking about, oh, when it gets to move 35 to move 40, I'm gonna have such a better time compared to my opponent. Like, it's so difficult to beat that feeling without actually winning the game. In fact, I would say after winning the game, that's probably the second best feeling you get in a game of classical chess sometimes, when you surprise your opponent like that.
I agree with you, John. That's always a good feeling. So whether it comes to this being a surprise to Hans or not, we will soon see. They are still in a known theoretical position, and maybe Hans is just trying to see where he feels like he will have the better chances. Sometimes what you're considering actually is also like trying to figure out what your opponent might have expected, what they might have prepared, and if you have any alternatives to that you can deviate from it, that's also something that a grandmaster would be considering. So they just know so much about a lot of the openings that they play that they would have an option B, an option C, an option D in a lot of variations. When it comes to this opening, there aren't that many different options, but even the move orders matter. So I think that's what Hans is considering, how to catch Lodici in a position where that he no longer has so studied, and that he will not be able to just play out the moves that he has prepared for.
So thinking about what moves he's going to play, and perhaps more importantly, what order to play them, and you can see him deep in thought there. The openings have broadly been decided here in round 2 of the FIDE World Cup, and we've got the top 50 seeds now playing in the tournament as well, as you can see on your screen and elsewhere. We're starting to move into middle game territory, folks, so grab yourself a tea or coffee, and when we come back, we get into the meat and potatoes of these games.
I met Anatoly Karpov, I think, in 1992. That was the first tournament I played with him. I was not a big fan of his style, to tell you the truth, because he was very positional, very slow, so it was not so exciting for me. And the first game I played with him in 92, it was in Madrid. We made a draw because he played with the black pieces. He was not such a fighter with the black pieces. It was a short draw. He was very kind, very pleasant. He won the tournament. I became number 2. And after that, there were endless encounters with him. It was very difficult for me to win, because we had quite a few draws, especially when I was playing with the white pieces. When he played with white, he won a lot of games against me. It was always a huge battle. I had to learn, I had to grow up for that level and to understand and appreciate his style, which I did much later. And I think I won the first game against him in '98 in a rapid match, which I played in Budapest, and I won even not only a game, but also without losing any game. I won the match. And then later, in 2003, I believe, that was the breaking point when I started to win games with black and with white pieces as well. But I also got to know him more because he was visiting me at Nagymaros at our summer house for some time. And we had training sessions, which was very interesting seeing him already. Of course, he was doing many other things in his life, but how sharp he was still, how he was looking the positions, what vision he had. This is the most interesting with top players, that for them things are so natural, and then you say, wow. So I had these experiments with him when we were playing a lot of blitz, and we were talking a lot, analyzing some of the openings like Caro-Kann and also some other. So it was very interesting to be around him, to listen his stories from all times, also competing with him. He was always a player which he was fighting very much. He loves the game. He's so passionate about it that you feel this when you're around him. But he's not only passionate about chess, but he was also very passionate about card games or playing flipper. I saw him in Tilburg once and in many other places. So I can say that he was, of course, an amazing world champion for quite a long time. He's maybe the person who won the most amount of tournaments. So I appreciate a lot his chess and his career.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess, cast that spell, play for free.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup in Goa. The openings have been decided and we have all players at their boards. We've seen a couple of them so far, but we're going to get to deep dive and do the rounds now to see who is looking for a particularly sharp opening, who is playing something they've played 1,000 times before, and all of the shades in between. The top 50 seeds have now joined the field, including Empty Chair. Love that one there. Strong stuff. And we are getting ready now to properly settle in for our first deep thinks of the day. Our 15-20 minute things heading out of the opening where preparation is largely complete, or maybe we're just remembering the move orders at the end, and we find out what kind of middle games we want to traverse. So, Jovi, Anna, we head over to you now on the bird's eye view as we take a look and discuss where we want to go next. Anna, is there any particular game that's catching your eye?
I would love to go to the game that we are looking at on the camera as well. Anish Giri entering the field from round 2 on, as the top 50 players took a rest day during round 1, and now they are in the field as well. Anish Giri has been having a tremendous last couple of months, winning the FIDE Grand Swiss and qualifying to the candidates tournament. So he's one of the few players here that doesn't need that qualification spot, but oh boy, he wants to win this tournament. And he has been having such an incredible run these last couple of tournaments. I think that gives you definitely that confidence boost as well, that this is it, this is your quarter of the year, this is your year, this is your time to shine in your chess career. He has been in the top 10 for so long, and he, I think, is one of the top favorites to win the World Cup, in my opinion. And now when it comes to the opening, Jovi, you were looking at this during the break and you told me a couple of interesting things about what's going on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it fascinated me right from the beginning because it started off as a Trumpovsky, and the Trump is very, very popular in English chess circles, you know, after Grandmaster Julian Hodgson popularized it in the 80s. And so whenever we see it, you know, we're big proponents and we're very loyal to our players. So if we kind of go back, we'll take it from the top, because it's interesting, because I was doing some little research and some deep diving into this particular game, and I noticed in the database that Maximovich, playing with the white pieces, had actually played this opening before, this particular variation, almost this position, and he'd played 3 games, he'd won those 3 games, and it's kind of common, an idea when you're training or you're preparing for an opponent, is that you pick lines where your opponent has a good result, but objectively they're a little bit suspect. And I think that's what Anish has done. He's like, okay, I will play into a Trumpovsky. I will allow this imbalance. After all, black does have the bishop pair, and white's plan, and the way that Maximovich has tended to play this, is he tends to put a knight onto f4. You know, he's gone out knight h3, knight to f4, and established some kind of clamp. But here we see a completely different approach, where he's put his knight on h4 and targeting f5. I mean, what you really want to be doing here as white is just locking out that bishop on c8. So that's why you'll often see, like, there's lots of ideas where black is the one, going f5, f4, you know, just to liberate that bishop. And it's going to be an interesting struggle in this game, because white will be looking to control the nature of the game, you know, looking to control the breakthrough f5, f4, and just kind of keep the bishop on c8 under lock and key, whereas black is the one who has to do something. He has got the presence of the bishop pair. He'll be trying to open things up, you know, trying to perhaps get rid of this pawn on d5. So it's very unusual, and I kind of like the direction that it's going to head into, because it's very murky. And again, going back to my chess education, like, one of the first books that I was raised on was Chess for Tigers, and they had this advice that when a tiger was playing a Heffalump was a very, very strong player, what you wanted to do is you wanted to trap them in the swamp, and you had to do that, you know, by getting the game, making the game complicated. I don't know, Anna with chess, whether Chess for Tigers ever made its way over to a country such as Hungary, which has a lot of chess culture.
I heard of the book. I did not grow up reading it, but I have heard really good opinions, and now even more so from you, Joey, about the book. I think this is exactly what's happening, getting your opponent into the mud. And that's for the reason, too, that even though Anish is playing with the black pieces, he's over 200 rating points higher rated than his opponent. So you want to get an imbalanced position. You want to get some kind of a middle game with life in it, even if it comes with risks, even if it comes with the factors you mentioned, Joey, that black has this strange pawn structure with the doubled pawns where the f5 pawn is blocking the way out for the c8 bishop, and oftentimes you wish you could just push that pawn and free your bishop from c8. So pair of bishops for black, but it comes at the cost of the damaged pawn structure and this f5 pawn being targeted by the knight on h4, making sure that this bishop can't really be liberated for now. This is going to be, I think, a really interesting middle game to come back to from here and there. There's so many factors that make this position imbalanced. Even if we see the evaluation bar at roughly at the middle, saying that the computer thinks this is about an equal position, I think there's a lot of life in this, and that's why Anish chose to play it. I loved, by the way, what you said, Jovi, about targeting and opening a line that your opponent is confident in, and knowing that Maximovic won 3 out of 3 games in this variation that Anish repeated today. So he has good results in it, but that sometimes also makes you not revisit those openings because you have these great results in it. It feels like there's no need to study it again, right? So it might make you be less up to date in it, or it might make you invest time in different variations, different openings, because this is the one where you won 3 out of 3. Who needs to study it again, right?
Exactly, and exactly what we're seeing here on the board. Anish playing very confidently, even though he's got less time on the clock. He's chosen something that just fits him like a dream. It's unbalanced. He's now, like with the bishop pair, he's set about liberating it like ASAP. He's played e6 as something that we anticipated, trying to take the center. And as you mentioned there, Anna, this is perhaps like a sideline that Maximovic perhaps maybe hasn't even studied that much, because if we go back to like literally the first move, black is not obliged to go on move 2 c5. Black can play other things, after the trump. You can play e6, you can play d5. One thing that's not advisable is to go g6, but you can make other moves. And Anish went and chose c5. He was the one who kind of determined that c5 was going to be the most combative response. So Anish picking his openings wisely.
He is, and he has done this throughout his career so many times. And now with the recent tournaments like the Grand Swiss, it's bringing him the results that he needs to shine and be back at the top of the world ranking. He is world number 5 at the moment. But if we look back a few years ago when he fell out of the top 10, that must have been really hard for him, for someone who has been in the elite of the top 10 for so long. And then you fall out of the top 10 because there's the young prodigies coming and everyone is hungry for those rating points and climbing the ladder. But he fought his way back. He's world number 5, and I think he is hungry for this World Cup win as well. Not an easy tournament to win. This is probably one of the hardest chess competitions in the world when it comes to the format, being a knockout system where over 200 players start in the field, all the best players from every continent, and only one person will be standing at the end of this grueling event that lasts almost a month.
Yeah, and it's a tough event. And I'm just going to say something about Anish. I think I saw an interview where he'd gotten himself a new trainer. He was working with someone. He didn't actually reveal who that person was, but he was enjoying his chess. So good news there for Onishigiri fans. And also remember, here he's playing with no pressure on him whatsoever. Maybe, Anna, we go back to our live board and leave this game, because there was one game that actually caught my eye, because we were talking about, how should Black play this type of openings? I mean, should you go for the solid approach, or should you kind of throw all caution to the wind and go in for that high risk, murky type position? And it is there, slap bang in the middle, at the bottom, in the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Ganguly. And the reason I want to draw your attention to it, because Black has just done something which again is very popular on the English chess circuit. Just casually picked up Harry, the H-pawn, and moved it 2 squares. Now, I don't know about you, Hannah, but that's not the way I was taught how to play the openings.
No, me neither. I love Harry the H-pawn, and I love how Grandmaster Simon Williams popularized Harry the H-pawn. This is something that has become actually a lot more common, that we see H-pawn pushes. AlphaZero started popularizing it even more with those very creative original games. But to see the pawn being pushed to H5 on move 5, like, this is move 5, Jovi. It's one thing to start pushing the H-pawn for some kind of an immediate attack, but as early as move 5, when all of your pieces are still in the back rank, this is very original. And I'm so curious if we have games for this in the database. Is this a novelty? Maybe I'm just out of...
No, it's not a novelty, Anna.
It's not.
I did
so this is the main line? Yeah?
No, not the main line. Not the main line. So the last time that this was played, H5, was as our featured chat, Krishna212234, says it was in 1959 between Gyozo Forintos and Lajos Portish. Actually, I should have handed that over to you as the Hungarian. I'm sorry. I apologize, Anna, for ruining their names.
No, that was very well pronounced, both names. 1959. We are talking about a game that was played decades ago, featuring this pawn push on move 5, and no one else has played it. That's the only game in the database?
No. And what's even wild, just like that featured chat said, it's like engine approved as well. So the computer doesn't dislike it. And it already puts the question to White, what are you going to do? H4 is coming. So in that particular game, White just ignored it and Black just carried on with H4. But here Maxim is like, yeah, I'm going to treat that idea with a little bit of respect. I'm going to go H3. His big idea is that if Black were to go H4, then White will respond with G4. And then you've got ideas such as F4, why not take the whole space there? And the knight can sit there pretty on F3 behind a wall of pawns. But yes, it's an interesting one, because I always kind of associate H6 and any of these kind of rook pawn moves in the opening as luxury moves. You only do them either out of necessity, you have to prevent a check or your pin or something, or you're doing this because you've completed development. You shouldn't really be going straight out of the opening H5, because you're literally marked out that G5 is now a target, and it's now a place where the white pieces can now occupy. So I'm kind of curious, what is the idea behind H5? I mean, there has to be something concrete. Now, if he goes G5, I'll be like, okay, I don't understand chess.
This is just like the most original opening positions of the round, full stop, when it comes to this is 5 moves on the board, and we are already like, what is going on? Chess has been studied for so long. Theory is so developed. Some of the opening variations are studied to move 30 and beyond. And now we are looking at something that on move 5, 2 top grandmasters are looking at it too, like, okay, this is quite Interesting, special, unique. I don't even know what other adjectives I could say. And the fact that it was played in 1959, I think that's what, like, I'm still on that thought that the only game that featured this h5 pawn push is between two Hungarian grandmasters from 1959, before Engine, before Alpha Zero, before these creative h-pawn pushes became trendy like nowadays, and it's Engine approved. Imagine you played something in 1959 that present day engines approve of. That is like so cool.
Yeah, and just to also give you a little bit background about Ganguly, you know, he's been a second for Vishy Anand. You know, he knows his stuff. You can catch many chessable courses of Ganguly's on the opening, so it's kind of interesting that this very unique idea, h5, kind of breaking the opening rules, is on our board. Last played in 1959. Forintis was quite a strong grandmaster, right? In Hungary, I can remember hearing
did
of
you
him.
say it was
at least reading about
Forintos
him.
against Portish?
Yes,
Was it Forintos
Forintos.
against Portish?
Yes.
Yeah, no, both of them were
Yeah.
extremely strong. Lajos Portish at the time was the top Hungarian grandmaster, and Forintos too was one of the top grandmasters, and they were on the Olympic team of Hungary for a long time. So that was the top game probably of the year. Then featuring this really unique pawn push, and oh wow, like if Ganguly chose to play h5, so that must have been his preparation. You don't just push h5 by being inspired by the air in the playing hall, you know, you prepare to push this pawn. But now that Maxime responded with h3, Ganguly has started sinking into deep thought. I'm really curious if that means he's just trying to recall his analysis. Did this h3 catch him off guard? It's not a surprising response to h5, as you explained already, Joby, very well, that white is preparing to just push g4 in case black insists on proceeding with further advances of the h-pawn. So this is a really interesting one, also from the mind games perspective and the psychology of this match, and the two players who has surprised who is more comfortable with this weird position.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, you need to have a response, right? As you mentioned, you can't just wing this type of move. You have to actually have a concrete idea behind it. For starters, you know, and I kind of don't want to bang on about this too much, but it's so important, you know, where is black going to put the king? You know, because if you kind of carry on with b6, bishop b7, and then kind of continue development in a very natural way, hello, the king. Where is he going to go? You always have to justify yourself to the monarch, and you always have to kind of reassure it. You're heading to the queen side, or no, you're going to live in the center. That's fine. I guarantee you, if the position's close enough, it's good. But either way, and
yeah,
has h4 has been
He
played.
continues.
Okay.
He continues. He has just played h4. So yeah, of course, Joey, you're so right to highlight those. Those are extremely important factors that we don't usually push the h-pawn, because that will make sure you never ever castle kingside. Once this pawn is way up the board, your king would be a lot weaker castling on that side of the board. So you got to make sure that your king has an alternative, but castling queenside also doesn't feel that safe in a position like this when the pawn is pushed to c5 and there's a long diagonal bishop already staring in that direction. So this is going to be a really exciting game to follow, and h4 is on the board. Maxime's chair has not made a move yet, but maybe MVL, once he's back, he will take a quick decision what to do about this pawn push. He's not taking, and we could just show why moves like this are really not in. I think they are not even in the consideration box for a grandmaster. Like, those are moves that they just immediately filter out. Why, Joey?
Yeah, you don't want to be doing stuff like this because you just ruin your pawn structure. And the whole point is that h3, with that capture, becomes the target. You know, black is simply going to, at will, capture on h4. That pawn does not have a life in this particular position. And who benefits from that exchange is actually black. The black rook now gets into the game. And black still has that perfect pawn structure. All of the pawns are connected, and so white is the one that is going to be struggling. So you don't want to be doing that. Like you said, Anna, I think that move would just not go into our consideration. And the same goes for making a developing move as well. So after h4, you wouldn't necessarily even think about going knight to f3, because after pawn takes g3, and then we have the recapture, we have exactly the same issue again. You know, white is the one who has now 2 pawn islands. Black has 1. Black is the one benefiting from an open h-line. And the activity of the rook has just increased. And just because of that very, very small factor, I think Maxim will, when he returns, almost instantaneously push g4, because he marks out space. When you compare that with like keeping the position closed, you mark out space. You also have a very clear plan. You know, you're thinking about going f4, knight f3, and just kind of trying to swarm the king side with the pawns. That looks a lot more tempting than having to worry about king safety for white or having these potential structural weaknesses.
I 100% agree with you, and I'm so curious what's going to happen after g4, because as you mentioned, white's plan is pretty clear cut. You want to further expand on the king side and also toward the center. f4, e5, those are very natural moves. But what will black do now that the pawn is all the way up on h4? You don't want to castle on that side because it would be really weak for your king. Will you try to develop very quickly the queen side and try to castle queen side? I'm so curious to see what's the follow-up idea by Ganguly after having played this really original h5, h4 moves on move 5 and move 6 of the game.
Me too. And just to add like one final point to this position, I think, before we move away, is that black is very active with their pieces. In return, the knight on c6 is ready to jump into d4, but white hasn't done anything fundamentally wrong. So often what white wants to do is they let black have that activity. They let black jump into d4. And then, you know, once the queen just goes back to its starting square, that's fine. What you start doing is what I kind of call it the beat back. You beat your opponent back. You kick them away. And so you just go d3. You still go for playing for f4, whether black wants to stop it or not. That's still the break. And you want to be just chasing that knight away from d4, liberating the dark square bishop, and then once you've completed development, that is when you suddenly realize that white actually has a very, very nice position. But it does remind me of like a closed Sicilian, just kind of looking at this, the contour of this, you know.
Yeah, it's crazy that it started out as the French defense, but because of move 2 of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave going for a sideline against the French that is targeting the d5 pawn push, making it not classical. If you were to push d5 with the queen on e2, you cannot take back with the e-pawn, so this becomes a very different opening to the usual pawn structures in the French defense, and that's why c5 was pushed. And you are right, Jovi, it's a lot more like a Sicilian defense. It's basically a transposition to some of the sidelines in the Sicilian. I think we will see that knight jumping to d4. Maxime has pushed g4, and it would be... I find this is the most straightforward and most promising continuations for black. You continue with the idea that you want to place that knight in the center. That's a beautiful, beautiful, very strong knight. You already highlighted, Jovi, how strong of a piece that is, but you also mentioned that white will not wait and allow this beast to stay on d4 for a long time. You will develop your knight to e2, push d3, get the bishop to e3, and target this square so that black is obliged to either trade that knight or retreat it.
Yeah, this one is a little bit of a slow burn position now that it's completely closed. Shall we move along from this game, Anna, and go back to our bird's eye view? Although I might head us to a different direction and actually go to a game that's not on our bird's eye view. It's between Australian Grandmaster Bobby Chang and he's He's a second, he's a commentator, he is also one of the world's best grandmasters. Also your countrymate, Peter Lecco. And let's head there.
I like the choice. I'm always happy, of course, to see my compatriots and former teammates in the field competing. Of course, for Grandmaster Peter Lecco, he has had his own very, very illustrious chess career, and nowadays he's also very much known as the trainer of Vincent Keimer. So he's there both for himself and for Vincent. And this opening, Joey, I think you chose this game for a reason. What do we see on the board?
Yeah, it looks like it's a quite fun position. First up, I have to do a bit of counting because I sometimes get this wrong when we just jump into a position cold. But it seems like everything is evens. But I mean, the first point is that it did come from a Catalan. It's an opposite color bishop middle game, which means it's the side with the initiative that actually is the one who is often much, much better. And you judge that by the fact that are there any targets? And yes, this bishop on c8 can go to h3, but that's about it. You know, is that not doing any damage on that square? And there we're seeing Bobby jump in with a knight to d5. Now, Bobby is, he loves playing the Catalan. I think I played him in it, and he's very, very strong. Strong player, very positional. Yeah, I played him. I lost to him. It was in the Battle of the Sexes in Gibraltar. And it was a really tense fight between the men and the women. But we eventually lost. So, yeah, that was a little bit sad. But it was nice to play Bobby. You know, he's a very, very nice grandmaster and very positional, I would say. Also has got his openings well worked out. So, knight to d5. And it's a very interesting one
when
because...
you said, sorry, Joey, when you said that he's got his openings well worked out, and I looked at the clock, and he's collecting time, not spending time. This is minute 15 of the game, and he hasn't thought for a single second yet.
I promise you, I did not look at the clock times. I was just recalling also how he played his moves very quickly against me as well. I played him again, actually, in the Isle of Wight earlier this year. And I thought I'd surprise him with a London system. It was not a surprise. I surprised myself.
You cannot surprise him. He's prepared for everything.
Yes. But one thing I was going to say about this particular position, you know, it's very important here that black does generate some kind of imbalance in this position. And I think you're not going to do it by attacking the king side. Instead, you're probably going to do it by just putting the rooks into the middle of the board, because white is basically banking on like trading a whole load of pieces. And I think even a trade of rooks would be not trade of rooks, a trade of queens is what I wanted to say, is going to be very beneficial, because the pawn on c4 is very weak, and this bishop on e3, I mean, talking about usefulness, actually has a target on a7, and it can also anchor itself on the c3 square, whereas the light square bishop is just dancing around an empty board, not being able to find itself a good home. So I think it's a very solid choice from Bobby. He's playing without too much risk, and I guess that's probably what you want to be doing when you're playing against one of the world's greats, Peter Lecco.
Yeah, just all the things you highlighted, I resonate everything you have mentioned, and the fact that he's still in his preparation, knight d5 offering the trade of knights to get a slightly better position, where you already mentioned how important it is with opposite colored bishops on the board, who has the initiative, because if you have the initiative and you are playing on the dark squares, your opponent has a bishop that can never ever parry the threats or offer a trade on those colors of the board. So if white manages to build up an initiative and start attacking, it will be really hard for black to counter it, because of having the bishops on opposite colors. Opposite color bishops in endgames are quite a different story, especially if it's only bishops on the board. That often leads to a draw, even if you have a pawn up or two, depending on the pawn structure. But in a middle game, with a lot of pieces on the board and with attack and initiative, it can make quite a big difference. It can be like a virtual piece up, because no one can face you on the dark squares when it comes to white having a dark squared bishop. Same could be said about black. If black were able to build up an attack on the light squares, if this bishop was on h3 and the queen on e2, threatening checkmate on g2, that would be a similar case of this bishop cannot do anything about it. But even if black can play bishop to h3, Jovi already highlighted how the bishop alone here is not doing much. It's just targeting thin air. The queen cannot get onto the second rank to threaten checkmate, and other than that we have developed the bishop and connected the rooks. The bishop, unfortunately for black, is not doing much. Having said that, it's a very solid position. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the trade on d5 and then something like bishop to e6, more in the spirit of just guarding the c4 pawn, developing the bishop, then bringing the rooks. This game, I think, will be very close to equal, but it is white who has a bit of the upper hand for just the small factors that were already analyzed by Jovi very well, including this a7 pawn, because that prevents the black rook from being able to just calmly go to d8, c8, or b8. So some problems for Leko to tackle, and also much less time because of how fast Bobby has been playing.
Yeah. I mean, there's some kind of concrete questions, right, here, Anna? As you mentioned, the queen will kind of slide over to a5, just so that she kind of starts looking at a7. And remember, you always have to justify these type of moves to the king, because the king and queen don't like to be divorced. They want to have some kind of connection. And that's the nicest way to think about it. And, if black were to go rook f to d8, just to kind of suggest a move, rook to f to d1 comes as a response. And you're seeing already that black's queen is a little bit offside from the action in the center. There's nothing to grip on the king side whatsoever. And you don't really want to be going rook takes rook here. You can see the d line, a7 is still a target, and the bishop on e3 points at a7, but it also, and I just wanted to highlight this because I mentioned earlier on that bishops like to be anchored, and so you can kind of see ideas later on where the bishop might arrive at c3, and it goes there because it's anchored to b2, so that's all nicely defended. And then you have ideas of going e4, f4, just kind of slowly playing for control of squares, and it's just all to do with keeping things under lock and key here, and just making sure that everything is covered. It's very much a series of mini plans. It's nothing earth-shattering, but one by one, if you start collecting small advantages, you can start to pose problems to your opponent.
I fully agree with you, and it's so much more pleasant to play this position from white's perspective, even if it's just a slight advantage, but it's a very long-term, very comfortable advantage that white can play on forever until there's two kings up on the board. If black defends well, this should be a very close to equal, close to a draw position. But it is white who will be putting on pressure in this middle game and later on endgame, and Peter Leko will be tested, even if he's the one who is the most experienced player here in this matchup. He's the one who will have to continue playing really precisely, not to fall behind and not to see white's advantage increase.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree, and that's why we're seeing on our camera feed Mr. Leko, Grandmaster Leko, he's head in his hands, just spending some time, some energy, just figuring out the complications. And I always really like seeing how people behave over the board. How they, okay, there we're seeing, of course, a trade of knights. Bobby, of course, is going to be capturing it. But some people glare at their opponents, others, almost seem indifferent. Others can't even sit at the board. That's me. And
that's me
now
too. The nerves. Better not to sit there if it's not your turn, if it's not your time to move. But oh boy, I never liked when my opponents would stare at me. I think that's so uncomfortable, and I myself wouldn't ever do it. But then, of course, you don't control what the other player does, and some people do like to use that as a psychological battle, that they stare at you while you're thinking in critical moments.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely do that. It's all part of the mental game. Anna, maybe we leave these two players and go stare at the bird's eye view and see what action is unfolding. And okay, so no big drama when it comes to the evaluation bar. Where do we go to next?
Do you mind if I request just checking back in with the Lodici Niemann game just as a follow-up? I don't think much has happened since we last looked at it in terms of the position, but I'm looking at the time, and we were already analyzing this game earlier. Just a quick summary to those of you just joining. This is a super sharp variation, the fried liver attack. When it comes to e4, e5 openings, this is as sharp as things can get. And both players seemed ready and keen for this very complex, very sharp, and nothing natural or logical or easy to find moves kind of middle game. But if I fast forward, we were talking about this with Jovi on, Lodici seems to have come really well prepared, but it's a position that's not that easy to play from White's perspective. White has an extra pawn, but these pawns are isolated and doubled and in the way of the development of your own pieces. So with that, at least I was quite certain that Hans should be happy with what he got out of the opening, because it's in balance, it's dynamic, and as the higher rated player in this matchup, he wants to get a game where there's life in the position, where he can go for something even with the black pieces. But I'm starting to be concerned about his game just solely from the perspective of how much time he has invested already in this middle game, while White is playing move after move, the top moves of the engine. I think Lodici is still in his preparation. I think he still has studied this. He's playing the best moves that the computer sees, while Hans certainly is out of his preparation by now, because he has spent over 50 minutes to reach this position. There is nothing that alarming in the position, but the advantage of White, it's still that extra pawn, as ugly of a pawn as it is, but White has managed to develop his pieces. All the pieces are out, the pawn is still on the board, and White is putting pressure on Black's weaknesses as well, because let's not forget that the pawn structure for Black too is somewhat shattered when it comes to, for instance, the c5 pawn. So now after knight e4, it is White to move, and I think knight e4 looks very natural, logical. White will have 3 of his pieces attacking the c5 pawn. I was saying nothing immediate to worry about. Maybe there is things to worry about immediately when it comes to, if Black loses a second pawn, now that would be a different story. Then it's not just about how, extra pawn or not, but these are weak pawns for White. Joey, what do you think? Is Hans getting into trouble?
Yeah, again, it's a curious position, because White's got one plan, and that is just to put the knight on e4 and rook c1 and target c5. That's it. And h3, by the way, can I just go back to that moment? I just wanted to stress how important it was, because Black is setting up quite a nasty pin. You know, bishop comes to g4, big threat of the knight jumping into d4, and that you don't want to be allowing your kingside pawns to be absolutely ruined. So h3 absolutely critical, and White's whole justification for playing like this is that if we go to a game position, that if Black were ever to jump in to knight to d4, we saw Hans Niemann go rook e8 after some pause. But knight to d4 is just simply going to be met with g4.
And this
I
is
just wanted to
how
highlight you break
h3, yeah, h3, as you mentioned, Jovi, is a crucial move because it allows white to break out of the pin. You don't often push your pawns in front of the king, but when it comes to something as concrete as this line, then it's a must. And once the bishop is out of this diagonal, there's no longer a pin. You can take on d4, for instance, and after the trades, yes, white's king has been weakened, but white is up a pawn, and with the initiative, this e5 pawn might fall as well. It's going to be very hard for black to keep everything under the protection of the pieces, and you can lose even more than a pawn if you are not careful here with the knight jumping around the board. So this would have been really tough to deal with, as you said, after h3, and that's a big difference, because if you don't play h3, there is no way you can parry those threats. And this is something I think for a lot of beginners that's super instructive, to never allow this, that there's a pin that then is capitalized on by a knight jumping into the center, or if the pawn can be pushed in some other circumstances. A pin is such a difficult thing to deal with. You need to make sure that you have some response before it's too late. And it could be too late even just for the fact that your pawn structure will be damaged. This is now more than just the d pawns being doubled and isolated. If you also get these pawns doubled and isolated, your king will suffer a lot, the consequences. So don't allow pins like that. Don't allow your opponent to capitalize on such a pin. Therefore, h3 crucial. And in so many openings, you need to play h3 or h6 to be ready to push g4 if it's forced, if it's necessary to deal with your pinned piece on f3.
Yeah. And ironically enough, it's something that as an adult learner, you perhaps don't get familiar with. But when you play in scholastic chess, everyone is doing this pin. Some smart Alex somewhere or other learns about this, unleashes it to everyone, wins all of their games, and everyone's like, well, hang on a second, I have to deal with this particular idea. So it's super important, knowing how to break the pin, how to play against the pin. And that's why we're seeing that Hans Niemann, he's having to take measures to defend this pawn on e5 as well. So that's why we saw him keep the tension just that little bit longer and not jump in with a knight to d4 and go rook to e8. But as you mentioned, white is playing with a one-track mind. If we go to the game position, white is literally just thinking, I want that pawn. And I want that pawn on c5. So I'm expecting knight e4 as well to make a whole lot of sense and make an appearance. And I mean, white is actually thinking about things. Do you think white could be thinking about moves such as g4? Or is that just like way too out there? It feels way too out there for me. I am such a safe player that I would just go knight e4 and only then think about going g4, because then the knight is perhaps ready to cover some squares with g3, but g4 feels too much.
I agree with you that g4 feels like a very committal move, and since black is not attacking the f3 knight, it's a move that we are not obliged to play from white's perspective. I think it's good to keep it in the pocket. It's good to keep it for when it's necessary. If black were to attack the knight with knight d4, for instance, or queen f6. And, to be fair, queen f6 is not a threat here, but something like knight d4, you're ready to push g4, but sometimes to keep that as an option is more important than to actually play it. You want to be able to have that in your pocket. You are ready, but you don't necessarily want to play it unless you are forced to. Then again, the computer thinks very differently to us, Jovi. We like it to play it safe. We want to be practical. The computer is like G4, second best move
Is it
of
really?
the engine. Let's go. I don't know why. I don't know why the computer is so happily weakening. The king obviously has no feelings toward how it's going to be something that you cannot take back. You know, that's the worst thing about pawn pushes that weaken your king, that you can never take them back. Pawns don't go backwards, and it's such a tough rule when it comes to king safety.
Well, it was the only other move, Anna, that I could think of that didn't involve knight e4. Knight e4 seemed to me like the move to play, you know, only play. I mean, maybe he's just double checking things. So maybe let's just go and revisit what's going to happen after knight e4. And maybe he's just simply in verification mode. You know, he's thinking, hey, black has some options here. Okay, no. Let's not investigate g4 anymore because knight e4 has been played.
Thank goodness they are humans. By the way, knight e4 is the top move of the computer. G4 was the second best move. So at least we still have some faith in humanity, that normal good moves are still good, human-looking moves.
Yeah. Okay, and so now the job is for Hans Niemann. You know, what is he gonna do? Is he gonna throw all caution to the wind and go like moves that I'm thinking about? Because I always like to play with the pawns. So f5 is one potential. Knight to d4 is another consideration. I guess you could also keep things. No, a knight takes bishop is actually, what is white gonna do? Let's also establish that as well. Is white going to go bishop takes pawn, or is white going to be going knight takes bishop and then bishop takes c5?
So many options. So many options in this position, and that would be the second pawn that white grabs. So it's going to be quite the challenge for Hans. Oh, okay, he says he's ready for the challenge. He's playing knight to b4 immediately. That's a way in which he can block the bishop so that the c5 pawn is only attacked by the knight and the rook of white. And he's counter-attacking. He's attacking the d3 pawn and the a2 pawns at the same time. This is probably the most forcing, the most straightforward way to approach this situation, and also claim that he has compensation and counter-attack as well. I think this middle game is fascinating. This is going to be such a treat to follow, and I'm curious how quickly Lodici will play, because surely he expected knight to b4 as one of the main moves for black.
Yeah, actually it took me by surprise because I was focused on the center. So knight to b4 makes a whole lot of sense. It's very forcing. I think it actually means that black is going to be getting the bishop pair, because I think white is absolutely obliged to go bishop takes knight because of the threat of knight takes d3. And
and knight takes d3 is not just the pawn, but it would pick up one of the rooks. So really important to avoid that knight fork, as you said, Jovi, by capturing the knight. What happens after?
And this is the next question. What happens after? And we have to somehow start making sure that lines are under control, and that I don't think you want to be going moves like knight takes bishop just yet. I feel like the queen on d1 needs to get into the game at some point, but then you don't really want to be going queen c2 because you'd rather that the queen were supporting things. So I'm actually, it's not an easy decision. It's not an easy position at all. But white is an extra pawn to the good. There is that good news. I mean,
yeah,
what
it's
I'm
still
trying
that extra
to
pawn.
think of,
Weird ones, but it is an extra pawn. You're right.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking maybe what I'm dreaming of is going d4, but you cannot do it right now. So maybe you go
because of the pin.
Because of the pin, and maybe you go rook c4, and then at least you have, you can fight for control over the center. But Yeah. No, the reason why I don't want to clarify this position with knight takes bishop is because if white were to ever go knight takes bishop, I feel like that actually benefits black. Queen takes knight, and you're going to have to step up and defend on d3, because otherwise, why did white ruin the pawn structure? Yeah, rook e3, and maybe this is okay. But the bishop will drop back to g6. And as a materialist, I do not like giving back material.
I feel you. I feel you, Joey. That's the only thing that white has here left in this analysis board that we are on currently. Like, that's the only thing left, the extra pawn, as ugly as they are. But if you don't even have the extra pawn, black is gonna be clearly better. I agree with you that it's best, I think, to keep that option of the trade, but not actually take the bishop. So it's a pair of knights fighting against a pair of bishops. Quite an original position with the doubled isolated pawns that are the extra pawn for white. The pin is still annoying, so white could consider moves like the rook e3 to be able to move the queen out of the way, because if we were to move the queen immediately, that's when things like this happen, that the pawn structure becomes even uglier than what it was like. Isolated doubled pawns, and the king has become even more of a problem. Then it's going to be really weak if this happens to the pawn structure. So maybe even moves like rook to e3 to try to solidify the situation. I don't really like particularly the rook on e3. You need to like make sure that there's no like f5, f4 you're stepping into. But something along those lines, or g4, as the computer has been saying. G4 maybe at some point, but I'm not brave enough to play g4. I would not.
Yeah. And this is actually a eternal question, Anna, right? Do you go for the complexity? And we do see that bishop takes knight has been played. Do you kind of go for that simplified position where objectively probably not the best move, doesn't meet the computer stamp of approval, but in terms of for the human mind, it's going to be a lot easier for us to navigate? Or do you kind of, once you get this type of position, lift up the rook and, just say, hey, tension is my friend. I'm going to leave all options on the table. It's a big question, and I would say it's often a question of style. The players who enjoy playing attacking chess like to kind of just go with the pieces. I think that they would keep all the pieces on the board, but those players who are good at strategy, they tend to be very good at calculation, and so I think that they would perhaps embrace this simplicity, because endgames is all about calculation. And John, it is a question that we're grappling with here. What do you think?
I'm absolutely loving that we spent a lot of time taking a look at the complications here in Lodici Niemann, and frankly there's still a lot more to come, and we've only really scratched the surface, and that's only one of the games we have in the playing hall. That level of depth and that level of intrigue makes me really excited for what's to come. I'm taking a look around the other boards as well, some that we haven't looked at yet that there could be fireworks on shortly. Wei Yi's in a decent position. Was taking a look earlier as well at how A Wonder is doing against, for example. That's going to be a fascinating game heading into the middle game. There's so much going on and there's so much to unpack, folks. So go ahead and grab yourself a drink, because we will be checking out more of those games straight after this short break.
To get a few truths in first. Okay, do you think you are a good dancer?
No.
Lie. What? I knew this. You are a terrible dancer, but you have high confidence. That's important. So you are decent.
I actually think I'm a bad dancer. It's one of my pet peeves.
No, but I knew that it's gonna show that. And please.
Wait, so, I have to make moves also.
It's time. It's time for the question.
He's getting nervous even if when you just said that you were going to ask him a question.
Yes. No, because
really nervous.
Because the thread is stronger than the execution. It's one of the chess things. Do you consider me a friend?
Yes.
Yes, true.
Good friend is a different question.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna push it. Obviously, I've had my. Have you ever, as a spectator, rooted against me when I play chess?
Maybe. It could have been. Not sure.
Yes, he did.
He did. I know he did. Okay, that's fine. That makes two of us. Did you hate me for making you walk from Hotel Hoogedaan to our house in Wijkenzee when you were my second?
Briefly, very briefly.
But very intensely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no.
No, hate
fair.
comes naturally to me.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of friends, do you consider Samay your friend?
Yeah.
True.
Oh, I thought it was gonna say.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Do you,
the long was really.
Okay, but that's an easy one, but Samay, the hard one now. Do you actually find him funny?
Yeah, he's extremely funny.
Sometimes.
Do you consider Sagar Shah your friend?
Yeah, very good friend.
Well, sometimes.
Oh my god! We did! Look what he has done! He just lost the pawn and the friend too! Okay, no, but it's fine. Do you think Sagar Shah is a good commentator?
Sometimes. Sometimes he gets very excited, but I think most of the time he's a good commentator, but he has to learn the variation in pitch. Like, not always be on extreme excitement.
So much criticism. We got an expert on commentary here.
I have told him, so it's fine.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Holding on to faded plastic marble lies I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself and you were so goddamn selfish.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup 2025, folks. And don't forget, from now until December the 1st, we've got ChessUp's annual holiday sale occurring. And what that means is you can use the promo code CHESS to save $100 on your ChessUp 2. It's a physical and electronic board, but it syncs to your chess.com rated games, so you can save them and analyze them live on chess.com. It's got built-in Wi-Fi and a touchscreen with touch-sensitive pieces as well. It supports players of all levels. All you have to do is use !ChessUp in chat, and that unlocks $100 off until the 1st of December, which is going to be the lowest price of the holiday sale season. So get in on that while we get back into the playing hall and take a look at some of these games. It is a hive of activity right now. You can see spectators and players alike all over the shop, and we are going to take a look at one of these absolutely wonderful Grandmaster games that has taken a rather interesting turn. It's the game between MVL and Grandmaster Surya Ganguly. So I'm going to leave it over to you folks now to take us through the position and what on earth is going on with those pawns on the king side. Jovi, Anna, what have we got going on here?
Well, Anna, we predicted a story, and in fact, it did actually transpire, because just like we suggested, you know, black did jump in with the knight to d4, the queen did get pushed back, and then white did try and establish that wall of pawns. And I like it when our prediction game is on point, so I'm going to give ourselves a pat on the back and say well done. But g5, that was not on my agenda whatsoever, because black really lashed out there, you know. Just, I understand the point. The point is just simply trying to gain control over the e5 square, but it's a gamble. It's a gamble to do this, because as you've indicated, e5 in the air. And with e5, the knight comes through to e4.
This is looking terrifying. Let's jump into those lines straight away, Jovi, I think, because as you highlighted, this could look terrifying, and that's for a reason. This knight is a monster as it is in the center, but it's becoming even more of a monster if it makes it to f6, attacking the king. Like it's almost checkmate. You could self checkmate if you try to castle and touch the rook instead. I don't know how this would actually occur, but this could happen on move 13. Like, this is how crazy this position is. Of course, Ganguly will not play rook to f8, but the problem is, even if he doesn't step into checkmate, that check on f6 is still an issue. The pawn is hanging too. I mean, this position, you're gonna have to play the delayed bomb cloud with king to e7, and white has so much space. Really strong pieces on g2 and f6, much easier development. You can chase away black's only strong piece by pushing c3. Just get it out of the center and then further launch your pawns as well, because maybe d4 will be something that follows up later, and go and get that king on e7.
Yeah, and I'm again just observing the players' postures. It looks like Ganguly's pretty happy with himself, you know. G5, very creative move, but I guess his whole reasoning behind this is that black is going to be destabilizing the e5 pawn. But as you just indicated, c3, the knight. So okay, e5. That I think is going to happen. It's just too tempting, right? The bishop goes back, and then the knight centralizes itself to e4, and knight to g6 again makes a lot of sense, you know, because e5 is a real thorn in black's side, and you want to dislodge it. You want to just chip away at it. It's the only way you can go there. Give a check. Why not? The black king is forced into the center. You don't want to be sitting on f8, because let's face it, that f line it might get opened any time now, and there's a rook that would be bearing. Yeah, Anna is thinking the same as me, and that would be bad. And so king e7 also makes a whole lot of sense. c3, and I loved your d4 move, by the way. If you can get away with c3, knight c6, and d4, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure if right now, or should we first play knight e2 to guard the pawn, at the same
Okay.
time develop the knight. So I feel like for white, you could even take a move or two to prepare d4, but once you're able to push
Okay.
d4, d5, I feel like the gates of hell will open wide, and this king on e7 will struggle big time, if not like resignation curtains,
Well.
checkmate in 5.
Well, it's happening. It's happening right now as we speak. And
let's get
Black's
up with
whole
the game.
justification. Black's whole justification, though, is that pawn on e5 is not going to stay there for too long, and Black is going to be able to, like, liquidate it, make the exchanges, and then the king won't be that bad on e7. But e5 has been played. Bishop went back to b8 very, very quickly, and knight e4 is the natural follow-through. I mean, also you can go knight f3 as well. If you don't want to put a knight on e4, I don't see any problems with doing what we were advocating before. You know, we were advocating for just development. Black doesn't have any pieces in the game apart from the knight.
I'm just so puzzled, Jovi, that this h5 move on move 5, we talked about how it's a near novelty. The only time this was played, the reason we got into this crazy position is because Ganguly himself chose to play this very original, almost novelty move. It only happened once between two grandmasters in Hungary in 1959, very, very long time ago. So he was the one that wanted to play in a very, not the most mainstream line, to say the least. Goes very original for these flank pawn pushes. But fast forward 5 moves, and he also pushes the g-pawn, which the computer criticizes. And honestly, I think all of us would, because of this e5, knight e4. I don't know what is it that he missed. And I'm so puzzled that he still seems to be comfortable. Wait, Maxim has taken on g5 instead of knight e4. Okay.
Yeah, that
I don't
wasn't
understand
on my
anything.
equation.
Why? Why give up this pawn?
Because you can now take on
Why?
e5. I think it was, obviously Maxim is an incredibly strong player, and I think somehow he, in the horizon, he just couldn't evaluate the position. That was mega complicated after knight to e4. So bishop to e5, and then you got bishop to g3, and the gamble, I think, for Ganguly has paid off. But let's just quickly look at why knight to e4 was so strong, you know, because there were still some questions lingering in the air in our final position after knight to e4. So we were advocating knight e4, knight g6. Otherwise, knight f6 is going to be very uncomfortable. Knight f6 still uncomfortable. King goes to e7, and this beautiful move, love it. And then knight to e2, because I'm sure Maxim got to this position and maybe was thinking, hey, what's going to happen, say, after d6, you know, that kind of move, you know, just to, I'm not sure to take. Maybe you should take. Maybe, maybe no. I don't. Maybe you should take.
Well, do you think he was worried that his pawn on e5? Yeah, that the pawn on e5 could be
That's what I was
grabbed,
thinking of.
and then the knight on f6 will lose the anchor. So yeah, it could have been something as concrete as this is. You are right, because by principle, for sure, he would have played knight e4. He must have been worried about something specific. So let's take a look why this is not working. Apparently, oh gosh, the computer is brutal. The computer is saying you can take the knight, or even, like, who cares you lost your anchoring pawn, who cares your knight on f6 is hanging, just castle, everything is fine. Because if you take the knight, that steps into this f file, and black is going to get punished for it. Up a piece now from black's perspective, but goodness me, this attack, and you are losing your queen at the least, if not getting checkmated. What an attack this would have been.
Yeah, and he probably just didn't see that castle's kingside, you know, because there's quite a fair few moves in. He probably didn't see how castle's kingside is going to be so strong. So I think it's understandable that he chose f takes g5. But But it does mean that Ganguly gets out of hot water here, because now he's got bishop takes e5, and like I said, now he has the center. Now there's some long-term chances for the black position. He just has to navigate his king safety for the time being, but he's out of the deep trouble.
Very much back in the game. Surya Ganguly, the gamble, as you mentioned, Jovi, is paying off. It's still a better position for Maxime, so we must emphasize that this is still better for white, but it could have been so much worse for Ganguly had Maxime gone for the variation with knight to e4, immediately keeping his e5 pawn and securing the f6 square for his knight. He can still go to f6, by the way, but it's not the same since black is no longer stuck. The e5 pawn was just so crucial in making sure that black's pieces were really stuck. The space too for black was much less for development as well. So in situations like this, I mean, I guess even something like this would be better for white. But at least the king is not on e7. At least you can still castle. You know, things could have been much worse.
Yeah.
This is a worse position for black, but it's not a completely lost position. And it looked like the other variation was like pretty much lost.
Yeah. This is a kind of position where all three results are still possible. Well, a lucky escape there for Ganguly. Shall we go to the bird's eye view and check out what's happening? Oh no, let's actually not go to the bird's eye view. Let's check out Faustino Oro. Yesterday, he was player of the day with his victory over Ante Brukic. He went all the way to the 5+3 tie breaks, but there he was incredibly convincing. Today, he has a challenge in the shape of Vidit. Vidit playing with a white piece, and it was quite cool actually, because earlier on in the tournament in round one, Vidit came to the venue and he was checking out Faustino's encounter against Brukic. So it's curious. I'm curious to see how this game has developed. And again, just doing a spot check, it looks like black has absolutely zero problems. Perhaps is even better because they've got the open F line. This looks like a great start.
I agree with you, Joey, for the 12-year-old prodigy who was the player of the day yesterday and knocking out a very experienced Croatian grandmaster, Ante Brikic. And today, playing with the black pieces against Vidit Gujrati, one of the top grandmasters from India, 2700 rated, long-time second of Anish Giri, and he himself, of course, a very strong player. And as you said, he was checking out Faustino's game. No pressure at all. Faustino didn't feel the pressure. He managed to win his tie breaks, and I like his position. I agree that semi-open F-file is promising. This was a real up, as we could briefly go through the opening moves without much detail, but just to see how the players got to where they are, and developing moves, the pin and the bishop retreat to deal with the pin. And then this knight h5 move offering the bishop trade and allowing black to push the f pawn. This is where we are currently after the bishop retreating to g6. That solidifies the knight on h5 as well as opens up the f file for the rook. I find this position very comfortable from black's perspective. The engine slightly prefers Faustino's if you look at the bar being a little bit further down than the 50% mark. I'm so curious where Vidit got surprised in the opening, because if you look at the time management, Faustino has twice as much on the clock. Very comfortable position for black, so he clearly won the opening preparation phase of today's match. And for Vidit, it's already huge pressure that he's 200 rating points rated above Faustino, but Faustino, we all know, is going to be a grandmaster in no time. He's such a strong young prodigy, only 12 years old, but he's taking down big names in speed chess and now also in classical tournaments. So I would not find it easy to be in Vidit's shoes for what this means, playing against the youngest and probably most talented, most of the brightest stars who's gonna jump up 100, 200, 300 rating points in no time. It's such a tough pairing. And also to have to prove that you are the better player with the white pieces, there's also this pressure, you know, in the match, Jovi, you know yourself. It's a mini match of 2 games. So with the white pieces, you really try to get something, but he did get nothing out of the opening with the white pieces.
Yeah, no, it's not easy to play these famous child prodigies, let's face it, because you lose, your name is going to be splashed over all the newspapers in the world. So yeah, tough role, a tough position for Vidit there. But you know, he's been in the candidates. He's a man who has been in these types of situations before. But I agree with you, Anna. It's a problem here for White, you know, how to even think about finding the right idea, because it just feels like Black has some really nice like maneuvers. You can jump in with a knight to f4. You can do that at leisure. You also can, I'm just thinking, double on the f line. Why not try to create some problems? And I also wonder whether d3 is going to be a bit sensitive, you know, with a6 and the bishop bearing down on the d3 square. So it's a game where Vidit probably has to be very patient and come up with a good plan. And with no space, I'm struggling to come up with something concrete. I mean, can you come up with like any improving move whatsoever? Maybe I go knight g. No, I don't even want to suggest knight f1. No, just, what am I even doing with knight coming to f1? I mean, it's not even going to g3.
I think it just emphasizes how difficult it is to improve White's position in a meaningful way, that when you start looking for options, even then it's like, no, I am not convinced. I cannot convince myself that makes sense. Then that's the problem for Vidit, that even though this position it's not a disaster, but it's more pleasant for Black, easier to play from Black's perspective. Also so much more time for Faustino, showing where the psychology of this match is, the pressure, who won the opening preparation phase. There's a lot going on here, and I like your suggestion with a6 to start undermining this bishop. And yes, for instance, White could retreat with a check, but once you step out of the check, actually you don't even need to step out. D5 is a perfectly fine and strong move, gaining further space in the center. It is White who's going to have to struggle with this d3 weakness, and just the fact that Black's pieces have more activity, and Black is the one with the initiative.
Right. Black can just enjoy the space. So for instance, in the analysis position that we have, you don't even need to do anything radical. You don't need to be going e4, d4. You can go king h8, get your king out of the pin, and then the queen can also step up. And White is the one who's going to be constantly reacting to things and having to think, what is going to be my answer after e4? What is going to be my answer after d4? What is going to be the answer after knight to f4? I call this type of maneuvering just enjoying the space. And
yeah,
let's not
enjoying the
forget
space.
d3.
And space is everything. Space is everything, because that impacts how much space your pieces have. That impacts how much activity your whole position has. And the options, there's so many options for Black, while White is on the defensive, trying to make sure that there's nothing immediate going wrong. I so agree with you, Jovi. And Black needs to be patient. Not every direct or forcing move is always the best one. For instance, grabbing the pawn would leave this knight without a defense, and White would have counter chances with this knight sacrifice and then picking up the knight on h5. So it's important to be patient. But I think Faustino, for his young age, he's young but also experienced. For what we mentioned the other day, how nowadays the young players too have nearly as many games in, because they play a lot online. They get that experience in by playing a lot of speed chess, and they can practice online against some of the top grandmasters in the world. So he is only 12 years old, but he's got the wisdom and the experience of hundreds and thousands of games against very strong players.
Yeah, and it's always that 10,000 hours things, right? It used to be the case you had to be a certain age to get those 10,000 hours worth of experience.
Yeah.
By the way, I think that 10,000 number is suspiciously round. I think someone just plucked it out of thin air. It's like the same as the 10,000 steps. It's like, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
You get fit, you just need to walk. Let's just pick a number, the one that sounds best. No, but there's one thing that's true, as you say, you know, the kids these days, they are playing all hours of the day. Faustino was asked, actually, how many hours of chess study does he put in per day? And he said, you know, he goes to school in the morning, and then it's 6
until
hours.
12:30. Yeah. He is like a grown up with a full-time job. School in the morning and then chess for another 6 hours once he's back from school. The whole day he's studying.
Yeah. Yes, and I think the importance as well is that you've got to have an education system that doesn't put too much value on all of those academic qualities, that they, you know, the academic grades, you know, if they recognize, you know, that someone is particularly skilled at one sport, that they say, okay, fine, you do the basics, you do the necessary, just pass them, and then you can focus on developing your talent. Because often in the UK, I'm going to say, is that there's this big emphasis that you have to get the right academic grades in not just one subject, it has to be every single subject. And they don't give children the time that is needed to develop their hobbies. It's like, no, you've got to do your schoolwork and you've got to do homework. So anyway, Anna, don't even get me started on the topic of homework. You know, I have many opinions on everything.
I feel you. I feel you, Joey.
Okay. Well, I did see on the camera there that the arbiter was summoned, and there does seem to be a result, and it was a result on the game between Wojciech and there, but I'll keep you updated on that. Perhaps it was a win for Radoslav Wojciech. But let's go to the game between Wei Yi. Wei Yi making his debut straight into round 2. And he is playing a grandmaster who's been a world chess champion in problem solving. I think he's many times.
Very strong grandmaster from Poland, facing Wei Yi, who of course is the higher rated player here. Extremely strong grandmaster from China. He's the one who has the pressure on to try to prove why he has nearly 200 points rating more next to his name, and I think he's doing great in the opening. By the way, we heard it from our team that Wojciech's game was a draw. They must have called the arbiter to show that it was a repetition of moves.
Yeah, and it was indeed a draw, which perhaps Radoslav will be a little bit disappointed by, because he was at some point winning in that game. But it's only winning if you can find the correct solution. And in this particular position we have in front of us between Wei Yi and Kasper Purin, it's decision time. Bishop takes bishop has been marked by our engine as a key move. Also looks pretty natural if you ask me. You know, you're gonna take the bishop, maybe even win the pawn on e6, attack the queen at the same time, have a knight sniffing around on some of the most dangerous squares, which is e6, f6, d6, and yeah, not easy. Okay, so let's dive in and have a look. Like, why is bishop takes bishop so much better than, say, for instance, knight takes bishop?
Yeah, that's a great question. And at the moment, black is up a pawn, so this is the time for white to either take with the bishop or the knight to get the pawn back. Now it would mean even material, but that knight is so strong, attacking both the queen and the g7 pawn. This king is still in the middle of the board, so is white's one, but I feel like right now the main target is black's king. And while I'm saying it, I'm looking at like, wait a second, there's bishop a5 check, and what do you do? What do you do? You cannot really block with the pawn because there's no one defending it, and moves like bishop d2, I don't know, feel a bit. Is this okay? Am I getting us in trouble here, Joey? Maybe this is still fine, to be fair. The point being, I think the main question that Joey asked, and it is a crucial question, is do you take with the bishop or do you take with the knight on e6? And while the computer's saying taking with the bishop is key, so keeping the knight is important, let's show why not the other move. Let's show why not knight takes and then grab the pawn with the bishop. Why the pair of bishops is not that important here. I think it's a concrete line, Joey. I think it's about this d4 pawn because 3 of black's pieces are attacking that pawn and could grab it immediately. So it could be as simple as you take with the bishop first so that when you take with the knight after, you are attacking the queen, attacking the pawn, but you're also guarding your own d4 pawn. So it's all about the tempo, the initiative, and making sure that this very concrete line keeps the initiative for white.
And you can also back up that knight on e6 with the queen coming to g4. You know, you can start targeting g7. And as we were talking, I began to understand that the king on e8 is saddled on that square. But Anna, it's actually a difficult thing to visualize because we have a natural tendency, you know, to prefer bishops over knights. And where you made the decision and he captured on e6 with the knight, and now it's decision time. I can understand why he did this. He probably was thinking, hey, I can go queen g4, and can black get away with taking on d4 with the queen out there just having some eyes on g7? I mean, maybe black has to just simply castle kingside because the evaluation bar is not impressed at all. Just castle kingside, get the king out of danger. Yes. Always.
Yeah, and giving up the 6 pawn or the 4 pawn because both of those pawns are hanging, but at least making sure that your king is safe. And white's king is still in the middle of the board with the d4 pawn hanging. So this could be the way to handle this. You are right that queen g4 does look like a really strong move, but if black castles, which seems to be quite necessary to tug the king away, no matter if you lose the e6 pawn, no matter if you lose the e4 pawn, but safety first.
Anna, I hate to interrupt, but we have got to go to the Nepomniachtchi game right now. Stuff is happening there. I like the outfit, but we've got to zoom in on the board. Why? What is the action all about?
Is it just that they are approaching a handshake moment, saying that this game didn't promise that much to the higher rated opponent, Jan Nepomniachtchi? 150 plus, my maths is really bad, but it's over 150 point rating difference between the two players, and him with the black pieces. It seems like it was a balanced game, reaching this very even position with 2 minor pieces and the queen each. Very similar pawn structure, almost identical pawn structure. I think we will see a handshake soon.
Yeah. It's certainly looking as level as it gets, right? And the evaluation bar is like staunchly in the middle. There's going to be a few exchanges. One thing I got to say about Nepomniachtchi, he's incredibly well prepared and he's so well booked up. And one thing he does is he tends to play perfect chess. Like he goes down the lines that have been tried and tested, have been well worked out. He knows practically everything there. And he's going for the philosophy that it doesn't worry about rating whatsoever. His job as the player of the black pieces was simply to hold firm, hold the draw, and he's going to try all his might with the white pieces. And the knight comes in, and I'm expecting bishop takes bishop to appear. And
yes, after bishop takes, knight takes, it's a very even position. I didn't know that Nepomniachtchi has tattoos, by the way. Now I'm like trying to figure out what's written on his arm. Because first I was just admiring the patterns on the shirt, but now I'm like, wait a second, he also has tattoos?
Yeah, he got it done, I think, after the World Championship match with Ding. I don't quite know what it says. But sometimes you need to do something a little bit radical because he's been so close. He's been one big step away from being world champion. First, he had that World Championship match against Magnus where it all went wrong for him. Then against Ding Liren where it went to that critical game. And yeah, it's...
Yeah,
I guess it kind of, you want to be doing something.
That context... Yeah, that context explains everything, Jovi, and we have a close-up. I wish we could share that too, but let me read out. Like, is that?
Yeah, go read it.
Yes.
You can read out what it says.
I was just like, oh my gosh. His tattoo says, rise and rise again and again, like the phoenix from the ashes until the lambs become lions. What a tattoo to have on your arm by competing in the top chess events and using that painful, probably most painful moment in your chess career, the match against Ding Liren for Nepomniachtchi, is something that definitely have led to a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of moments of missed opportunities and banging your head against the wall. He's using that moment to rise above and grow from it. That is very inspiring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. It's a useful thing, right, to just turn those bad moments into learning experiences. But this is going to be ending in a draw. There's no question about that. So let's move on to more exciting pastures and go to our bird's eye view. And here, again, I'm tracking the evaluation bars and I'm seeing that Gukesh doing very well there, top left against Nodirbek. Things are also balanced in the bottom right between Bobby Cheng and Peter Lecker. Shall we go and check out the world champion and find out why his position is so good against the 2024 World Junior Champion? Let's do it.
Yeah. This is round 2, and just a quick reminder to those that are joining us now that the top 50 players in the field didn't have to play round 1. So players like the reigning world champion Gukesh Domraju are playing their first game now in the World Cup in Goa. And what a feat for the local fans. You know, this event is in India. They have the world champion there, and also the former world champion Vishyanand. You know, you can see him floating by, watching the games. He's in the press area often and joining the ChessBase India studio. So this is an incredible event worldwide and locally for all the Indian fans in Goa and anyone traveling to Goa. Gukesh is the reigning world champion, needs no qualification spot because the candidate is about who will be his opponent. So he's playing here in order to try to get another title added to his curriculum. He has just played rook f2 e1. Jovi, let's explain why White's position is better. The material is even, but White's advantage, according to the evaluation bar, is quite significant.
Right. Can I add one, like slightly, I don't know whether it is mean or whatever, comment to like why Gukesh is here. Because Gukesh is actually one of the sweetest people in the world, so I'm sure this didn't even occur to him. He's here purely to get better at chess, but also logically it helps eliminate a potential competitor, right? If he beats someone along the way,
I didn't even think
he
about
knocks them.
that. Yeah.
Make sure that they never get to the candidates. So
get them before they can challenge you in the World Championship match.
Exactly.
That's an interesting take. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he also just simply enjoys the opportunity to play as many strong events as possible. So I think for him, the main objective is to play against the toughest opposition. He wants to get better and better and improve. And he takes every opportunity as a learning as part of the learning process, improving, learning from his own mistakes. So that's always just really incredible to see that no matter whether this event counts for him or not, for any qualification or title, this is a really strong event, and he's here to play against some of the top grandmasters in the world. Today, it's looking really good for Gukesh, and after having played rook fe1, he's ready to move that bishop away from e3, which would have created a discovered attack. Let's show by making a random move for black if there was anything concrete on the e-file. Maybe even just the fact that if the bishop moves away, it's quite uncomfortable that the queen has to step away, but in a way that it will continue guarding the e8 rook. You cannot just go elsewhere because the rook on e8 will be up for grabs. So if something like c6, bishop f4 happened, black would have had to play a retreating move to the back rank. And just the fact that it's even material, but black's position is so undeveloped, and it's really hard to develop your pieces. Jovi, look at all these pieces on the back rank, all the weaknesses on the dark squares. White's pieces are all active and ready to strike. So really, really unpleasant to play this from black's perspective. Queen f8, I think, was the right choice. Get out of the discovered attack before it even happens. And hope for the best. Try to develop your pieces.
Right. I think the problem here, as you kind of summed it up so beautifully, is that white basically has a clamp. It's so difficult for black to unravel, develop the bishop on c8. And it's super important, I think, not to concede like the d6 square, because when you posted up that bishop on d6, there literally wasn't a single developing move that that knight on d7 could make. And the bishop on c8 tied down to the defense of b7, and if the bishop is not working, the rook on a8 is out of the equation as well. And basically white just, again, enjoys the space. You can take your time, you don't have to do anything forcing direct every single move. You can play the kind of moves like h4, h5, you know, just take as much space as possible on the king's side. You don't need to come up with anything radical, because invariably, with this desire for black to break out, they're going to be the ones that's going to be forcing matters. They're perhaps going to be sacrificing a pawn or just forcing you to respond to their plans. So queen f8, I think is kind of a little bit of a necessary move, but it still feels like it's difficult, very, very difficult. So like now, if we go to our game position, I mean, how can white maximize their position? Because it's very, very nice. Okay, we don't need to answer that question, Anna, because
Gukesh answered it for us. Thank you so much, Gukesh.
Queen c2, and
what's the idea? Why do you think he's retreating to c2 with the queen when it looked active on b3? What's the point of placing it on c2?
So my first instinct is just to get it out of harm's way so that a4 doesn't come with tempo. And as white, you're not really worried about knight c5 because the rook on e8 is a little bit loose. So if I were black, let's try a4. Just to... I mean...
Can I show knight c5 real quick? Because I think it's really important what you mentioned, that because the queen is overloaded, it has too many jobs to do at the same time. This would lose material. If you were to take back, you lose your rook. And if you don't want to lose the rook, you could play rook takes e1, intermediate move, but this is just as bad because of the back rank. You have to give up your queen in order to keep the game going. So this would have been an immediately losing move if you play the nice and natural looking knight to c5. Sometimes active moves are not as active as they seem. You gotta be careful with what you leave behind. Queen c2, I like this, Jovi. And the other move you were mentioning is a4.
Yeah, just like a kind of little bit of a non-move, just so that we can maybe, and the valuation bar rose all the way up for white. So that means that there's actually something really, really good in the position. It's not just to go h4 or something. So what could it be? So maybe we've kind of stumbled upon Gukesh's like deep idea as well. Queen c2 is pointing at h7. So is there anything? Oh, maybe there's knight g5.
I like it. Immediately threatening checkmate in one. It's usually not a bad thing to do. And for black to deal with it, you either have to take this knight or push g6. h6 would not do anything because it does leave the square still available. So do not blunder in that way. You can play either g6 to block the diagonal, weakening the dark squares so it has its price, or you need to give up your bishop for the knight, leaving white with the pair of bishops and the open e-file. Again, black is still not fully developed, and it's hard to develop your pieces when white is already so active. There's pressure on the b7 pawn, the e-file is white. I think this is a nearly decisive advantage, if not already decisive advantage, and that's equal material on the board. But white's pieces are really active, while black can barely move theirs.
Yeah. Okay. So that's basically the idea behind Gukesh's Queen c2. We've kind of hit the nail on the head. He wants to go knight to g5. Simple chess and get the bishop pair and leave black completely struggling. You know, it's an open position. Having a set of bishops would be really favorable for him. For g6, then you've got like knight e4.
Yeah, this is probably the less of the lesser bad choice for black, to try to hold the king side, not give up the bishop, tuck the bishop in this g7 square, but still just really unpleasant for the fact we mentioned about the development of black. Hard to develop your pieces. You need to move away the knight in order to develop the bishop. Where do you move the knight? Even if you do that, the b7 square, the b7 pawn is still an issue. And as soon as you move the knight away, white's pieces will continue getting even more important squares and activity toward your position. So really tough one to defend from black's perspective. Really good game by the reigning world champion, putting so much pressure on his opponent. And I think he's clearly enjoying what's happening in this middle game. It's only move 19, but it's a near decisive advantage with equal material on the board.
Yes, so it also means that black has to tread tremendously carefully. So you have to get into your opponent's mind and understand why did they go queen c2 and not just be so literal, like, oh, well, it's to deal with a4. No, it was to do with the knight coming to g5. So, I mean, we saw that in that variation. If white got that knight to e4, then the queen on f8 was completely trapped. You know, the bishop was maybe coming to c5 if the black knight ever left g7. And we saw so many like promising possibilities if black was forced to give up the bishop pair. But what happens after h6? h6, you know, take that square away. I guess there's nothing stopping white from... Still, that knight getting to e4 is still very, very nice. But whether it's the be-all and end-all, I don't know. But how would white continue here?
Yeah, you could still do that maneuver or play knight to d4 to simply jump into the center, open the long diagonal up, make it, again, a lot harder for black to develop, and threatening knight b5 to grab that pawn, threaten a knight fork. White's pieces are so active, it's really hard to tackle all these threats. So I agree with you that h6 would prevent knight g5, but maybe knight g5 is not the only worry here for black. It's just a very difficult situation when white is already ready to continue with the initiative and grab the attack, while black is struggling to develop all his pieces. Maybe something like knight to e5 and try to offer a trade. But white is not obliged to take that knight at all. You could still play knight g5 or knight d4.
Yeah. No, I love your knight to d4 move. Like, for instance, you do it now in this particular variation, knight d4, And how is the bishop on c8 getting developed? You know, you have to go c6, and you concede squares, and I'm thinking b6 and d6. That's exactly my point, and they're squares that white can control. So yeah, I love your f4. Oh yeah, that's just mean, Anna.
Sorry, I'm a mean
Right,
person.
the knight back to g6. No, I'm with you. Chess is chess. Yeah. Oh no, this is not good. Not good for one bit. So okay. So Gukesh having a tremendous position there. I guess Nodirbek just has to take hope from the fact that at the minute he doesn't have a material deficit. His problem is with piece activity, and that's a question of timing. And so if Gukesh is imprecise, then he might be able to bring this one back from the brink. Time to go to our bird's eye view, Anna?
Yes, absolutely. There's so much going on. This is round 2 of the FIDE World Cup, and it's looking good for the reigning world champion, Gukesh, on board 1, but there's just so many games happening. Of course, this is one of the most thrilling, grueling formats in chess, the World Cup and knockout system, and we'll definitely go and revisit some of the games we analyzed earlier, and also go to games we have not looked at yet, because there's a lot going on here between the top grandmasters of the world and some of the young prodigies like Faustino Oro.
Yeah, Faustino, we can see that on the bottom left. Bottom left, well, there has been some clarification in the position, because it was very difficult for Vidit playing with the white pieces to come up with a plan. So that's why he's determined the center by pushing that pawn to d4. But Faustino has responded in an aggressive manner. It's the round, I feel, where we're potentially beginning to see some big surprises. You know, the pairings are a lot more evenly matched. The big guys, yes, they've entered the building, but they're meeting a whole load of players that are ready and waiting for them. John, do you think that we're going to be seeing some surprises this round?
I do think we're going to be seeing some surprises. We've had some really exciting choices of opening and the way the players are choosing to navigate the middle game in this round. If I think back to round 1 when things started getting spicy, maybe on the second day, I felt like it started happening maybe an hour and a half after this point. So the fighting spirit has definitely entered the arena. And I'm going to throw the question back at you guys before we go to a break to have a think about the games that we've covered so far today, and maybe some players that typically play it safe or and have taken a risk today, or players that have gone out of their way to go outside of the opening book and do something unusual. We saw games like Faustino Vidit, Gukesh Nodirbek, Lodici Niemann was the first game we took a look at. Ganguly MVL has been crazy as well. But we'll start with you, Jovi, but I'll ask the question to you both. Is there a player who you think they're stepping outside their comfort zone here, or they're taking some extra risks on purpose?
Anish Giri would be my answer to that. You know, he played a very combative opening with the black pieces. He's got the bishop pair, but his king, if you look at it, second board on the left, it is a little bit exposed, and he decided to take on his opponent right where he knows his opponent is pretty strong, and maybe has things worked out. So Anish is the person that I would say is trying a different brand of chess. You know, normally we associate Anish with some heavy analysis straight out of the opening, tends to be relatively mainstream, but he's been experimenting over the last few years and trying out different styles of plays, and it seems to be working for him.
How about yourself, Anna?
I agree with what Jovi said about Anish's game, and we certainly have seen quite a few surprising moments in this round. Ganguly comes to my mind as a player who also decided to take risks by playing h5 on move 5, and it's one of those games where the risk is not paying off. It's always amazing to see the courage, the bravery that someone would go on the not so well-known path, maybe play something dubious or risky. Ganguly wanted to surprise Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and he did. But even though Vachier was surprised, he's of course a very experienced and strong player, and he handled the pressure very well. We can see the evaluation bar showing quite some advantage for the Frenchman. So sometimes, you take risks and you hope for the best. It sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't. Regardless of that, of course, for Ganguly, it was a courageous and brave decision, and he's the underdog in that matchup. So he's trying his best to make up for this worst position. And can I also just give a shout out to Faustino Oro, the youngest player in the World Cup, only 12 years old, and he has a better position against the 2700 rated opponent Vidit, one of the top players in the field. He could very well be the one bringing the biggest surprise result of the day if he manages to keep going like this and win with the black pieces against Vidit.
Well, one thing's for sure, risks are being taken left, right and center in this playing hall, where the tournament format is especially brutal, but is providing us with some scintillating entertainment. We're going on a break now, folks, and when we come back in a couple of minutes, we wait and see whether more of these middle games will finally start to resolve. See you in a few.
When we spoke after round 2, you said that your goal was to win.
Yeah.
And now you've actually won.
Yeah.
How did you prepare for that? I understand you work on your own.
Yeah. So, I had no coach right now.
When you're not playing tournaments, how do you improve your chess so rapidly?
Mostly I study opening books, and then I put that on the computer, analyze with the engine, and try to find some novelties. But in the near future, I think I will need to have a coach or a second.
So basically, 2008, 2009 were breakthrough years for me. I was number 250 in the world in early 2008. Like my rating was 25, 26. And then I went all the way up to 70 in the world. So this one right here, I won this in 2008 in the Dubai Open. One of the nicest trophies I ever had. It's quite heavy. It's a golden plated horse. Also, one of the strongest opens I ever won in. And I was 14 years old at the time. I think I was seeded number 10 in the tournament, but I won it miraculously. And I just want to show this one also. I used to travel with this stuffed toy many years ago, just as a stress reliever. But you can see, I love cats and animals.
And then the winner of the Grandmaster Group C of last year from the Philippines, Mr. Wesley So, he qualified for the B tournament. Another strong young player.
My mother is an accountant. In 2009, she got a job offer from Canada to move there. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to move to Canada at the time. I was 15 years old. I was very young. I had no idea what's happening or what I want in life. So I thought it'd be better for my chess career to stay in the Philippines. Honestly, like I want to keep playing chess. I put in a lot of work. I had a lot of databases. And the president of the Chess Federation, he's been supportive towards me. He has 2 condominiums in Manila, which were empty. So he offered to lend me one of those. So I decided to accept his offer. So this was mid-2010. I was just finishing high school. I had no idea how to pay bills or electricity and all that. But I thought it seems like a good idea at the time. I was 16. I didn't really get along well with my parents all too much. My mother didn't. She never been to any of my tournaments. She doesn't think that playing chess is a good career with all this traveling. So okay, yeah. But then she left. Meanwhile, my father is very strict, so I didn't really get along with him too much. I thought it's the best of both worlds. So basically, long story short, all my family moved to Canada and Toronto. Meanwhile, I decided to stay. I had friends in the Philippines. I thought I could play chess. Try to reach my goal of making it to 2700. Looking back now, it was obviously a mistake. I got into some bad company, relatively bad friend, got introduced to alcohol, video games. So basically my chess didn't go anywhere. I don't think anyone can really do that if you're 16 to live by yourself in Manila. So I think the moral of the story is you can't become a chess professional on your own. Like you can never do it by yourself. That's why my situation is so much better now, because I clearly need help. So one of my friends in late 2011, he said it'll be best for you to go to a university and try to get a degree so you have a fallback position. I also thought that, oh yeah, it's for the best. So I got some offers in the United States. Looking back, I don't even know what I was doing or thinking in those days. I just, like, I see this and then I do this. I see a scholarship and then I take a scholarship. Like, I didn't even know what to study or what degree I should take. But yeah, I mean, moving to the United States was one of the very best decisions I ever made in my life. You know, we were students, so you can't really earn anything. Like, I didn't have much money. Because most of my savings was with my family in Canada. But I came to this country with $2,000 in my pocket and a bunch of old clothes. And that's all I had, really.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup live from Goa in 2025. I don't know what other year it would be, but if you're watching this on catch up in 30 years, we're still alive. Ha ha ha! Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever in the world you're joining us from. We are properly in the middle game now, and the players are all over the playing hall. Lots of excited spectators gathering around some of the boards as well. And in our daily game of what has changed here, I can see the producers are being particularly evil-eyed and giving us a rather sharp eval bar in the bottom right, as Sipenko against Abasov there is looking rather incredible considering the amount of time we've spent in this round so far. So Jovi, I'm gonna throw it straight in there for you to take a look at, because this looks remarkable to say the least, and king safety is something that's been left by the wayside.
Yeah, you're talking about king safety. I mean, that is the ultimate question on that particular position. And it just looks like things went tremendously wrong for Nijat Abasov. Remember, Abasov, one of the stars of the 2023 World Cup, where he qualified 4th place, got himself a spot in the candidates, courtesy of Magnus not taking up his spot when he won the 2023 World Cup. But here, it doesn't even look like Black has even managed to get going. Yesipenko has just been ruthless, and we're probably coming in right then the closing moments where things are about to get finished, because that king on c8 with the queen and a rook hovering around and the d pawn about to also make an appearance, it's going to be over any time now, because when the rook steps up to block the check, I'm expecting moves such as dc5. dc5, you're threatening c6, and you're not going to get out of that one. And has it appeared, Anna, or is that you?
I think it's both. I think I wanted to make the move, and I think it also has been played. So we are very much in sync with the players and the analysis board. This is a crushing attack. As you mentioned, the threat is c5 to c6, and if Black were to capture this pawn, then the queen leaves the a6 pawn unguarded. You can still go to d8, so it's not a checkmate immediately, but oh boy, there's problems on the back rank, and you are losing your rook. I think we're going to see resignation in no time, because Black has no defense against either c6 or losing the rook on the back rank. There's way too many threats to parry.
Yes, And on our cameras, we can catch a glimpse of Yesipenko. Even the arbiter knows that it's over for black as they're hovering around, getting ready to make sure the players sign the score sheet. And Yesipenko giving us the look that it is over. It is over for the opponent. He knows it is completely won. There's just nothing to be done. But for Abasov, it's a nightmare start to his World Cup 2025 dreams.
It is a nightmare start, and it's going to be very hard for him to make a comeback from this with just 2 games in each mini match. So the same players will be back tomorrow for the second part of round 2, where Abasov will have the white pieces against Andrei Yesipenko. So at least there's that he's going to have the white pieces, but he's going to be in a must-win situation because there's absolutely no way out of his current position. Everyone is gathering around the board, waiting to see the end of the game. And it's fascinating what went wrong and how quickly things went wrong in this game. We are on move 24, and you usually don't see very strong grandmasters collapsing at such an early stage of the game, with their king being fully exposed.
Yeah, and you're right. We're definitely going to backtrack and revisit this game because it was pretty instructive, Anna, you know, how Yesipenko conducted that deadly attack. But that's Yakuboev, I think, right next to Yesipenko. He can't quite believe his eyes as he's looking at the board. He's trying to find a way for Abasov to defend, but there is no defense whatsoever. In fact, black's best is simply to go queen takes pawn and go into the line that you indicated where black voluntarily gives up the rook. There's no other defense whatsoever.
And if that's the best move for black, he may as well resign on a grandmaster level. Losing a rook is the definition of, you don't even allow these moves to happen because you signed a score sheet before this would play out. Picking up the rook on h, it's so instructive. Like, it's very instructive. And as you mentioned, Joey, we could take a quick look at the last couple of moves on how this attack became such a monster to deal with. D4 here was the start, d3, d4 to push the pawn, fight for the center, and bishop to d6 was an inaccurate move by Abasov. That's where the problems began. Bishop to a6. What a beautiful attacking move. You cannot capture the bishop because that would open up the long diagonal and lead to checkmate in 1. Bishop a6 is probably the move that was missed by Abasov. Interesting that that's a move that you could play earlier too, but it wasn't that strong before the bishop is on d6, because then you could defend by offering a queen trade. We were discussing this the other day with Joey, how offering a queen trade when you're on the defensive is one of the best defensive resources you have. Without the queens on the board, the king would feel so much safer. So this is a key tool, and if you give a check, for instance, you can just continue offering a queen trade, and because the bishop is hanging, white will eventually have to settle for a repetition or trading off the queens from the board. I think that's it. That was the end of the game. I'm sorry I went into analysis mode and I didn't catch how it all ended with, I think this was the final position, if I'm not mistaken. Well, we analyzed white winning the rook in the corner with this beautiful skewer. What a game by Andrei Yesipenko.
Yeah, it was an incredible demolition job there from Yesipenko. And Anna, I mean, the game was so remarkable because I almost want to take us back there and just to revisit like more of that bishop a6 and see how exactly Yesipenko managed to crash through, because we can look, like the best move, 11 of the best moves, 95.4% accuracy. Whereas poor Abasov had 86.2% accuracy, which is still a very, very high number. You know, if I got 86.2% in a test, I'm chuffed to bits. But this is the move I wanted to draw everyone's attention to.
I love that, Joey. And I would also be proud if I played with that kind of precision. But it's not enough against a 2700 rated opponent like Yesipenko. B5! Double exclamation mark, sacrificing the bishop. And if black were to accept the sacrifice and capture the bishop, you don't take on a6. You take the more precious pawn, the c6 pawn, attacking the queen and preparing for your rook to enter to b7. Then the d pawn as well can join. For instance, if it was queen e6, you just keep going. You keep pushing these pawns, chasing the black queen away. And I thought it's about rook b7, but in reality, the rook is already very active and strong and can come to b7 whenever you want it. What you need is to make sure you have more attacking pieces. You've got this c6 pawn, you've got the rook, but we need more than that in order to checkmate. And something like queen d3 or queen e2, in order to bring the queen into the attack, that would have been the final touch to this beautiful piece sacrifice on a6. There is no defense, nothing you can do about the fact that the queen is coming in, and then it is checkmate. I was going to play rook b7, but no, that's not checkmate because then there's a square here. Let's just play queen to b7, checkmate in one.
Yeah. Beautiful. b5. I mean, what a beautiful find there from Yesipenko. Can we just quickly see how it all played out? Okay, so c5 appeared.
Yeah, because after b5, you're right, it wasn't taken, but the pawn just keeps going in order to open up the b5. And again, this bishop is just as untouchable. If you were to take it, I was thinking of the check first, but it feels like this is even stronger because if you take on c5, you're attacking the bishop, and the bishop cannot take the pawn because then it is again the same checkmate pattern with queen a8. So crucial to play in the most precise move order, and b takes a6, b takes a7. This is the game. So piece up for black, but this pawn is about to promote. The only way you can deal with that is by capturing the pawn, and that led to queen to c6 check. If you play queen c7, then things will collapse after queen takes a6 and rook b7, picking up the queen. So after queen c6 check, black tried to defend by playing bishop c7, but that opens up the 6th rank, and now another check with the queen, rook to d7, and d takes c5. This was the crucial move. Just a tiny pawn, but it's more than a pawn in this position. The pin you cannot escape from. You're threatening c6, and if the pawn is captured, which is what happened in the game, queen takes a6, and once the queen is on the back rank, you pick up the rook and win the game. I think just one final thought to this, Jovi, that if the black king tried to run and step out of the pin, which also was an option for Abasov to try to continue the game, I think a simple move like rook to d1, offering a rook trade, but pointing out how the rook on h8 is not contributing at all. The queen on a7 is out of the game as well. The bishop on c7 is blocking the way. All of black's pieces are not in harmony, all over the place. Chaos is what you see on the board. King in the middle of the board, up a piece, but there's absolutely no teamwork in black's position, and that led to this collapse of the safety for the king.
Yeah, very, very instructive as well. You know, moving the rook, removing the defender, inviting everyone to the party. Beautiful game there from Andrei Yesipenko. 9 games have finished, 55 ongoing, and someone who is also doing incredibly well, it is Matthias Bluebaum, who is playing against Ahmed Adli. Ahmed yesterday had an incredibly tough tiebreak against Karen Grigorian, but Bluebaum, he had a fantastic ground Swiss. He managed to finish in 2nd place, which means he got the 2nd spot. So he's here also again as training, just to test himself. Let's just take a peek into his game position, because when I last visited it, Bluebaum was just a piece up, and you have it on the board, and Bluebaum's still a piece up. I mean, can we just have a look at how this extra piece just came about? So if we kind of backtrack just a few moves.
Yeah, it feels like it was just an oversight, maybe a miscalculation by Ahmed Adli from Egypt, who took on a2 in order to undermine the defense of the b3 rook. So if you capture the bishop as white, then your rook will be taken, and this was the whole point of the knight takes a2 move. But maybe what he missed was this beautiful queen to b2, not taking the knight but just guarding the rook, so neither the bishop nor the knight is taken. And I think that's something I also should have shown, that if queen takes a2, then the problem is this pin. And there was this beautiful sacrifice leading at least to a perpetual check. You cannot take the rook with the rook because of the pin, and if you take with the pawn, then queen g5 check, and there's going to be constant checks coming on the g and h files leading to a draw. So that was, I think, the point of the capture. But queen to b2, it goes where you wanted it, but just one square short, guarding the rook. And this knight cannot come out of a2. So even though it's not an immediate fireworks, the problem is your knight has no way out of that square, and that's how he lost the piece. Knight takes a2, queen b2, exclamation mark, knight to c3 was played, but again, after either the knight or the bishop is captured, this is a piece up for white. This is a tricky move if you were to take the knight. Honestly, I was thinking it's a tricky move, and maybe you can even give up the rook. Maybe it's just fine to blunder into this pattern, because once you capture on e2, you have given up your rook, but you have two minor pieces for the rook, and it's one of those positions where the two minor pieces seem very strong, as well as thanks to this h6 pawn, the black king is really vulnerable. It feels like there will be attacks coming shortly, even if the position is not collapsing immediately. Like, you cannot play queen e5 or queen e6 because black is so far defending those squares. But I just think that this is looking terrible. Even something like a knight maneuver, knight d2, knight e4, the queen coming in is one of the moves that the computer really likes, to attack the rook and try to get to the 7th rank immediately.
Well, white has played
and
something.
I think we have
They've
a
got
move
to
here,
this position,
d5.
Anna.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
d5.
Moving even stronger. Wow, Jovi, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a very
Your
flashy
thoughts?
move. Yeah, it was unexpected, right? Because that is the definition of a protected square. d5 defended by a queen and a pawn. Now, obviously, you can't capture on d5 with a pawn or a rook, because there you interfere with the protection of e6 and queen e6 check, regardless of whether you take with the pawn or the rook. Then you're going to drop the rook on c8, and that's going to be curtains for black. So instead, yeah, we always show to checkmate. I forgot that golden rule.
And the same with rook takes. You are right. You are right,
Yes.
Joey. That it's crucial to show that then the rook would be in the way of the black queen's defense, and it leads to the same checkmate. In fact, not the same, because bishop f6 is a different one. Let's show this one too. There's so many checkmates in this position.
I was going to say queen takes rook is also possible, but that mates in 2. And why mate in 2 when you can mate in 1? So, okay, either you're capturing on d5 with the queen, or you're going e5. I think there's no two ways about it. You have to cover the e6 square. So let's try queen takes d5, because after all, it
Which has
wins back
just
some
been
material.
played,
And
yes.
if white doesn't win,
Yeah, this is indeed the game. Queen takes d5 and rook to d1 by Matthias Bluebaum. What a game. He won a piece because of Ahmed Adli's mistake, but then he gives up his rook to get the second piece, 2 minor pieces against the rook, and then he gives up a pawn just so that he can continue with the initiative, open up the d file, and claim that his pieces are so powerful and so active that black has no defense. The queen has to go somewhere, let's say offers a queen trade. But what's worrying for black is that even if you were able to get the queens off of the board, this looks like a terrible endgame still, with the rook on the 7th rank attacking the pawn. Your king could still be in checkmate patterns. As crazy as this is, with a few pieces left only on the board, it's so instructive, because white has 2 minor pieces, for a rook and 3 pawns, I was going to say, but I can't count 2 pawns. A rook and 2 pawns by mathematics is more than a knight and a bishop. A knight and a bishop is 3 pawns or 3 points each. A rook is 5, a pawn is 1. So 2 pawns, that's 7 points or 7 pawns for black, and 2 minor pieces is 6. Material-wise, this is what should be better for black, but it's not. Jovi, tell us about all the factors why this position is bad for black, even regardless of the extra pawn.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is our friend King Safety. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we could change the rules of chess and have it so that if you lost the king, the game wasn't over. It was at the end of the day, a set amount of time, and whoever collected the most pieces would win. But that would be a different game. It would not be chess. As it stands, once the king is checkmated, the game is over. And this is the big problem, as Anna's indicating. That king on g8, it's vulnerable to so many things. A knight is coming into d4 in order to do some nasty business. There's also this pawn on h6. We mentioned it many moons ago, actually, in a different round where we talked about Alpha Zero, how it wanted to come up with this new idea. You advance the h pawn, not to attack the king, but to actually be a really good endgame pawn. And from there, it just keeps the king honest there on g8. You've got ideas of the rook coming over to g8, and it's the fact that black is so far behind with the a and the b pawns. I mean, they're worthless because the most pressing danger right now is the black king. So it's always a question when you're playing these pieces, these positions with piece imbalances, where you consider what your pieces do as opposed to what they actually are.
That's so instructive, Joey, and so well said. All these factors making white's position a decisive advantage, a winning position, even though it's supposedly material down, a rook and 2 pawns fighting against 2 minor pieces. But those rooks, the black rooks, unfortunately have not much going on. You can give a few checks, and that's, I think, important to show that if black starts giving checks, it will lead to the following position. Rook to c1 and then rook h5. One could think that it's black who is attacking now, but once the king makes it to g3, the sad reality for Ahmed Adli will be that there's no more checks, no follow-ups, and even if you were to capture the pawn on h6, it's still not that big of a deal. In fact, once the king is, let's say, on f7, you simply move the bishop out of harm's way and show that this position, now a rook and 3 pawns fighting against 2 minor pieces, is just incredible. It's incredible to see how powerful and active white's pieces are, and you are going to lose some material one way or the other. I'm going to show an example of how these 3 pieces mean the world in this endgame. You're threatening rook d8, checkmate in 1. You are threatening rook g7 if by any chance, for instance, rook c8 guarding the back rank prevents the checkmate. Then you have this check. Stepping to h8 would mean losing because of... actually, sorry, not even that. I wanted to win the rook, but why not give checkmate in 1? With those 3 pieces, pointing out how terrible everything is, and if the king goes to f8, this is also just as bad. For instance, knight d7 check, king to e8. Actually, did I mess it up? I mean, you can always repeat moves, but other than repeating moves, the main problem is there's all sorts of checkmate nets around the black king. Even if it's only 3 pieces left with no pawn anymore on h6, you are threatening. Now, with the rook on e7, you threaten knight d7 check, king goes here, then you give the check on g8, and the black king can no longer go back. To just show the idea being the following, rook takes g6 checkmate would be one of the many ways in which this game can end.
Beautiful. I always say 3 is the magic number when it comes to attacking the enemy king, and you showed it to perfection there, Anna. So Ahmed Adli, he's sport for choice. Well, he's not sport for choice. It's Matthias Blubaum, my apologies, who's sport for choice, can preserve the queens. can, of course, keep them on the board if he wants a faster solution, but it's all good for Matthias. And going back to our bird's eye view, let's look at the progress on some of the other boards, because we've had an eagle eye on some of the other games, and I see that there's been a lot of developments in the game between Lodici and against Niemann. So when we left it, it was a case of 2 knights against 2 bishops. Now it's bishop against a knight, and the black rook has made its way to f2, but a white pawn is still on d2, but a black pawn is now on d3. Anna, can we just quickly do an action replay here? Because how did this happen?
Sure. Let's go, I guess, all the way back to where we left it, and I'm gonna be as fast as I can because I feel like this game will end soon. It was the fight of 2 knights against 2 bishops with up a pawn for white, but those are doubled and isolated pawns, so very dynamic position. And g4 was played by Lodici. He had a lot more time than Hans. He came to the game very well prepared, and all of these moves are very powerful, so it was looking great for white. Advantage, not just for the extra pawn, but now also the activity of the white pieces. And Hans had to find a way out. After the queen trade, d4 was an extremely strong move. You cannot take this pawn because of the check, sacrificing the knight but grabbing the rook on e8. What a beautiful pattern. This did not happen, of course. Hans did not take the pawn but pushes f5 instead. And then came this moment where everything is looking good for white, but it's still quite chaotic and you need to calculate precisely. Apparently white had to take on e5, allow bishop h3, and then just count on the power of these connected pass pawns and the 2 knights prevailing over the 2 bishops. He didn't play this. This was the moment where Lodici went wrong. Instead of capturing the pawn on e5, he played king g2, guarding his pawn, which gave the chance for Hans to strike back, attack the rook, and then grab the pawn on d4. The rook takes d7 is double exclamation mark because of this tactical pattern, winning the rook back, but it was no longer a winning advantage for white. And what we see if we fast forward to the current endgame is a knight versus a bishop. There's just no way of getting out of these constant checks now. After bishop c5, king f4, bishop d6, I think we're gonna see a repetition of moves and a handshake.
Yes, and the players are repeating super quickly, and that's how the mystery was solved. Because I was puzzled, how on earth did a black pawn get to d3? Well, you gave us our solution and eye contact from the players. It is a draw, and this now means that for tomorrow it's going to be all on Hans Niemann, who will return with the white pieces. Can he set problems for the Italian Grandmaster Lorenzo? Well, we'll find out tomorrow when the broadcast returns. But it does feel like Hans has the slight advantage because he did what he had to do. He survived a dodgy position with the black pieces. Now he's playing white in game 2, but still anything can happen. These are fantastic players, and I can see that the evaluation bar, we've always got to follow the evaluation bar, Anna, so they're on all the way on white's favor in the game between Aroni and Gukesh. It's the second one on the right at the bottom. Let's head there. Aroniak yesterday having a fantastic day, you know, beating Matthias Bartel, and he's India's highest rated international master. So I'm no doubt that Aroniak will be a grandmaster very, very soon. But for now, it looks like there's not enough defenses around the Black King.
Yeah, and just the fact that their names are so similar. Honestly, when you first mentioned his name, I thought you were talking about Levin, that Levin had an amazing day yesterday. And then I was like, wait, but he's in the top 50. He didn't play yesterday. Oh, his opponent is Aroniak. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, how could he not become a grandmaster so soon if he literally has one of the coolest names in the chess world? So Aroniak here with the black pieces. Today, struggling, unfortunately, against Aronian, who has just played before we reach the current position. It was queen takes g4 check, king h8, queen d4 check, f6, queen d2. This is how we reached this attacking position where Aronian was threatening checkmate in 1 with queen takes h6. The only way to defend against the checkmate is by playing rook to f7. It just goes to show how, even though white is down a full rook, this position is completely winning for white. There's absolutely no defense on h6. If you play king to g7, let's just show that that would have run into rook e7. All you need is these 3 pieces for white for the winning attack, because black's king side is so damaged, and the only defensive piece is this rook, but it's actually not helping much at all in the cause. Nothing to do when it comes to the h6 square. So king g7 would have run into that issue. He's giving the rook back with rook to f7. Of course, you should not take on h6, because then you will end up losing your queen. Not every move wins. You need to still calculate precisely. After rook f7, I'm expecting Aronian. Actually, he did. He already has taken the rook on f7. Bishop takes. And now king to g7.
Yeah. Is the only try for black. You do this or you resign. And now the black king just got no defenses though, Anna. And so I'm looking at moves such as rook to e7. Is that good enough? You do have to calculate what's going to happen after queen takes d6. And if you don't want to even bother calculating what happens after queen takes d6, you just simply go rook g1. That's another way to put the pressure on.
Rook g1, I love that move. Pinning the bishop, threatening to take it. Yes, our bishop is hanging too, but that would be a position to demonstrate how the heavy pieces here make a huge difference. Both white's queen and rook are really active, as well as this pawn helping so much. And look at black's pieces as a contrast. Tucked away in the corner, they have nothing to do with this game. They are literally sitting on the bench, being ready to be called in by the coach, but they're too late. The match is already finishing. There's so many goals that white has scored, and the main one being checkmate in a few moves. Everything is in the air. Queen d5 check, queen takes h6. This position is absolutely a devastating attack from white's perspective, and it's not even the only move, Jovi. That's the problem. Rook g1 is just one of the many winning moves.
Exactly, and I was actually looking at queen to d3. I was like, hang on, could you be flashy and give up your rook? Yeah.
Even better, even faster. And if you take, then rook e7 check, it will lead to checkmate in just a few moves. I don't even know which move we want. Queen h7, queen g6, queen g3, all of them lead to checkmate in very many different ways. What a game by Levon Aronian against Aronia Ghosh, the highest rated international master from India, soon to be a GM for sure, but in this game he is getting a masterclass by one of the greatest players in chess history. Levon Aronian has been a top chess player for so long, and he's here of course to try to get the World Cup title.
Yeah, he's a 2-time World Cup winner, the only person to have done this. And he's also an artist at heart. So I suspect, sorry Anna, I thought I was going to sneeze just then. I suspect that he might go for this queen d3 idea, this queen, and give up the rook. And in order to secure checkmate on g6, and either on you checkmate the king, once it arrives on h8, you take that pawn on h6, or you can deliver checkmate once the queen arrives on the g8 square. So lots of possibilities. What do you think? Aronian is spot for choice. He's just enjoying his position.
He is, and you are right. He's an artist. He's gonna be appreciating all the patterns in this position and the beauty of a queen d3. Of course, Jovi, you called it. He's going for it. That's the most that's the most beautiful way to put an end to this incredibly crushing, devastating attack. Black has no defense. Even if you try to bring some defensive pieces like the queen into the game, we have been emphasizing how the queen is crucial in the defense. It's too late. The rook will appear on the 7th rank, threatening both the discovered check as well as queen g6. This is going to be just a devastating attack. I'm just gonna try to show like some flashy lines to have fun with, because even if you manage to like try to block, I don't know, you lose at least some material even if you don't get checkmated. So really a beautiful, very instructive attack by Levon Aronian, and there is absolutely no defense by Black. We'll just yet to see how the game will end and how soon. It might be resignation time soon.
Yes, one suspects, especially now that the material is relatively balanced. Black is only one pawn up, and with the rook landing on e7 and the queen sniffing around the king on g6, no, it's just an exercise in suffering, so you do not need to carry on playing on this position. And for Aroniak, well, it does mean one thing. Tomorrow he will return with the white pieces, and he can try and press and see what Levon Aronian
I think that was it. Jovi, as you were describing it, Aroniak has resigned against Aronian, and he will be back tomorrow. Both of these players will be back tomorrow, but it's going to be the Indian international master who is in a must-win situation if he wants to continue in the field of the World Cup. Very strong, crushing attack by Levon Aronian. One of the most beautiful games of the day for sure, if not the game of the day.
Yeah. Absolute beauty there. Going back to our bird's eye view, moving on from the top left, we can see that Gukesh is firmly in control against Nodirbek. Vincent Keimer looking like he has some issues to solve with piece development right there in the middle of the top row, and Pragnananda looking like he has a more comfortable position against the Australian Grandmaster Koi Bukharov. Faustino Oro, nice position. I mean, it looks like very comfortable for Black, their bottom left, but nothing concrete. There's nothing immediate, and Bluebaum is just doing the business against Ahmed Adli, the second to the left on the bottom. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also in prime form there, as he is virtually winning against Surya Ganguly, and it's as always is messy in the game between Liemle and Badur Jobava, and for Anish Giri it looks like he is taking over the initiative with the bishop pair. So Anna, those are our boards in progress. Where do you want to go to now? Because I kind of drawn to the game between Kovalev against Vincent Keimer because we haven't given it any attention. But at the same time, I'm also drawn to the game in the middle and the bottom, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Ganguly, because the evaluation bar is saying completely winning. But how winning is it? I mean, he's up in material, right? He's an exchange up. So everything should be stable.
Yeah, I want to look at all those games, but I also want to quickly check how Bluebaum sacrificed a piece, because he was up a piece and then he gave up his rook for 2 minor pieces, and now he's down on exchange, but he's winning the queen. There's been just so much going on in that game. If we can just quickly take a look at the fireworks that happened on that board. Matthias Bluebaum already qualified for the candidates tournament by playing incredible chess at the FIDE Grand Swiss not long ago, and he's here to try to win the World Cup as well. He was playing this game impeccably, not fearing to give up material. We were analyzing the endgame after the queen trade, and even the endgame was looking very promising, with the safety of the black king being still an issue, but he instead played rook d8 check. You cannot take that rook because then you are losing your queen. And after king f7, he calculated that knight e5, well, yeah, that's a knight fork check, and it's also the queen that is under attack. So he's giving up some material, he's giving up the bishop, and now his rook is hanging, but he is grabbing the black queen. So yes, you can and should take that rook on d8, and you have 2 rooks against the queen and the knight, but that's not enough material. And the black king, sadly for Ahmed Adli, is still an issue. A move like queen to b2, getting in through the dark squares, on so many dark squares, is going to be the problem. The queen and the knight here will prevail, and this pawn is still such a thorn in black's position.
Yeah, A nice find there from Bluebound. Can we just quickly revisit, because after knight e5, was it possible to go rook takes e5?
It was possible, and in case of that, I think he would have just taken back on e5. The bishop is still unguarded and possible to be captured, but this attack, the queen and the rook together, I think was just a devastating one. If king to f7 is checkmate in 1, and if the king goes to f6 instead, your king will be drawn out into the wilderness. King e5 or king g5. It's not king of the hill, unfortunately. I love that chess variant on chess.com, but because it's not the case, the problem here is king safety, as it has been the story for this game. And even if you don't have checkmate immediately, you're just grabbing the rook for free, and there's no perpetual checks. You cannot even give a single check to the white king, and the attack keeps going up a rook, and your king is still in trouble. So that would have been an immediate resignation from black. It was great, Joey, that you asked to show it, because it's so instructive. Looks like black is about to survive this attack, but it's just too much going on. The queen, the rook, the bishop, and even this h6 pawn helping you to get the queen to g7.
Yeah, beautifully calculated by Bluebaum as well, because there were a lot of things to see there. And the end, you know, understanding that the white king is completely safe, that there are no checks. And it is very much a trademark of Bluebaum's style. You know, it's all about calculation. He's fantastic at that. And I think he studied maths at university. And I find that people who studied the sciences, maths, to that higher level, they tend to be fantastic calculators. So fantastic resource there from Bluebaum. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and peek in on the other games? Because again, my eyes is drawn to the middle game. And are we catching?
Well, there's just so much going on. The evaluation bar just shooting up on so many boards. I'm also looking at Wei Yi against Bjorn with this bishop to f7 check. Goodness me. At the same time, we will need to definitely go to Vincent Scheimer's game. Vasilagraf is winning as well. Where do we even start, Jovi? I think you were asking for last year's game against Ganguly. Should we go there first and then continue our tour?
I think that one looks like it's quite simply winning, because white is a piece in exchange to the good, so that should be relatively straightforward. But maybe let's give some attention to the game between Kovalev against Vincent Scheimer, because we haven't paid too much attention. And Vincent, according to the November rating list, he is the highest rated person here. He's also had a tremendous season so far, doing very, very well in the FIDE Grand Swiss, also doing well elsewhere. So how is he faring against Vladislav Kovalev? And
that's a great question, Joey. And he is not doing that well in this game, but you are right that we need to highlight how extremely well he's been doing, and he nearly qualified to the candidates to the FIDE Grand Swiss. He was so close. He had it in his hands. He had a winning position that he ended up drawing, and if it wasn't for that, he would have been the one getting the qualification spot to the candidates. He's currently world number 4 on the live rating, behind Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Fabiano Caruana. I mean, what a feat to be world number 4 when the other 3 guys have been sitting on the top of the standings, of the top of the rating list for so long. So definitely one of the favorites here in Goa for the World Cup to be potentially a champion, but for that he needs to survive this slightly worse position against Vladislav Kovalev.
Yes, and the problem is, okay, Vincent is a pawn up, I didn't quite do my quick mental maths there, but it just dawned on me he is a pawn up, but the problem is that it's not much of a pawn, and he doesn't have any piece development. You know, the bishop on c8 and the rook on a8, and as we've seen time and time again, that's the problem. You need to have your pieces working together. So Kovalev just simply started targeting, right, the d6 pawn, because what happened next is that after knight e7, he went knight b5. And he just went straight for it. I think that's a very human approach to the position, because I've said it many, many times, but it's a quote from Boris Gelfand that I particularly like. It says, the secret aim of a gambiter is to win back that pawn. Once you've done that, it's like, yes.
I like that. I like that. Knight to b5 in order to get the pawn back that we have sacrificed. And then if the pawn falls, then the position of black will collapse with so many pieces undeveloped. Tough one for Vincent Keimer. Still, at the end of the world, according to the evaluation bar, this is not that bad, but he has to be so precise to not get into a much worse position. For instance, now it seems like one of the only okay moves for black is to push that pawn, not allow for it to be taken on d6. It seems like it's a natural and logical move, and I think he has just pushed d5. At the end of the day, though, it's still a pin, and that pawn on d5 is not a very well-defended pawn. There's all sorts of problems here, including maybe you can even take and then win the piece back because of the pin. Or just knight c3 to attack the pawn. At least by pushing d5, you win some time for your development. So you will end up losing the pawn regardless, but it gives you a tempo or two to try to develop your pieces and get them off of the back rank.
And d5 was a very nice freeing move, so to speak, because now the bishop on f8 has a little bit of air. And in fact, knight takes a7. White doesn't actually have too much time. Now, I'm not a big fan of knight takes a7 in general, because we've seen concrete evidence of what happens when a knight goes to a7 or a2. In the case of Bluebaum against Adley, when that happens, the knights tend to get stuck there out in the edge. So it's not the most ideal scenario, although it's not a kind of advantage which is concrete for black. Black will still have to play very, very precisely. And okay, let's move on, because you actually mentioned that there was a lot of fireworks happening in the game between Wei Yi and Kasper Puron. Let's head there, because when you mentioned it, there was some sacrifice. Bishop takes f7. So maybe we go there and do a little action replay and see how white gets this amazingly won position.
Yeah, that's a great question. We were looking at it earlier at around the time when there was this moment of how to take on e6. You take with the bishop, you take with the knight. Wasn't an easy decision. This was somewhat questioned by the computer, but in reality, the position is so complex that it ended up working better for Wei Yi, regardless of the computer not approving fully. So inaccurate moves according to the engine from both sides, but it's such a complex, difficult to play position. It's bound to be the way that the engine doesn't always agree, and this was the main mistake by Kasper Puron, the Polish grandmaster, making a move that looks very natural again. It is guarding the e6 pawn, still keeps an eye on d4. You're about to castle queenside, but because of bishop takes e6, this king is now pinned into the middle of the board. You cannot castle either side, and the attack of white will continue by bringing the rooks in as well. If you cannot get the king into safety, that is a big problem, and that was the story of the game. Knight e5, queen takes e4. This bishop is hanging, so even though your e6 bishop is going to be lost, so is the d4 bishop, and that's a pin you cannot get out of. Pinned through the e-file, pinned on the long diagonal, you're losing a piece. So after queen takes e4, black plays bishop takes e3, and what a move! Instead of taking back on e3, White sacrifices a second piece. You are now down 2 pieces if this bishop is taken, but the idea is king takes f7, and then when you capture on e3, you're opening up the f file and win the queen on f6. You may wonder, and I wonder myself, okay, but surely like you can take on f7 with the queen. The knight cannot take it because it's pinned, but what about queen takes f7? So I'm not losing my queen. The problem in that case is queen takes e5 check, which would have picked up the rook on h8, and after you pick up the rook on h8, you are nearly losing your second rook too, if it wasn't for queen f8. So this is a terrible position for black. You are down at least a rook, and you can resign in a situation like this. Unfortunately for Kasper Pierun, there's just no way out of it. He ended up giving up the queen in order to try to fight on, but that doesn't change the evaluation and the situation being right now that the king is on g8, pawn a4 has been pushed just now. This is a queen and rook against 2 rooks and a knight, so material advantage, also pawns as extra for white, but the problem is, yeah, you can't really outweigh a queen and a rook. The king is still vulnerable as well, just to add to the list of problems for black.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to join in there, you know, a queen against a rook and knight is bad enough, but then when you add the whole list of other problems, like the unsafe king, the fact that white has 2 extra pawns as well, is it just a whole litany of errors, as you mentioned. And yeah, Kasper Pierun really struggling here, but what a find there from Wei Yi, you know, to find this bishop f7. And it's not that he found bishop f7 in that particular moment. He had to see that one quite a way off before making the decision, you know, to go for this bishop takes e6. And it's just beautiful.
Very much so.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. I think we might see resignation on this board soon, because sadly for the Polish Grandmaster, there is just no counter chances here, no counter attack, no final tricks. Black's positioning is hopeless. I think he might make a move or two and resign shortly. Rook to d8. But you can see it on the players that they know. They know.
Yeah. And for Wei Yi, he can just enjoy this position as much as possible. The first question a lot of us pawn grabbers have been thinking of is that queen takes a5. Okay, was that played? Yes, it happened. More or less.
I believe so, yeah.
Instantly.
The camera might be a bit behind, or it might have frozen in that moment, but he has captured the pawn. So now it's 3 pawns and the queen and the rook against the few pieces left for black. So many passed pawns. I think he will play another move or two as the final attempts by black. But both of these players know, of course, that the game is over. Now you need to move your queen. Do not blunder it. It's one of the final moments of the game, but that doesn't mean you don't need to stay alert. Where do we place the queen? It could go to the 7th rank, queen to c7, queen to a4. I like
c3.
I like those moves, but c3 seems even more solid and safe, guarding the b2 pawn, and then white is about to push the queenside pawns.
Yeah, because one of the ways that you can quickly just clarify things as easily as possible is if white manages to exchange a pair of rooks, that's it. It's game over. The rook and knight just cannot fight against the queen and all those pawns. So if you're going to see knight takes e3, it's going to be rook e1, and then if that knight moves, rook takes rook. Mm-hmm. And so Pierun cannot afford to take that pawn, and that's why he just throws his knight into d2. And you can tell by the way he does it. This is him just simply coming to terms with the fact that nothing is going to be happening. And this is a nice shot there from Wei Yi. Knight f3 was the plan, but that's not possible because after the pawn captures the knight, the queen is going to come forward. And yeah, no, the queen is going to give a check on b3. And lovely. Lovely game there from Wei Yi. He wins the first match, leaving Casper Puron in a must-win situation. And we've just come in to see that there has been a result in the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Surya Ganguly. It looked fantastic for Maxim. Looking at where the kings have been placed, yes, it was a win for Maxim, which means that Maxim just has to hold it tight with the black pieces tomorrow in the second match, and Surya Ganguly is now in a must-win situation if he wants to keep the match hopes alive. Going back to our playing arena, let's take a peek into how our youngster, our 12-year-old Faustino, nicknamed Chessy by the media, is doing against Vidit.
Definitely the Messi of chess, Chessy, the 12-year-old prodigy who is the youngest participant of the World Cup in the history of the World Cups, I believe. He managed to beat a very experienced Croatian grandmaster in round 1 yesterday in the tiebreaks, Ante Brikic. And today he was playing for a long time in a better position against Vidit with the black pieces. He's fearless, he's going for it, he doesn't mind that his opponent is a very experienced top grandmaster. Yes, Joey.
Yes, if we backtrack just a little bit, it looks like the players are repeating moves. So Faustino could be getting a draw with the black pieces.
Soon. So there's no longer an advantage for black, and they are repeating this knight jump, bishop back, knight jump, bishop back. You are right, absolutely right, Jovi. And thank you for jumping in with that important detail. No more time for the analysis because the position petered out and the players are repeating moves. I think they are about to call the arbiter.
The arbiter has been summoned. There should be a little kind of bell or buzzer one can press, and that alerts the arbiter. You are needed right now. Players are looking around. The arbiter hurries over, and the players are just going to explain that they've repeated the position 3 times. The arbiter should be content with that, and we're soon going to be seeing a handshake. And it was a draw between 12-year-old Faustino Oro, the chessy of the chess world, against Vidit. Vidit hoping that he does well enough in this event in order to grab one of those candidate spots and repeat his candidate debut from 2024. And what a result, though, for the 12-year-old, just showing that he's getting better and better. And John, I gotta put it to you, how impressive is Faustino Oro?
Faustino is going from strength to strength. I love that he battled on to the absolute very end in so many of his games yesterday, including in the tie breaks. Wasn't willing to take on a particularly quick conclusion to the game unless the miniature, of course, was on offer, which it was more than once. And here, he's playing very practically. You can see a slightly different side to him. He's very happy to take the draw with black against Vidit, and he's setting up some very entertaining stories for tomorrow. We've got some must-win situations in the playing hall now, and we also have situations where the tension is ratcheting up for Vidit. Faustino Oro holds the draw with black and will have an opportunity to cause a pretty massive upset with the white pieces. This is looking delicious. More of these stories developing straight after this break, folks, so don't go anywhere.
If you don't like this game from Tata Steel 2024, then you simply don't like chess. It begins with the English opening where black goes for e4 followed by c6. And here Arjun Satarov is already going for a gambit on move 4. He's opening prep, watching action movies for inspiration. The idea is that after knight takes e4, black gets a lot of contemplate. The knight on g3, let's just say, is like a tourist in a bad neighborhood. Instead, the game continued with queen a4, and after a couple of moves, white is trying to place a bishop on d6, making life miserable for black. Arjun Satarov, who fears nothing, decides to sacrifice the exchange, because those perky dark squares on white side are like an all-you-can-eat buffet for black species. Parham does not grab the exchange and then plays knight f2. Rook e8 and Max Outlaw, who's not afraid of chaos, plays h4. Black breaks with b6, and after these couple of moves, white misses a chance to gain an advantage with queen to a3. After this sequence, guess what? The queen is trapped. Stockfish advice, resign and grab some popcorn. In the game, queen c2 was played, and after queen a2, bishop c5, black sacrifices a piece, but white's b2 pawn is suffering a heart attack. After knight d5, black's threatening the devastating bishop to c3. But wait, rook a3 is coming, and after rook e3, this is like a bomb dropped on the board. If white captures everything, then the a6 bishop will finish the job. In the game, knight fe4 was played, and white's position collapses faster than a house of cards. h5 was a subtle move using the pin, and after a few moves, white decides to resign.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup in Goa. We have had a couple more results come in, and the playing hall still relatively full, but the tension now building for day 2 of round 2 as we see some of the players finish their games. Mamedyarov has just finished his game against Grandmaster Kantor. I won't go into that game in much detail, but I will say to Jovi and Anna that it's worth checking out a little bit later on, purely for chat purposes, because it does involve an en passant which got given a question mark. So not only do you have to take it because it's the rules of chess that you have to take, but apparently it was a bad move as well, relatively early on in the opening there. So that might be one to watch out for later, but the important thing is Mamedyarov has got a 1-point advantage now heading into day number 2 of round 2. I'm going to leave you fine, folks, on this wonderful bird's eye screen as we take a look at where to head to next, because quite a few games are starting to steer in one direction. Jovi, where do you want to head?
Yeah, and I also advise everyone to check out the game between Shakaryan Mamedyarov against Gergely Cantor, because, you know, he ended up almost being checkmating. So I definitely do recommend that one. Chess is all about the beauty, and I'm seeing that there's some evaluation bars, and this evaluation bar is not lying to us in any regard whatsoever. The queen has arrived on h7. There is no hope of any kind of fortress whatsoever, because basically black's pawns are just too far apart. Maybe you could have a fortress if all of black's pawns were on the king side and together, but there's so many weaknesses, there's so many holes. Just like the Swiss cheese, then it's just going to allow the white king to infiltrate and just snake its way through over to the squares that are f6 and d6. So no hope whatsoever for Ahmed Adli, and just very, very good technique there from the German Grandmaster.
Extremely good technique, and for Matthias Bluebaum, he no longer needs the qualification to the candidates. He did qualify by playing incredibly well in the FIDE Grand Swiss not long ago, but he's here to try to win the World Cup and play great games against top grandmasters. This one has been quite a masterclass by the German grandmaster. These are the final moves of the game. I'm expecting the Egyptian grandmaster Ahmed Adli to resign soon. He's still trying to get out of the checks, going to d6 with his king. Bluebaum, if he wants to, can give a check on d4 to pick up the b4 pawn of black and eliminate that passed pawn.
Yeah, and the problem is that the black rook needs to be on f5, and the pawns on g6 and e6, they need to not be weak. Unfortunately, they're all weak, and as you mentioned, the b pawn is going to be fallen off. It's fallen off with check as well. It just goes to show how powerful the queen is in principle, and still there persists the problem with the remaining pawns. g6 vulnerable, and for Adli, he's desperately praying that there's going to be a fortress, but it really is insufficient.
It is indeed insufficient. We should highlight, though, what Joey said, that there are cases when the rook can fight successfully against a queen, but it requires a very specific pawn structure where everything is protected and you are able to keep making moves as well without worsening your position. This is not one of those. The pawns are far from each other, not protecting each other. White will eventually find a way to grab one of those pawns. It takes some patience, but that's most of the end games in general. You got to be patient. Don't expect your opponent to resign immediately. Of course, Ahmed Ali is trying to hold this, but on the long run, this king will make it to g4. And in that moment, once the king is on g4, you can even sacrifice your queen for the pawn on g5, give it up for the rook and that pawn, and win the king and pawn endgame with that g pass pawn.
Yeah, and actually rook f5, a last-ditch attempt to try to hold the position together, but the queen just delivers a check to the black king forced to step up, and it's not even going to be possible for black to even capture the pawn on f2, because there's going to be some danger of a check that is going to both simultaneously attack the king and also the rook as well. So Bluebaum, he can throw in as many checks as he like. It doesn't change the situation that he is winning.
He is winning Indeed, I wonder if he'll continue with the king march. He can also drop the king back if he wants to guard the pawn, but I agree with you, Joey, that it doesn't even seem to be necessary. We see the result of the game of Grandmaster Peter Leko coming in with a draw. Bobby Chang playing really well today, and he was the one who put a lot of pressure on the Hungarian Grandmaster Bluebaum with the queen swinging over to a7, guarding the f2 pawn and getting ready to bring the king to g4.
Yeah, and king is getting ready to come into the position g4. From there, it will, if allowed to, make its way over to g6, right, so that it can start to harass its counterpart there on e8. And there's nothing that Adli can do to stop this particular plan. So he can prolong the game, but the inevitable will be occurring.
It's the sad reality for the Egyptian Grandmaster, who will have tomorrow the white pieces against Matthias Bluebaum, and I'm sure that he will try everything he can to create an imbalanced position out of the opening to give him some chances of equalizing this match. Reminder to everyone, this is a knockout format and the players play a mini match, classical games with the white pieces and then another one with the black pieces, so one with each color. If the result is 1-1 after the two classical games, then there will be speed chess tiebreaks. For this one, though, to go into tiebreaks, Ahmed Adli will need to bounce back tomorrow with the white pieces. We are seeing the final moves in the game. The king made it to g4. The rook is now back on f5. It's a matter of technique now, how Bluebaum will reach the position where, for instance, he could give up his queen for the g5 pawn or infiltrate Black's camp with the king, and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah. And Adli, it looks like now is the time where he is going to throw in the towel. Matthias Bluebaum looks away. He gives us that stare that says he knows this is now in the bag. And a handshake. Wow. Nice result there for Matthias Bluebaum, but the action doesn't stop because this game has ended. Let's head over to the game between Martin Petrov and Arjun Erigaisi, where Martin Petrov looks like he has made a critical mistake. Things were looking very evenly balanced in this game for a long time. There's a huge crowd around Arjun Erigaisi. I'm sure the fans are going to be cheering for their local hero, and this is the situation on our screens where we have Black Knight and Black Queen coordinating very, very nicely together in order to start targeting the White Queenside weaknesses.
Wow, this final move, Queen c4, seems to be the mistake, but Black was already putting a lot of pressure on White, and White is also in massive time trouble. He still needs to play 4 more moves to make it to the time control and get an extra half an hour on the clock. So kudos to Arjun Erigaisi for putting this much pressure on his opponent, both in the position and on the clock. That's what caused these final mistakes. Yes.
He's made a tremendous mistake. White has just blundered on the spot because you can take the knight. Ooh. Because the queen covers the pawn on f7. It is not a perpetual check with the queen going between c8 and f5, because the check on f5 can be intercepted by the pawn on g6. And White has blundered away the position. It is now completely lost.
And we see the resignation by the Bulgarian Grandmaster. You are right, Joey. That was the final mistake, a big blunder. I think the position for Martin Petrov was going downhill, unfortunately, and that's because Arjun has put so much pressure on him. He is one of the highest rated players in the field, world number 6, Arjun Erigaisi. If we roll back just for, actually, no, never mind. It's okay to not roll back. I forgot that we already have witnessed what was happening earlier. There was just so much pressure on White's position, to sum it up.
Yes. And Anna, you know, you mentioned Arjun Erigaisi as being one of the strongest. Well, we have a whole load of teens in this competition. And let's go to one of the youngest players in this competition, which is Ivan Semlyansky against Ray Robson. Semlyansky, I think just 15 years old, already a grandmaster. I think was the youngest ever grandmaster, the Russian grandmaster, to get the title. And we came in just to see the results on our board, but maybe we can backtrack a little bit here and find out exactly what happened. How did Ivan Semlyansky win this position? I mean, it looks very, very
It
good
was
from now, so it
already a
just looks like
crushing attack. Yeah, it feels like something went wrong for Ray Robson as early as this position in the middle game on move 25, and he made a big mistake by pushing c5. He must have miscalculated something because he pushed that pawn to sacrifice it, but he didn't have enough compensation for it. Second pawn sacrifice, but white was cool as a cucumber, not taking it but playing rook c4 instead, leading to the following position where both players have a passed pawn on the second and seventh rank respectively. But oh goodness me, what happened later was just this d-file being a crucial resource for white in the attack, getting to the back rank, then playing rook d5, pushing the queen away from the protection of the h5 square, and this was the end of the game. Queen takes f8, queen sacrifice. How beautiful that is, the touching final move in this incredible game by the youngster with the white pieces, who was the underdog in this matchup. Not that big of a rating difference, but still, Ray Robson, the more experienced, higher rated player, goes down against Ivan Semlyansky. Now, when it comes to the bird's eye view, there is still plenty of action. This is round 2 of the FIDE World Cup, and you can see on our camera Pragnananda with the white pieces against Kuibakarov. Sorry, I'm butchering the names, my pronunciation. Kuibakarov with the black pieces holding his ground. That's a game that we have not analyzed yet, so I'm going to make sure we give the attention that they deserve in terms of what's happening in this current endgame. It's 2 minor pieces and a rook for each player, and when it comes to the number of pawns, that's always what we start with, counting up the material, what's happening. It is 4 pawns for each player, but the pawn structure is very different. Doubled pawns, isolated pawns, and a passed pawn for black, meaning some dynamic imbalance, but overall an even equal position. And it would not be surprising if this one is heading toward a draw. Jovi.
Yeah, I agree with you. This one looks pretty stable, and I just gotta say, if all the minor pieces disappeared off and white won the pawn on a5, then it would be a relatively simple draw to draw 4 versus 3 with this particular pawn structure that black has, because although it makes a terrible pawn structure if you want to be winning, if you're defending, then double pawns, they control a lot of squares and they make life easier, believe it or not. Anna, I say we take a break from this one when we visit this one, because this one's going to go on for a long time, but there's some time trouble to be had, and I'm looking at the top left between Gukesh and Nodirbek. But Nodirbek there on just 46 seconds, and it's ticking down. Everyone is around about the 35 move mark.
Well, there is quite a big time pressure on both players. 3 more moves they need to make. Is it 4 more moves? My math is terrible. 36 is the current move number. You need to make it to move 40, complete move 40, in order to get an extra half an hour added to the clock. That's what both players are aiming for, while also trying to keep the position going in the right manner. You need to keep playing precisely. There's slight pressure on black when it comes to, for instance, this active e5 rook targeting the a5 pawn, meaning that the black rook is glued onto the defense of that pawn. A knight c5 has just been played by the reigning world champion, attacking the rook. Where will this rook go is the question now. I'm suspecting it will stay on the 6th rank, rook to b6 or rook to d6. But the pawn on b7 is hanging too. So there's questions here and not much time left. Not much time left for Nodirbek.
And Nodirbek, actually, this is one of the better positions that I've seen him. He was struggling early on in the middle game, and I think you'll be feeling very hopeful that the game is within saving distance. So seconds left to take that decision. I suspect he'll move the rook over to d6 to get behind its own passed pawn. That will be the compensation if he loses the b7 pawn. So that is certainly going to start asking the questions to Gukesh, who is now ticking to under a minute as well. This position has not gone his way as he's suddenly lost control. Black is tremendously active, and the bishop on c8 is never moved once. It's doing a fine job protecting b7, but also eyeballing h3.
So true that bishop has never moved, and Nodirbek made his rook move, by the way, with only 2 seconds on the clock. He nearly lost on time, making that decision of sacrificing the b7 pawn to strengthen his passed pawn, ready to push it to d3. How will Gukesh react? Will he take on b7 or will he come back to d3? He captures the pawn. He's saying, okay, I'm going to be a pawn up and I'm going to stop your pawn after. Let's see how this game unfolds with still 2 more moves, actually 3 for Nodirbek to be played before he gets extra time added to the clock.
And the clock is ticking down. It seems to be distracted by some of the fans in the audience, just asking for silence. 6 seconds, and he does capture that knight. And now, big question: does he just go all in, play for d3, which is a very committal idea? Yes, he goes for it. And the reason why it's committal is because, yes, it's a source of counterplay, but if that pawn gets saddled there on d2 or d3, then there is a danger that the white pieces can come and corral it and simply win it. So that's something that Nodirbek will be thinking about. For Gukesh, he also has to tread very carefully because that pawn on d3, it needs to be stopped. And there is the crowd. You can feel them mentally cheering for the world champion. Bishop f3, big plan. If black plays d2, the bishop will drop to d1, and Gukesh gets up. He's confident that move 40 has been made. Indeed, it has. And so he gets up and goes for a wander.
Nodirbek, on the other hand, still needs to play this final 40th move in order to not lose on time, get the extra half an hour. Anish Giri watching over the game of the reigning world champion. Gukesh taking a break because that was really tense. The last couple of moves, both of them in time trouble for Nodirbek. This is 50 seconds left now to make that final 40th move, and not an easy decision. He's down a pawn and he needs to prove that he has enough compensation for it. He's pushing d2, pressing the clock, and now he can also take at least a little bit of a breather. Completed the time control. Half an hour will be added to the clocks of both players, but on the board, he's now down a pawn and he will have to prove that there's enough compensation thanks to this passed pawn.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be very difficult for Nodirbek from now on, because not only does he have to play with a lot of energy, he also has to find the right continuations. Because, for instance, if he plays carelessly, say after bishop to d1, that is a given. That pawn must be prevented from advancing. White's plan is pretty simple. You know, you want to go king f1, king f2 to king to e2, and then you start corralling the pawns to drop the rook back to e3, go to rook d3, and then with that extra material, Gukesh is going to coast to victory. So what black has to do and in compensation is to simply to go, I make moves like h4. You want to come in with your rook to d3. You want to be causing some kind of mischief on that side of the board so that white doesn't get to do what they want to do very easily.
That's so well described, Jovi. The plan for White is exactly that, and this is the amount of time that Black has now on the board. They've completed the time control, but in terms of the situation, Black needs to be ready for those moves by White, and it's only a handful of moves. So what can Black do in the meantime? He has to play very active. He cannot play waiting moves. He needs to strike before White's king appears on e2 and the rook on d3 to grab that pawn. There's options like rook to d4 to attack the c4 pawn. The computer really likes h4 as well, a second pawn to be sacrificed in order to weaken the pawn structure of White and then play rook d4. Honestly, now I'm falling in love with this move because look at those pawns. They're gonna fall. They're bound to fall. Something concrete needs to be done and played by Black, because if you don't, White will slowly but surely gobble up the d2 pawn, and that's your only compensation.
And it's also, I just realized, with rook to d4 being such an important move, it's that White does have another plan at their disposal. Yes, you want to bring in the king, but you can also make small moves like b3, a3, b4, and say, hey, you have a passed pawn, but there's two on the queen side that needs a fair bit of attention. So I really, really think that Nodirbek now has to react in rather a desperate way. Rook to d4 just to prevent the advance of the queenside pawns. h4, you have to disrupt the position by any means possible. Now, will Nodirbek do that? I think he absolutely will, because he understands exactly what is needed of him, what is required. And okay, no, Gukesh quickly making his
as
move.
much as this endgame, sorry Joey, but as much as this game is really instructive, the endgame, there's a huge mistake in the game of Arjun Terry against Pranav, where Arjun Terry, the higher rated player, has just blundered apparently by pushing g4, and after rook to c8. Oh, goodness me, what is going on? If we were to move the queen away, the issue is this rook sacrifice. Rook takes g4 because of the bishop takes, queen takes. No matter where you go with the king, it is checkmate, either on the back rank, or if you go to h2, then pawn to f3, checkmate. Goodness me, the Norwegian Grandmaster blundering rook c8 and rook takes g4. He cannot move the queen, but if he cannot move the queen, unfortunately, that's really bad news, and you may as well resign. You're gonna be down a full queen for a rook.
And he cannot even rely on anything like those counterattacks that the young Indian talent are so good at, because you go rook c8 and you assume, okay, the queen will move, but sometimes, you can throw in some rook h6 just to disrupt the position, but that's no good either. That seems to be losing. Rook takes g4. That's going to be equally dangerous, equally crushing.
And the sad story for the Norwegian Grandmaster, Olympic teammate of Magnus Carlsen, friends with Magnus, of course. They have been to several training camps together. Arjun was doing all right in the time trouble. Both of these players were low on time, but to complete move 40, oftentimes we see this, that either on move 40 or move 41, there's a big mistake. And this was Arjun's final move to make it to the time control, get an extra half an hour, be able to sit back, relax. And instead of that, he'll have to resign. This was his final move in the time trouble, and it was an immediate blunder, unfortunately, for Arjun Terry. He had to play, instead of g4, he had to play something like rook h5, sorry, not rook h4, but rook h5, where White would be the one with the advantage, attacking the e5 bishop, ready to play bishop d5 if the bishop moves away. So he was doing well with the exchange down, but pair of bishops, until g4 was played and he blundered.
Yeah, just a knee-jerk reaction. as you mentioned there, move 40, move 41, you're just thinking, I need to get to the time control. Maybe you breathe a sigh of relief, you're so close. And G4, you quickly work out rook takes G4 is going to be absolutely fine, but then you forget about the other resources that your opponent has. And yeah, rook C8, devastating blow there for Ariantari. But good news for Pranav. Pranav is currently the 2025 World Junior Champion. Incidentally, the two, Ariantari and Pranav, they played together in the European Club Cup, I think, last year. So they're very familiar with each other's styles, and they obviously get on and everything. But yeah, it's tough because it's a single elimination bracket. This format is just so ruthless. One mistake and that's it, you're out. And now Aryan will have to be winning with the black pieces. It's not an easy job to do against someone so talented as Pranav.
Not an easy job, but that's what he's gonna have to try to do tomorrow, since every match is a mini match of two classical games. Tomorrow, both of them will be back, and Ariantari with the black pieces will be in a must-win situation. I think he is still pondering over what to do, but in reality, a lot of times when you make such a big mistake and you realize what you had just done, oftentimes the players just need to use their time to accept what happened, accept that it was a big blunder and they are now completely lost from a position that was actually better for Ariantari. So not only he is not making a draw from a better position, he lost it in just one move. And this is how painful chess can be sometimes, that one mistake cost you the entire game. It doesn't matter that he had played really well for 39 moves. On move 40, he made a losing blunder, G4, and now he needs to make peace with that thought.
Yeah, we don't envy being Arian's position. But going back to our bird's eye view, I mean, talking about someone else who had quite a nice position, it was Kovalev as he played white against Vincent Keimer. But from the evaluation bar there on the bottom left, we can see that Vincent Keimer has taken full control of the position and is now set to win. The problem is that the knight on A7 is trapped. And we left it at a really interesting point. White maybe had already started to go a little bit wrong, with the knight going on an expedition just to hunt down a pawn on A7. And from then on over, it seemed like Vincent Keimer just took over. We saw D5, knight A7 on the board. And, this was the beautiful
This was crucial. I think, Joey, yeah, sorry for cutting you off there. I was just admiring this queen sacrifice, white going for the pawn grab, but perhaps not evaluating correctly what Vincent spotted, that he can give up his queen for a handful of pieces. He's gonna have these two minor pieces, and the rook, if it was that white takes back on f3. Instead, what happened was rook takes and giving up the queen. So this is a queen sacrifice in the sense that you take on e4, your queen is captured, and then after pawn takes f3, white could take on f3 to keep the queen, but that would have led to a position where black has a rook and two minor pieces for the queen, which is a lot of material. Even if at the moment black's pieces are still on the back rank, slowly but surely black would have activated those pieces and they would have been more valuable than the queen alone. So this must have been something that white didn't assess properly, ends up in this endgame where, as Joey already mentioned, the knight on a7 is unable to get back into the game. Once the knight is on c7, it guards the b5 square, you cannot go to c8, you cannot go to c6, and you're stuck on the edge of the board, being down a piece virtually, with that knight not being able to join the game. And there's two minor pieces fighting against the rook, but in reality it's now three minor pieces for black that are in the game, with this knight being so out of the battle and not being able to be activated.
Yeah, and if we fast forward to what Vincent did. You see that he starts creating a bridge for the king to traverse, and the knight is completely locked out. It's never ever getting out. And with the bishop sat there on d7, again, I just want to draw your attention to this pattern with the bishop on d7, the knight stuck on the edge of the board. The knight is completely caged in. So it's just a question of time here for Vincent, to start approaching that knight, and it is White who's having to just try and play on all sides of the board in order to free that horse.
Yeah, he's trying his best, giving up the A pawn, pushing the B pawn so that he's not losing his piece. He's finally able to guard it, but even this seems only a momentary help for the knight, because it still cannot move. It's just not lost as of now. If black takes the pawn, that will mean that his knight on c3 is no longer guarded. So you could take the pawn and get the a7 knight for trading it for your c3 knight. But I think Vincent is not going to be that kind to his opponent. Actually, he did. Maybe it's so straightforward that he goes for it. Because I thought that he would let that knight on a7 sit there forever, just not even trade it. But you win material. He did play bishop d7 and then, oh, of course, okay. So he didn't take first, but then the knight is traded, and it just leaves black with material up now. 2 minor pieces and a pawn for the rook. Usually it would be a rook and a pawn that compensates for 2 minor pieces, and now this is 2 minor pieces plus a pawn. So in terms of points or pawns, it's about the value of 2 extra pawns for black, the assessment.
Yeah. And the big issue is the pawn on b7 has no counterpart, so that's going to be advancing up the board. And white is desperately hoping to do ideas such as h4, h5 and try to get that passed pawn rolling. But the bishop is so beautifully protected by the knight on b6. It's there on d7, just looking at the g4 square. It can also anchor itself on e6 as well. So it's going to take white some time to unravel that particular situation. You kind of have to go rook to g3 and then h4 and then h5. But by the time you go rook g3, then there will be a response to that. Black is going to be super fast with their own b pawn. It's just lost now for Kovalev. Although he will try and save it.
He'll definitely try, and I like how you explained that in order to push h4, you're going to need to play rook g3 and then h4, h5. So that's probably what he will try to do. But in terms of the objective evaluation of the position, I think both of them know that black's advantage is decisive, and all Vincent needs to do is liberate the path of that pawn, activate the rook. So if we just... actually, it's even his turn. It's even worse than what I thought. If he wanted, by the way, he could play g5 and just solidify the pawn structure on the king side and make sure that white can never create a passed pawn. So maybe that's the even sadder reality for white, that you can't even get a passed pawn. g5 and never allowing white to break through. And then you can play bishop e6, knight d5, b5, bring your king up, and slowly but surely advance your passed pawn.
You can also be really sadistic about the way you do it as well. For instance, you could go bishop e6, anchor the bishop, and then once rook g3 appears, then you go, oh, I'm going to go g5. You're not going to even dream about h4, and then you can kind of maneuver your knight into the center to d5, and you're just completely shutting down any potential counterplay that white has. And yeah, and actually bishop e6 was the move chosen. So
that's exactly what Vincent is doing. You are right, Joey, that he doesn't need to push g5 until the rook appears on g3.
Yeah. And it's actually really hard to come up with a move for white. Again, if white were to ever go g5, then there's no possibility for white to ever create a passed pawn on the king side, and you need that as counterplay. That's going to be the decoy. There's no way to even infiltrate Anna onto the 8th rank. You know, c8 is covered, c7 gets you nowhere. So it's you know, maybe the best thing is to go rook to d3, and no, but rook to d3 gets blocked by knight to d5, and that goes to show how effective Black's pieces are. They're able to work together as a fantastic duo just to control the white rook, and then the rook cannot even bypass, cannot even magically jump over that knight to get to the d8 square. And this, or maybe then you can go h4. Okay, maybe I'm kind of...
It seems that even if white manages to get that, he will end up losing the pawn, or he has to push g5, and then you fully give up on your hopes of creating a passed pawn. So one way or the other, those pawns will be plugged. No counter chances for Kovalev, and Vincent Keimer is on his way to win his round 2 game. This is his first game in Goa. The top 50 players in the field rejoined now. Well, rejoined, I guess, entered the field. They were given a free day, a free pass through round 1, and now the top 50 of the field is also in action, including Vincent Keimer, who has been playing incredible chess in his recent tournaments and is now world number 4 on the live ratings, one of the top favorites to win the FIDE World Cup. He almost did it at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and now he's gonna try to qualify to the candidates tournament by doing really well in Goa at the FIDE World Cup.
Yeah, that's what he's going to try to do. And maybe go to our bird's eye view, because I've been actually, while you were talking, I was also simultaneously hunting for the games that were not in an endgame. And there's been a lot of fighting chess. The game between... This is not an... Yeah, there it is, slap bang in the middle. Maknev against Abdusattorov. That one is... Would you call that an endgame, Anna?
Good question. I guess yes, the heavy piece endgame, because there are only a few pieces left on the board, even though one of them is the queen for each player. But yes, just a handful of pieces, heavy piece endgame. And there's a queen, rook, and a minor piece each. The minor pieces aren't the same. This is a bishop versus a knight. And I'm trying to add up the pawns, and when I look at that, there is an extra pawn for black, if I'm not mistaken, but they are doubled pawns, so it's not, doesn't feel like it's the end of the world. But maybe that's the reason why the computer is like, hey, what about white taking this pawn? Like, let's just grab the pawn back until you can. Don't keep your opponent with the material advantage. Take the pawn on d5 because this knight is pinned. So rook takes d5 seems to be what's about to happen. And these were the last moves, by the way. So black took on c3, allowing rook takes d5, just trading the pawns. The a3 pawn is hanging too, so black could insist that this is a pawn up. You cannot grab the pawn on b6 because then you're no longer pinning the knight and your rook will be picked up. So that's not an option. Black would still be a pawn up here, but I feel like white's pieces are so active that it will compensate for the pawn. You can also play rook d6 and be like, hey, what do? Your knight is pinned and you can barely defend it. There's still queen c3, very important defensive resource, guarding the knight through this very important pattern through the white queen. But then white could take the pawn on b6 and the game keeps going.
Yeah, it gets quite dangerous. I'm not sure who wants to be keeping the queens and the queens off the board. It's Nodirbek playing black, and he's very ambitious. I've seen him take big risks in order to get that point. So maybe he will try to go for keeping the queens on the board and trying to target the white king. We'll keep an eye on this one, but there is a potential of there being an upset, because we have, if we go to the results, to the Volodya Mürsen against Maya there on the bottom right, it seems that Georg Maya used to play for Germany, now represents Uruguay, is winning with the black pieces. Volodya Mürsen had a fantastic 2024, ended the year on a high, is now world rapid champion. So let's have a look at what transpired there.
Yeah, this must have been a quick turn of events, but actually it happened. It seems like there were mistakes earlier in the middle game. If I go back to move 36, Black was doing great, but then with Rook A2, it seems that Georg Meyer didn't play that accurately, gave up some of his advantage, but it was so complicated that Murjin didn't manage to capitalize on it, and it just kept being a really tough position for the world rapid champion here with the white pieces. So it was actually for a while he had that slight moment after Rook A2 to get back into the game, but by not being able to capitalize on it, Black's advantage just stayed decisive. And now with that B pass pawn running up the board, unfortunately for Volodymyr Murjin, there's not much you can do, and this is when it actually turns into material advantage. The knight will pick up the rook. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? And you know, it's quite funny that you said that Georg Meyer wasn't so precise, probably due to time pressure, because Georg, I think I've known him since 2005, or I've known of him since then, and he's always been a very, very confident, very precise player, and technically superb, very calm, stable. And Volodymyr Murjin, he's a lot younger. So, and here, unfortunately, yeah, you can't perform miracles here as white. The B pawn is just simply way too strong, and I love that move that you have there with Queen C8, forcing the trade of queens. And the B2 pawn is going to be untouchable unless white wants to find themselves in an internal pin.
Yeah, this could be one of the ways in which the game might end, and Black will pick up that bishop next move. I think you're fully right, that because those were like move 35, and so they must have both been in serious time pressure, and that's why the mistake occurred. But this was a very solid and balanced game, very strong game by Georg Meyer, who took the advantage in the game after Volodymyr Murjin made a mistake with bishop e2 way before everything happened in this endgame and middle game. On move 17, bishop e2 was the mistake. But now there's a handshake and resignation by the reigning world rapid champion Volodymyr Murjin, and congratulations to Georg Meyer, who is one of the underdogs. Not that big of a rating difference, but still he was playing with the black pieces, somewhat lower rated than his opponent, and he manages to upset Murjin.
Yes, an upset already there, as we're seeing Georg Meyer winning with the black pieces, which really puts the rapid world champion in trouble, because he will have to win with the black pieces. Oh, winning on demand and winning when you're playing black, when your opponent is ultra solid, that probably is one of the toughest things you can do in chess. Isn't that right, John?
It absolutely is, and it's something that amateur players all the way through to the top grandmasters struggle with on a regular basis, but we're going to be seeing that more and more now as the competition starts to heat up. Without diminishing any of the results that we saw in the first round, we have had the top 50 seeds join now, and it does feel like that we're getting a lot of decisive results just after the time control. Really experienced players turning the screw and making sure that they get that 1 point advantage heading into the second half of round 2. Hopefully, things are going to slow down now. We'll be able to spend a little bit more time on the games that are going into the end game phase. But for now, first blood has been drawn. A lot of players are going to become spectators now. For some, it's going to be jubilation, and for others, it's massive anxiety as we work out how they survive in the World Cup going into tomorrow. We're going to a quick break, folks, and when we come back, we start getting into the endgame.
Were you ever leaning towards asking me to help you for the candidates?
Yes, I did consider it.
No, not just consider. Like you were about to like do it versus not do it. You just didn't think about the question, but you were like at some point in time you thought like I'm going to ask him. Did you have that moment?
Not exactly how you put it, but I gave it more serious thought than you think. Yeah.
No, I think you gave it very serious thought.
Okay, maybe then less serious than what you think, but yeah, I did consider it.
True.
It was not entirely my decision.
Was Surya against it?
Something like that.
The backstab, yeah? Surya sir, you know, we've been known each other for many years. No, but it's fine, it's fine. I mean, I know Daniela has got my back, so. Now, some career-related questions. Would you rather win Olympic team gold, which is what you have done, or individual gold at Olympiad on board one?
I think team gold. Individual medals are not as
on
worth.
Board one.
Yeah, but it's
no,
not.
But think about the whole thing. On board one.
Yeah, I would still like.
No, but
feel...
it means that you are playing on board one. Plus, you have the medal.
No, I would feel good, but it doesn't hold the same value as team gold. Like team gold.
I'm calling BS.
True.
Wow. Nationalism in there, yeah?
Of course. I mean, it has much more value than an individual gold.
Respect. Are you intending to retire from chess in the next 5 years?
It's likely, but it's a thought that comes and goes. Like, I'm not certain.
Seems true.
What do you plan to do after that?
Something less stressful.
Yes.
Okay, true. Do you think you're lazy?
Sometimes.
Yes, you think so?
Would you call yourself greedy, like for money?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as philanthropic as I should be.
Yes, he is.
Is meditation the main reason behind your good results in the past 2 years?
Not necessarily. It's a catalyst, but not the main reason.
It is a significant reason.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Gukesh. I'm the world champion. Who is Gukesh's coach? Right now it's Grzegorz Gajewski. We've been working for a couple of years now. Before that it was GM Vishnu from India. Who is better, Gukesh or Prag? Gukesh. Who is Gukesh currently dating? Like Vishy sir said.
Who do you go out on dates with? A chessboard?
Where was Gukesh born? I was born and brought up in Chennai. I still live there, and yeah, I'm in love with the city. How old is Gukesh? I'm 18 years and like 7 or 8 months, I think. But yeah, a lot of people don't believe it. Did Gukesh drop out of school? Yes, I did. Like fourth. I mean, I stopped going regularly from around 4th grade, and yeah, now I'm just not going to school. So.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup live from Goa. The playing hall now starting to thin out a little bit. A lot of very sharp middle games heading towards the time control on move 40. And move 40 itself claiming a couple of scalps like it does in many tournaments. But in this one, Jovi, being a knockout format, it's particularly brutal. Now we see the games that have survived past that key test, and we take a look at who's slowly maneuvering towards an endgame.
Yeah, it's like Game of Thrones, but only for chess. Make a mistake, out. And lots of games still in progress, a lot of storylines to be had. We see top left, Gukesh. He is still trying to find a way how to squeeze out a win against Nodirbek, Kazyapkov. And what's interesting about that is that Gukesh is making all the right moves, but his opponent is playing so resourcefully, finding exactly the right way to continue. Things in the top row look like they are kind of solid. I'm going to say Pragnananda and Koibukarov from Australia. That looks as level as it gets. It's opposite color bishops. The presence of rooks does make it a little bit more complicated, but once the rooks come off the board, that is it. It's going to be agreed a draw. Whereas Anish Giri, well, he showed some risk, playing this really dangerous opening, very unbalanced game. And it does seem to be paying off as he finds himself in this endgame an extra material and with the bishop pair. And it's at the bottom where I think we're having a lot of fun, because young Adomush has made an appearance onto our screens. Just 14 years old, the youngest player to have ever entered the top 100 since Judith Polgar, breaking her achievement. And he is playing against Shishu Wang, the international master, who had that wonderful result in round 1, defeating the local hero Leon Luke Mendonça. Now here, it just appears like Yas Khan, Adomush, has played a fantastic game. In control, from start to finish.
It seems to be the case, Jovi, and his advantage is decisive. They've only made it to the time control 2 moves ago, so now both of them can have a bit of a longer think and not have to play moves under just a 30-second increment in the heat of the time pressure. Good news for the player with the advantage, because now with all that extra time added to the clock, you have the time necessary to make sure that you calculate precisely and convert this advantage fully and confidently. The advantage being this extra pawn on the board. That's not just an extra pawn, it is a very advanced and very strong fast pawn. You could consider pushing it further, or you could consider trading queens if you want to make sure that you are heading in the direction of an immediate endgame with the extra pawn. So that's certainly one of the options that the IEs must be considering, trading the queens, and then this bishop could come to f1 to attack the b5 pawn. a6 would be a way for black to hold on to that pawn structure, but it's not really about those pawns. The problem for black is this c6 pawn, and that you cannot really do anything about it. The white bishop, one way or the other, will make it into the game. If not through that diagonal, then you will see this coming to h3, trying to open up the diagonal. And once the bishop is in the game, then you have c7 and c8, and black will lose material because of the passed pawn.
Yeah, it is nice, clinical way to win, right? So queen to b3. I was looking at trying to keep the queens on the board. I wasn't even thinking about the endgame, but yeah, you're right. You don't need to risk anything with black's queen just sniffing around on d1. Instead, you can just take it to position, which is as winning as it gets, and it's just going to take some time. But the key, as you pointed out, is just simply to activate the light square bishop. And I love this idea of going g5, bishop h3, forcing the rook onto a super passive square, and I'm sure this is going to be happening, and it's very much in Adomush style. as well. He's simply going to be clinical like this, and it's very difficult to even think of a move, you know, for black. Black will probably have to go rook c7. You have to blockade the pawn as far as it can go, and then I guess white is simply going to be going bishop to d7. If you even need to play that move, you probably don't.
Yeah, you could play bishop d7, or there's funky knight jumps to guard the pawn. Threaten 96, guarding the pawn from knight d8, for instance. It looks so funny, and at the same time it's so strong. You normally don't want your knight on the edge, but there's a big difference between the knight on e8 and white's knight on d8, which is an active piece ready to attack the rook, chase it away from c7. Once you're guarding the c6 pawn, you're also threatening rook takes e5. So there's way too many problems.
Okay, Anna,
and
let's just dash over.
I think, oh, sorry, another game. I'm looking at the wrong camera.
It's a handshake. It is a draw between Pragnananda against Timur Kubakarov, and players just repeating with the rook and the king dancing together. And maybe we can just check out how that game quickly ended, because it wasn't a kind of clear-cut case of opposite color bishops plus rooks. I mean, white was always threatening this whole idea of rook to a7, but that's
It seems it was very balanced, with black guarding the pawn from the 5th rank and attacking white's pawns through the king side. Healthy pawn structure for white, but not an option for creating a passed pawn. And with the opposite colored bishops, neither players could make progress. They tried. Both of them played on and tried, but eventually it came to this repetition of checks on the 3rd and the 2nd rank. A draw here between Pragnananda and Kuibakarov. They will be back tomorrow with colors reversed. So the pressure is on Pragnananda, who is over 200, nearly 250 points above his opponent. He is the favorite in this matchup, but his opponent held his ground and will have the white pieces tomorrow. So not an easy matchup for Pragnananda to advance to the next round.
No, not easy. We might even see that match go to tie breaks, because it's very, very difficult to win with black, especially if your opponent is rock solid. And okay, checking out our bird's eye view, maybe we head to the game between Maximovic against Giri, because Giri did look like he was doing super well, but the evaluation bar, just from this bird's eye view, there on the top right, is seeming like it's in the middle.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. He had a better endgame with the pair of bishops, and after 92, bishop takes a2, Anish is up material. Seems to be a decisive advantage, so I'm really curious what went wrong. d3 check was Anish's choice to give up the d pawn in order to open up the diagonal and grab another pawn. Seems very straightforward, but he must have missed something here, and that is king c2 attacking the bishop, and then his a2 bishop is not getting out from the edge of the board. So he had to, instead of d3, it seems the other pawn sacrifice f3 was the correct one. That wasn't easy to spot. Like f3 can be taken with the pawn, with the knight or with the king, but neither of them are good for white. Apparently just pushing then the pawn on the queen side. This was so complex, not capturing anything because this is guarded, and I would have thought b5 was the idea, but no, the computer is just like push the a pawn, and then you are threatening d3 to then capture on b2.
Interesting, because I also really very difficult, because the human mind, it would have fixated on the fact that you need to rescue that bishop, and so you think, well, d3 is the most logical move.
Yeah, it's stuck as it is. You're right that the problem wasn't d3 for how it gets stuck. It gets stuck because that's how black won the pawn. So Anish, of course, sees that it's stuck, but he thought that his way out of it is by opening up the other bishop's diagonal and then these two bishops together. Now, to be fair with him, he of course must have seen king c2. I'm sorry, this is what he still for sure analyzed, but maybe he didn't assess how, no matter how he can push b5, a4, a5, a4, the bishop is still in a very problematic situation, and knight b3 here is a really strong move, apparently just allowing either this opposite colored bishop endgame, where white is holding his ground, or if you don't take, then white is threatening to capture now on b5 or capture on d4. So the complications of this bishop situation is what caused Anish's advantage to evaporate, unfortunately, for the Dutchman.
Yeah, and as you say, it just vanished in that one move. And the thing is, you know, black has to be a little bit careful, because if you're careless and go b4, then knight c1. And questions are going to be asked to that bishop on a2.
Yeah.
And then black is more or less obliged to go into that opposite color bishop endgame. So that's just simply going to be a complete and utter draw. So let's go back to b5. So I think it's just a misevaluation. Just Anish just did not think that white had any drawing resources here. But knight b3, what a find. And bishop takes knight. People might be asking, well, why is this a draw? Black is, after all, some material up. And the answer is, it's just quite simply, is that opposite color bishops, well, they work great on one color complex, but what you do is you set up a fortress with your king on your color bishop fortress, and you can never, ever, ever, ever in a million years be chased. So the white, so say for instance, in this type of position, there's no way that black is ever going to be winning the h5 pawn, because the bishop on d4 cannot change color. And also, this king on c4 can never, ever, ever be dislodged. And in that way, we have like this impasse, and these things are just not going to be making any progress. And Anish is so annoyed with himself, because this is one of the things about chess that makes it especially cruel. You play a perfect game. You play 40 moves of great moves. You choose the perfect opening. You get the fight. You get the unbalanced position. And then suddenly you get a position which is objectively winning, and somehow you just execute things in the wrong way, and it's over. You're drawn. You sport the win.
It's really heartbreaking and goes to show how difficult chess is at any level, but when it comes to top players fighting it out as their career, it's so heavy. The burden of one single inaccurate move, it can cost you everything you worked for the previous 3, 4, 5 hours, depending on which game we are talking about. Anything and everything can be at the cost of just one single mistake. It wasn't even a blunder. Yes, he saw that the bishop was in this tricky situation after he grabs the pawn on a2, but he believed that with b5 and opening up the diagonal for his other bishop, there should be a way out. And knight to b3, this is the move that changes everything. Let's just show why. Yeah. If it wasn't for that move, any other move for white is losing, apparently. Knight to b3 is an only move. So I think that's why we can't really criticize Anish for going for this variation with d3, because everything is losing here for white except knight to b3. Everything. I was going to say if we make a random move, but how do you make a random move? White's pieces are so tied down. This bishop is tied down to the defense of 2 pawns. The knight can't move other than knight b3. So it's maybe I'm just going to try like king to d3 just to make a move and demonstrate the idea behind black's play, that once this dark squared bishop is active, then you can go after the knight, and then this bishop will be coming out, and then you are up a pawn or two. So that would have made an entire difference in this endgame. It would have been winning for black had it not been for knight to b3, only move saving the day.
Yeah, and I was wondering while you were talking, like in the game position, is there any hope in saving things with a6? You know, knight b3, fantastic move. a6, you're ready to recapture cb5 with ab5, and you're going with the pawns. Is there any way? Because it's not actually easy for white to wait, because if you move the king, you lose the knight. If you go cb5, then Anish is suddenly, I think he's going to be very, very happy with that turn of events, even though the evaluation bar says equals. I don't think this is necessarily that easy.
You're right that he still has chances with this pawn push a6. I like your idea a lot, Jovi, to keep the game going and not give in to that opposite colored bishop endgame, so that white still has the pressure on and needs to find the most precise way to continue. This could be what Anish is considering, and he must be frustrated for realizing that this knight b3 is an extremely strong move and the position is petering out, but he could very well continue with a6. At the same time, he's been burning so much time that now he's down to his final 5.5 minutes, and there's no more extra time other than the 30-second increment per move. So will he try and keep the game going, or is it coming to that situation where now being low on time and white finding the best defense, it's also about, you know, preserving the energy and not risking that you might blunder something, because black could also blunder in this position with the bishop on a2 stuck, and just any discovered attacks as well throughout this diagonal. The capture, it doesn't work here, but if the bishop was on e6, then white is threatening to win a piece with knight takes d4, looking at the bishop on a2 and guarding the e6 bishop at the same time. So there's ways in which black can go wrong, and that's what Anish needs to assess, the risk factor and the time management as well. There's a lot of pressure on the line in a mini matchup where any mistake can be more than just half a point. I think draw is already something that is frustrating, of course, if you have a better position. But to lose a game where you were winning earlier, that would be just incredibly difficult to make a comeback from.
Yeah. It is very, very difficult, as also psychologically, because you're always thinking, oh, I had such a good chance with the black pieces. But I tell you, Anna, there's something that troubles me a little bit about the way that white is behaving on the board. It looks like he's found the way to draw. It looks like, you know, there are certain situations, there's certain body language tells where your opponent is like, yep, I have found a way to 100% draw. And the 100% draw is getting into an opposite color bishop endgame. And so I was a little bit suspicious, like, why is white so certain, or behaving as though they're like, yep, I've got it, I've saved the game. And it dawned on me a little bit that actually, if you allow b takes c4 with the pawn, this bishop on a2 is going to get trapped. You go knight c1. As long as you don't allow bishop takes c4, then everything, you can give up material like that. That's
very true. Yeah, because then black has to play bishop to b3 to not lose the bishop, and you end up in an opposite colored bishop endgame. Where again, black is up a pawn, but we already explained how there's no way of making progress for black, because there's everything on light squares is untouchable for the black pieces, and you cannot make it through these squares. Anish is about to make a move, so let's see if he keeps the game going or not. Not king.
G7.
He's reaching for the king to G7.
Okay. Well, this encourages bishop to E8. And is the idea
Bishop
of Anish to
E8
kind
attack
of
the B5 pawn.
Yeah, only because as long as the b pawn is not on b5, it can be on c4, it can be on b4. Knight c1 is going to be the response. But if a pawn is on b5, knight c1 is not a possibility. And yeah, you see, he's so quick, and he's looking in that direction. And this was one of the gambles that Anish had when he grabbed the pawn on a2. He knew that his bishop was going to be sidelined there on the edge of the board. And it's such a worthwhile pattern, again, to kind of go over and over, so you kind of just have it there permanently in your mind, that this bishop on 8, yeah, you see bishop to e8.
That's indeed what's happening, putting pressure on the b5 pawn, and if Anish takes the free pawn on c4, this is what Joey already explained, that the idea is knight to c1, this bishop is trapped and you can only get it out of there by giving the pawn back on b3, allowing this opposite colored bishop endgame that should be a draw.
And yeah, you can't take too many risks in that position. I think you have to accept that it is going to be a draw. And Anish, he's giving the cameras that stare that says, oh, yes, I did not see that particular idea. It's one of those things that suddenly just dawns on you, like, okay, that is what's going to happen. But he goes bishop takes knight. He voluntarily goes into that opposite color bishop endgame. And I'm assuming maybe he's going to go b4, yes, and try to squeeze out a win this way. But it's smart, right, Anna? Because the bishop on d4 can keep an eye on the h-pawn. This is what Anish is thinking. And and he can maybe use the king to try to get close. Yeah, get close to the f-pawn. Ultimately, though, I do feel that it's just prolonging what is going to be the inevitable. It is heading towards a draw. Shall we leave the players to draw out this game for as long as possible?
Yeah, Anish will try, but essentially the evaluation of this opposite colored bishop endgame is that it should lead to a draw. Frustrating for Anish Giri, who had a better, if not winning, position earlier, but it wasn't as easy as it seemed with the bishop stuck on a2 to find the right way to bring the bishop back into the game. Where should we go next, Joey? What do you fancy among our boards? There's so many games still on the way.
Well, let's check out the game between Kirill Alexienko against the young 15-year-old Andy Woodward. Now, you mentioned that the game was drawn, and I kind of said that the opposite color bishop in game is drawn. It's a relatively clear cut, but not all games are equally drawn, because here we have one that is very, very imbalanced, despite the evaluation bar telling us that it is 0.000 until infinity. I mean, this looks like it could be anyone's game, in the sense that if black wins all of the pawns, then it's going to be a rook and bishop against a rook. And then it's just a question of technique and memory, whether you know how to hold that particular endgame. And if white gets marching with the pawns, then, oh dear, black is going to be in a whole heap of trouble and going to be lost. So not so easy. But there is a possibility, I guess, if black wants to. I guess black can always just give up the bishop for 2 pawns or as many pawns as possible and try to win this one. So is it black to play, Anna?
Black has just played king to g6. Yeah, and everything you have explained is really important in this endgame. f5 check, sacrificing either the f-pawn or the g5 pawn to get the king away from the h7 square. This is really crucial. If king takes g5, h7, it looks like white has made it. How do you stop the h-pawn? But luckily for black, this bishop g3 check is the key to the defense, and then you are ready to make it onto the long diagonal and stop the pawn from promotion. it could very well be the situation that white will promote and then black captures the remaining pawn of white, and that would be the drawn rook endgame with no pawns left on the board. We might be heading toward that situation. You can also take on f5, and the story would be similar. If h7, it's crucial to give this check and go back with the bishop. Other than that, I don't know what else could white try, and who is trying to win this game. Jovi, what do you think?
Well, I just saw an idea in this this line that you mentioned with bishop to g3. You take on f5 or wherever you go, and then this whole point of going h7.
Well, actually, he took
And
on
then bishop
g5, so
goes-
let's look at it with king takes
Okay,
d5.
let's king takes
g5 is on the board.
h7 has to be done, otherwise you're going to be in for defending 50 moves of this. And then king to g2. I don't think you can go anywhere else. And once the bishop drops back to e5, I think the idea is to go rook to
Honestly,
e8.
the computer is like, you could even take the rook and allow white to promote, which is pretty shocking, but the computer is so confident that even this is a draw with the rook and bishop against the queen. Now, I wouldn't be that confident. I would definitely not pick this, especially since the pawn is still alive. Like, this is looking terrible. But the computer just doesn't care. The computer is like, nah, I give a check here, then I go here, and this is a draw. Everything is a draw. I do not approve of this way of playing. I think the human way to play is to not allow your opponent to promote. Don't give them a queen up. And then you had an idea, Jovi, right? After bishop e5.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously you could be going h8 and promoting and going into that completely drawn rook and rook ending. But I was thinking, could you go rook to e8 and try to be sneaky like that? It feels like this is something that you do on a titled Tuesday. It's Tuesday. And
yeah,
your idea is, you know, you move the bishop, you just capture the rook. If you move the king ever closer, then you go rook takes bishop. So, I mean, something like that.
Yeah, because black still needs to be really precise. You are so right. White is threatening to win the game by giving up the rook for the bishop and then promoting. So how can black stop this is a key and extremely important question. It might come down to the rook giving a check so that then you can also have your rook's help against this promotion, even if it means you're losing your bishop, but you then grab the h-pawn and this f-pawn should not survive for long. Or if you're able to guard it, black will start giving checks until you are pushed away from the pawn. I think this is happening. Rook to e8, just a final test, and rook g3 check was the choice by Andy Woodward. Same idea. You want to kick that king away from guarding the h file, and if the king goes to h2, it steps into this check. In that case, you probably should give up the bishop, because you still need to make it to the h file.
Yeah, it's white being very, very tricky, but I agree. Just grab that h7 pawn. Just take yourself to a game where it is clearly drawn. Don't do any funny business. And I like this whole idea, rook g4. But a nice trick there from Alexienko. Try to just surprise
This is
his
happening.
young opponent.
h2, rook g4, giving up the bishop. It's exactly what's happening.
Do you think we're going to see rook g8 and get a completely drawn king and bishop? Well, it doesn't really matter how they do it. They certainly agreed to a draw, which means that it will be Andy Woodward playing with the white pieces tomorrow. The match is even and everything is going to be hinging on tomorrow's game. But fantastic effort there from the 15-year-old teenager. Shall we head over and see if there's been a result in the Anish Giri game? That was an opposite color bishop endgame, which I thought wasn't long for the world, but no. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
I
already
think
been
we're
decided.
just catching the board. I saw Anish there for a second before the game ended. It was this opposite colored bishop endgame where there's no way through. White is guarding all of the key squares that we were explaining. So even though Anish was up a pawn and there was no way of making progress. Frustrating for Anish Giri, who had a better position, if not even a decisive advantage earlier in the game, but it wasn't clear the way through with that tricky situation of his bishop on a2, on how to free the bishop. And he played in a very concrete way that looked very promising, but knight b3 earlier in that game was a key defensive resource that might have been missed by Anish.
Yeah, and some great defense there from Maksimovic. Let's check in on our bird's eye view and I follow the evaluation bar. That's my motto in life. And let's go to a wonder Liang against Max Varmadan there on the bottom row, second left, and queen and rook make good companions, and indeed they're especially effective when they are surrounding or very close to the enemy king. So rook to g8 was the last move that was played. The white king, safe as houses.
Yeah, exchange up for white and this king. If it wasn't for the queen being able to block this, it would be a threat of checkmate in one. But even without that, this check is really strong, and I think black will have to try to get rid of the queens so that his king is less in danger. But the end game with an exchange up and white being able to gobble up the c4 pawn, I think that's crucial. That once the c4 pawn is gone, white has two connected pass pawns and the bishop will not be able to fight against them. It's a winning endgame for a wonder.
Yeah, definitely a winning endgame. Now, if you swap off queens and you just leave a thorn in your side, and the rook, as you said, the rook is so effective at working both sides of the board, and it's always not about the quantity of your pawns, it's the quality as well. So he steps up with the king, and black is dreaming of a future where he's been allowed to go king h4, king g3. Go
Honestly,
somewhere
not a bad
close to the
idea.
white king.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would love to see that. Unfortunately for black, it's being stopped by the threat of rook takes h7. So rook h8, really strong move. And after h6, trying to safeguard the king. What would be the best way to continue? I wish we could bring the queen here, as I'm looking at ways in which you can make it to g4 with the queen to threaten checkmate. So queen c8, I think, is one of the options here for white. h4, wow, even stronger. You're threatening to trade queens on g5. Queen g5 because the pawn is pinned. Wow.
It
That
really
is
is a
pretty.
wow. And like literally, the only move that black can make is with the bishop. If you move the queen, if you move it along, like you take the pawn on b2, then queen g5 is going to be checkmate because you cannot capture that queen. But yeah, no, what a beautiful shot. Queen to g5. It's going to happen whether black
Incredible.
likes it or not. Because it's all about the
Yeah.
runaway c pawn.
It is, and maybe white doesn't even want to trade. I was excited about the endgame, but also queen f8 threatening checkmate with queen h6. How can you defend? It seems like white doesn't even need to force an endgame because the black king is in trouble.
Yeah, and yeah, queen e5, I agree, queen f8. If queen f5, I think it's a very good idea to force the endgame. Unless you can be funny and just go king to g2. After all,
Honestly,
there's only so far the queen can go. And you hide the king on h3.
The rook
Oh!
takes h6 the queen h8. I completely forgot about this thread because with the queen on e5, the queen would be guarding the corner, but not with the queen on f5. So black can't even go for the counter attack.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
no. Okay, no endgame to help Max Varmadan, and queen e5 had to be played. He had to keep an eye on h8, and now the queen just slides over, attacking the h6 pawn, and that's it. No way for the king to hide.
You need to keep going and try to hide in white's camp, but I don't think there's anywhere to hide. If you go to g3, it should be mate in 2. Sorry, I'm making illegal
F3.
moves now because I'm like, where can the king still go? King f3 and king g2, queen to g2, and if you don't move the king but try to block with the queen, that's... On the one hand, it could be just the endgame we mentioned, but why not win the queen? Just moving the queen away and the skewer will pick up the queen. I think that will be the end of the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
And on our screen,
it's happening. I think we might see it. I think we might see it. Played out
Are we going to see checkmate?
I think so. Max Varmadam allowing the checkmate. I think that's a gentleman's move, and we appreciate seeing the checkmate. And not many Grandmaster games go all the way to checkmate on the board, but the Dutchman also appreciates the art and beauty of chess. He's a content creator. He knows that this is important for so many reasons, for others as well. Ourselves, the viewers, certainly appreciate it, and it's a painful loss for Max Varmadam. At the same time, he is a lower rated player in this matchup, and tomorrow he will try to fight back with the white pieces against Awander Liang.
Yeah, and he had a super exciting, very thrilling tiebreak yesterday, Max Varmadam, but he did manage to edge past, so he'll be taking solace from that. And someone who will be taking inspiration from their previous game is Yaz Edomus. Edomus, just 14 years old. He's been in tremendous form, and it looks like he is continuing. When we left it with the potential that the queens would be traded off the board, and we were thinking about queen to b3. I don't think queen to b3 was the move that Edomus chose, but what he did was sufficient enough. I mean, he's simply a piece up.
Yeah, it's a piece. Only a pawn is what black has in return, and that's not enough to compensate. In fact, he's about to lose the b5 pawn, being just a full piece up for the 14-year-old star from Turkey, the youngest grandmaster in present day. He's capturing the pawn and is confidently converting his first game in round 2.
Yeah, and that puts him in good stead, especially when you're playing someone who you know is underrated, who's had a fantastic performance yesterday, or round 1. Xizhi Wang was one of the players who caused a big upset, beating the local hero Leon Luc Mendonça. But for Edomus, he looks mildly annoyed at his opponent, that his opponent is continuing the game. And bishop to e8 with a threat of rook to h5. That is going to seal the deal, because the only way black can stop that one is to go g6. But there we see the clocks being stopped, and there is a victory for Edomus. Tomorrow they'll be back, and it will be Edomus playing with the black pieces. So we'll see whether Xizhi Wang will be able to score an upset in order to equalize the score.
And speaking of equalizing the score, I think there is a good chance that Denis Makhniov will manage to hold his higher rated opponent Nodirbek Abdusattorov to a draw. We see the evaluation bar there in the middle, in the exact middle, and I think this might be close to a handshake, if not already. We've just reached their board Nodirbek Abdusatorov playing with the black pieces and trying to prove that he is the higher rated player for a reason, but it's not always easy. It's not always easy, and with the current situation being the following, this is an endgame where white just keeps giving checks, and it's not easy to hide the black king from those checks at all.
No, it's not easy at all. I mean, everything is objectively equal. It's just that eternal question. Is the knight better than the bishop? Is the bishop better than the knight? And here, Nodirbek is trying to argue, well, the pawns are on the same side of the board. It's going to be slightly more preferable for the knight. But that's all irrelevant if there's one other issue at stake, and that is, where is Nodirbek going to hide the king? And nothing, no safe place to hide, is there, Anna? You don't want to be hiding it on
No.
h8.
Definitely not. You could end up being in trouble with this bishop and queen eyeing the king. I think they will eventually repeat moves. The check is given now again on a7, and Nodirbek goes back to h6 with the king, the check again, and this game should end in a repetition of moves, a 3-4 repetition. If Nodirbek goes back to g7, it might already be the third time, I think. After king g7, queen a7 is the third time the same position would appear on the board. So this is the only moment where Nodirbek could still deviate. If he wants to continue the game, he needs to play something different. He needs to go either to h7 or push the pawn to f4. After king g7, his opponent can claim a draw.
Yeah. And how much risks do you want to be taking? You push the pawn to f4, and suddenly this bishop on b3 gets a new diagonal to stare down. So that's why he chooses to repeat the position. And I think they want the arbiter to intervene, Anna. No, the eye contact has been made.
And it's a draw. Great result for Denis Makhnev. But tomorrow it's Nodirbek Abdusatorov who will have the white pieces and will try to win his classical game to advance to round 2. Some upsets in this round, and I think there's action now. If we go back to our bird's eye view on some of the other top boards we were analyzing earlier, Jovi.
Yeah, it's the game between Motilev and Paramagsudlu. Paramagsudlu started so well in the FIDE Grand Swiss, was leading in the halfway mark, and then somehow lost the energy, lost momentum. I think it's his brand of chess. He's always up for the fight. He has to play with a lot of energy. And here, well, it is everything equal. And is this going to finish in a draw?
It seems to be the case that now this is heading toward a draw as well. As you mentioned, Maxoglu played such a brilliant tournament in the first 2/3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, leading the tournament for so long, but his energy ran out, the steam ran out for the last bit of the event, and now this is a draw between Motilev and Maxoglu. So tomorrow, Farham Maxoglu will have the white pieces and will try his best to advance to the next round in their mini match against Motilev.
Yes, and I expect a game full of fighting spirit. But going over to this particular board, the game between Vincent Keimer and Vladislav Kovalev, what's been interesting is that the evaluation bar seems to have had a mind of its own. At some point, it said, you know, all the time the story was Vincent was winning, it was easily winning, and suddenly the thing that we were talking about, we were warning, we said, White's only counterplay is this potential for getting an advanced h pawn. It's happened. There's a pawn on h7, and then at some point, I think just until a few moments ago, the evaluation bar was firmly in the middle. So maybe we can recap a few moves and find out first up, how did White get this passed pawn?
Sure.
And
That's an important
Why?
question because we thought it's not possible. And if we just quickly go through those moves, it felt like Vincent's position is completely winning, but White managed to activate his king, make it all the way to g5, and then support the push of the h-pawn. So since Black never played g5, which would have blocked those pawns, at any point g5, I guess it wasn't easy to choose when to play it in case that could be undermined or attacked, so Black had to be precise, but it felt like it was possible to stop that. Instead, the White king made it to g5, supported the pawn of the push of the h-pawn. It still should be winning for Black because Black's pass pawn is faster and more advanced than White's one, but you need to be precise. And there was this moment in the game where Vincent plays g5 check and the computer criticizes it. He didn't have much time, so it makes sense that it's each time harder to play very precise chess when it comes to something this concrete. Apparently knight to d3 was the best way to continue, or knight to h3, but g5 was not that strong, and now the computer changes their mind. Maybe it's just as strong and our computer is not strong enough. Jovi, I don't understand. The computer first criticizes the move, and after knight d3 it says, no wait, maybe it's still here, fine, never mind. It just constantly changes. Knight e5, another imprecise move. So it took a few imprecisions for Vincent to spoil the advantage, but then White makes a mistake, so doesn't matter. It's just a question of who's got the better nerves, and both players have been making mistakes under the time pressure and the pressure of the situation. Now b2 exclamation mark. If you pick up this pawn, then Black is able to grab the h pawn, and this endgame is winning. The two minor pieces and the pawn against White's camp. This pawn too should fall sooner than later, I think. So b2, really strong move, undermining this defense by the rook over the d3 square, not allowing White to promote just in time. Either they both promote, but Black promotes with a check, super important, or you have to give up your pass pawn for Black's pass pawn.
Yes, and 9 times out of 10, the person that checks first when it comes to promoting wins the game. And here, most certainly, that's going to be the case. You know, if White goes h8, then you're simply going to go b1, check, and wherever the king steps back, it's going to be harassed. You know, if you go to e3, then the queen will swing to e1 and deliver a horrible check there. If the king goes up to d4, yeah, you can see the evaluation bar went all the way back, back. I mean, it doesn't matter. The result is going to be the same. I think it's going to be checkmate. And queen to e1.
Yeah. Picking up the rook and then checkmate is inevitable. We could show how pretty it could be with the king making it to these central squares, but not being able to hide further. Checkmate on the board. b2, winning move by Vincent Keimer. He did give some chances to his opponent, but it was a complex endgame with no time for either players. This is two human beings trying their best, and under the pressure, the nerves, it's Vincent Keimer who managed to keep his nerves even after a couple of inaccurate moves, and now he's winning by pushing the pawn to b2 just in time.
Yeah, nice find there from Vincent Keimer. And what, as you pointed out, Anna, if you were to go rook takes b2, bishop to d3, picks up the h7 pawn, and then what you do when you have this type of situation, a bishop and knight and 2 pawns versus a rook and pawn, is you go into tortoise mode. And by that I mean you do things ever so slowly, but you don't touch the knight. Instead, what you do is you just move your king all over to the king side. You can put it on g6, you can put it on e6, and then you kind of relocate the bishop. I mean, I personally would probably hide it on g6. Then I would relocate the bishop and put it on e6, as Anna's indicating, and then because I just want certainty, you then sacrifice both your pieces. You give up a bishop or a knight for the pawn on g4. You just force all of the pieces to come off the board, and then black is simply left with those 2 remaining pawns. So it might take 30 moves. It doesn't matter. What matters is the end result. This time is the destination, not the journey. And okay,
Ooh,
it's
and
gonna
we
be
might see
the checkmate
split
that
it
we
out to
illustrated.
checkmate. Yeah. Vladislav Kovalev knows, but he is also one of those grandmasters that appreciates the art of chess and might allow checkmate, or at least he is playing out the moves to show this beautiful pattern where they both promoted, but black promotes with a check, and now the best move for black is queen a1 check. Queen g1 check also wins. So for Vincent, he can choose between those checks. Honestly, queen b6 check is also winning. So there's 3 checks. One of them will be played by Vincent, and he is going to get his first point in this match against Vladislav Kovalev. But what a fight this has been in the endgame. Kovalev, kudos to him for keeping his spirits up and fighting in what looked like a hopeless endgame.
Yeah, and just goes to show chess is never 100% easy. You always have to be on guard for your opponent's hidden resources. And Vincent going for the queen to g1. A victory with the black pieces puts Vincent in excellent shape for tomorrow's second game, where Kovalev will have to win with the black pieces if he wants to stay in the tournament and equalize the match. King drops back. Now, how to put the boot in? Many moves. I did think that your move, queen a1, was the most clinical try. But here you could go queen c1 check. That's also good enough. Force the rook to stand in between. Block the check. He's gone for that. And then the white king is going to get harassed from either side.
That's indeed what's happening. White has to block with the rook. If you don't, you're losing the piece and the game. So rook c2 is played, and now Vincent can choose between queen a3 or queen to e3. Both of them seem really strong, and it should be checkmate in a few moves.
And watch how Vincent introduces another piece into the attack, and that was the final nail in the coffin, and Vincent Keimer wins with the black pieces. Puts him in excellent shape for tomorrow's match, and nice to see the players analyze, probably discussing that very key moment, you know, some key moments in that game. That was Vincent's decision to give up his queen in order to get that material, that imbalance, and then that final point in the endgame where perhaps there was a possibility that Vladislav Kovalev could have actually saved the game.
That was indeed the crucial moment. What an endgame. It has been so instructive. John, what were your thoughts when we were going through those moments? And Vincent Keimer making some mistakes too under the pressure of the clock and the pressure of the knockout format.
I absolutely love the way this went. I also love that the eval bar doesn't tell us the full story as well, because we saw Maksudlu's game, we saw Keimer's game, and if you looked 5 moves apart, the eval bar was completely different, but especially in Keimer's, I couldn't work out heads or tails and why the eval bar was saying what it did until you guys were able to go in and help us make that unclear situation a lot more clear. So we've had some really instructive, really fun chess games finish at the World Cup in the last 10-15 minutes, and it's been fantastic to watch. It also helps us set up the storylines really well for tomorrow, where a lot of our players will be in must win situations. Only a handful of games are now still ongoing in the playing hall, and because he's so wholesome, Parham Maksudlu may well still be analysing his game with his opponent when we come back from this break, which promises, I think, to be our last of the day. See you in a sec.
Have you ever wished you could just play game after game against a coach who actually teaches you stuff? Imagine a coach that plays at your level, tailors challenges for you, and even gives you feedback while you play. Well, buckle up, because that's exactly what we built. Introducing Play Coach on chess.com. You can now literally play a full-on game against Coach, who talks to you, points out threats, praises your genius bishop moves, and gently roasts you for missing that fork that's been there for more than 5 moves. Here's how it works. Go to chess.com/play/coach, or just hit up Play Coach in the app. Pick your color, choose the difficulty, and boom, you're in. You can even customize your coach. Don't like their vibe? Change it up. Choose a new coach. Want more or less help? Toggle move suggestions, turn on or off threat arrows, the eval bar. You are in control. Coach will break down your play as you go. We're talking real-time feedback here. Strategic tips, motivation, compliments when you crush it, hints when you need them, all of it targeted exactly at your level. Total beginner? Coach will teach you opening principles, basic tactics, and king safety. More advanced? Then Coach will give you tips on pawn structure, positional ideas, the works. So stop wasting time. Go to chess.com/play/coach, fire up a game, and actually start getting better. Coach is waiting for you on the board, and I'll see you around on chess.com.
Does it bother you that I have more followers on Instagram than you?
Yes, it does.
So good, this show. This show is so good.
Have you ever been jealous of me?
I think when you qualify to the candidates, probably.
Yes, it does.
That's probably one. Yes, that's probably one.
You're close, so
yes,
I can understand.
For sure.
Do you think you would be a better influencer than a chess player?
Honestly, like it's so, for me, like being an influencer is so much less rewarding than being a chess player. I see it just as like a byproduct that might slightly help me in my chess, and that's why that's why it's a thing.
Probably true, but there are some other thoughts. He has some other thoughts around that, so maybe he have been thinking about it or something like that. There's more to his answer than he just replied.
Do you like look down upon influencers?
A little bit, yeah.
More than a little bit.
It's a logical consequence of my previous answer.
See how I trapped you in that zone?
You fully trapped me. Yeah, influencers hate me now. Please keep retweeting, guys. I love you. Hashtag love you all.
Do you think you will ever become world champion?
I think actually I might.
Yes.
Ambitious. Where do you get your optimism from?
I'm so happy. No, I'm so happy. See, like the work I'm doing on myself is working. No, but I think like I'm a good player, honestly. I think I'm a good player. I'm not too impressed with the people at the top right now. Yeah, Gukesh will likely become world champion. I don't see him as someone much better than me, so I'm okay.
Welcome back to the 2025 FIDE World Cup. The playing hall has largely emptied, although you can see, emptied even, although you can see there's a small crowd still gathered around a couple of the boards that are still playing. And that happens to be world champion Gukesh, who's currently facing off in an endgame against Nodirbek. Now, I should point out, yes, white has an extra pawn here, but I listened well to Jovi yesterday. It's an H pawn. I don't care. Or do I? You guys let us know. How right or wrong am I there?
Well, I'm a woman who stands behind her words, so I'm going to say absolutely, it's the truth. Actually, it's not just one H pawn, it's two H pawns as well, and that's why we're going to see kind of nice dance what's going on. If the rook ever steps sideways and captures the pawn on f6, I mean, what I was saying yesterday in the tie breaks, I was saying that there is just a case of the black king getting behind those two advanced pawns, and then there's no amount of money that will be able to shift that king from that corner. And if the white king steps up and grabs that pawn, that means the white king actually doesn't have any place to hide. And so that's why you're seeing Gukesh avoid capturing that pawn on f6. And the main trick in the position for black to be on guard for is he has to keep some kind of connection with the h7 square. Because if black goes wandering around with a rook, say rook a1, then white will be playing h7, and then the pawn is going to be, so you can see the evaluation bar rises all up. Rook to g8 is going to be in the air, and white is the one that controls the queening square. Now, of course, that is never ever going to happen. Nodirbek has found a nice drawing mechanism. He's just simply going to be delivering the checks to his opponent, and then once the white king gets to a place where black doesn't feel like checking anymore, the black rook will simply go back to a7. Just keep a watchful eye over h7 square as indicated, and that's it. No progress to be made. So I was right in this particular circumstance. Rook pawns, not that great in rook and pawn endgames.
That's so instructive, Joey. Thank you for breaking it down, because it doesn't seem that easy. It looks like really just the extra pawn, the fact that this is a more advanced pass pawn than black's pawn, that the black pawn is up for grab from where we started. White could have taken on f6 either with the king or with the rook, and it's still a drawn endgame. Even if Gukesh will capture the f6 pawn at some point, will be up 2 pawns, but it doesn't matter because it's doubled h pawns, and the black king is really close to them, as well as the rook guarding the h7 square. So many crucial factors here. He keeps giving checks, and we will see whether Gukesh will try to approach the rook. That's what he's doing. He's getting closer and closer to the black rook.
Yeah, and now the king is going to approach. There's no more checks possible, and this is the one point where Nodirbek needs to just slide the rook down to a7. Keep a watchful eye over the h7 point, and that is it. And I think he's going to do that right now. He's just pausing. Another possibility that he can do, which could potentially end the game. Rook h4.
I was just gonna point it out too, Joe, because I've only just noticed that he has an even more active way of dealing with the position and immediately putting an end to this rook endgame, not allowing Gukesh to keep trying longer, because after rook h4, so instructive. It looks like white is winning because you're about to promote, but rook takes h5 check comes just in time, and you grab the pawn before it promotes. So rook h4, I think, is what we're gonna see, because it's even more forcing. White can and probably will capture the pawn, but then what Jovi already explained, the black king gets close to the h pawns, and black will pick up first the h5 pawn, and then with king h7 also the h6 pawn will fall.
Yeah, and it's been a Herculean effort from Nodirbek to save this particular game. You know, he was on the back foot pretty much straight out of the opening. His bishop could barely move. He could almost at some point barely move a piece, and now he finds himself, you know, he's been playing Fantastic chess, defending heroically, and now he finds himself in a completely drawn position. He's just steadying his nerves. He's now ticking down to under 1 minute. One final check, and the rook does slide over to h4. That is the move that is gonna absolutely determine things. And now that after rook takes pawn appears, the king slides over. Teamwork makes the dream work, and Gukesh giving up the h6 pawn, now giving up the other h pawn, and we're going to see a battle of kings, and a draw is going to be agreed. And what a save there from Kazibek Nodirbek.
And disappointing for the reigning world champion because he had a somewhat better position. At the same time, his advantage never felt that much of a difference. It was slightly better, but it was never a decisive advantage, with Nodirbek finding some really difficult and accurate defensive moves. So tomorrow the two of them will be back with colors reversed. And we shall see whether this match will go into tiebreaks if tomorrow's game is a draw as well, or will either of the players manage to win in classical chess. I love the fact, by the way, that Gukesh played it out all the way to 2 kings. He is a true gentleman, even if the result is disappointing because he had a better position. I think there's just so much to show about their display of respect toward each other and toward the game of chess, and playing it all the way out till 2 kings were left on the board.
Yeah, and that means, Anna, just 3 games remaining in the playing hall, and we can see them there from our bird's eye view. The evaluation bar pretty level on every single one of them, but some more level than the others. I think Wesley So is going to grind out his position for a long time against Stramavicius, and Yu Yangyi is trying hard against Blauberger in a rook and pawn endgame, but the one that's going to be finishing probably pretty soon is the game between Kokulus against Nihal Sarin.
I agree with you that it seems like this game is heading toward a handshake. Stamatis was the player who knocked out Divya Dashmukh in round 1. Sadly for us, because I think we were rooting for the Women's World Cup champion Divya Dashmukh to also do well in the overall World Cup and have a chance at qualifying to both Canada's tournament. That would have been quite a storyline, but her opponent, the Greek Grandmaster Stamatis, played really well their mini match here in round 1 and managed to knock out Divya. Now Stamatis is on the defensive, being down a pawn and being the underdog in this matchup against Nihal Sarin. But there is no way through because the king is blocking the h-pawn. It's another one of these h-pawns. The rook pawn is so difficult to promote because simply the board ends. There is no other side on the other side of the pawn. The only way through would be through the g file, but that's where the white king is, and 2 kings are left on the board. Just like in the game of Gukesh, Nihal Sarin also makes a draw, and the 2 players will be back tomorrow with colors reversed to try to advance to the next round.
Yeah, and a smile there for both of the players. The bishop is such a versatile piece, being able to defend from many sides of the board, and that means we only have 2 games remaining. And between Yu Yangyi against Felix Blauberger and Wesley So against Titus Stramavicius. And we're going to head to this game because Wesley is pushing hard. Out of all, between the 2 remaining games, this one feels like Wesley is the one who's making significant progress. He has plans of getting that king to...
The evaluation bar, what? There was a big mistake. Just when we tuned in, there was a big mistake. Rook to e1 apparently was a blunder. Black had it under control more or less. It was a tough position, but he was holding his ground. And by playing rook to e1, he allows king to g4. Very strong move by Wesley. And now white's position is winning.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
And if the white king gets to f5, that's it. It's game over. There's going to be rook to b7 check. The king is going to be driven back to the edge of the board where it's going to find itself in a mating net, or the g-pawn is going to promote. But this was the resource that Titus was banking on. Titus doesn't have too much time, playing with less than a minute. And as Anna's indicating, the king can run to both sides of the board. King h5, king to f5, a possibility, and the knight on d3 isn't very stable either. So what is Wesley going to be playing here? He has a move in his pocket, Anna, because you cannot check the white king on g1. You do that, the king steps up to f5. It's game over. So you do not need to do
rook to
anything
f1.
fancy here.
I think rook f1 was a good try, because it's trying to prevent king to f5 so that rook takes f3 would be a check, but Wesley just goes back with the bishop, which also seems to be criticized by the computer, and the evaluation bar drops way down, closer to equality. Mistakes by both players in the heat of the time pressure and also the nerves, the stress, the pressure of the knockout format, and this is way into the round after hours and hours of grueling chess and back and forth. Both of them started making mistakes now. Instead of bishop d2, apparently Wesley could have continued with a move like king to h5, not allowing rook takes f3 check, but king h5, threatening rook b7, and if black were to give a check, then he... actually, bishop h4 is not good because of knight f4, so then he has to come back. It was still so tricky. Then the position is repeated. I don't even get it. The computer just goes back to this position, not making progress. This was difficult. Rook d6 was a key move, apparently, to just chase the knight away.
Yeah. The engine seems absolutely obsessed with driving that knight to e1, perhaps because you can go f4, and then after pawn takes f4, you can go to f5 and use the black pawn on f4 as a shield. But instead, bishop to d2, and the evaluation bar saying that rook to f2 was not the correct response either. It makes a lot of sense. The bishop relocates to c3, and okay, still now the plan is to now play rook to d6, and then once you've attacked the knight, then you can win e5. And remember that any check to the black king from the rook, to the white king, sorry, from the rook, is going to mean that the white king advances up the board. And now Titus has got 21 seconds, and it's ticking down.
And he knows it. You could see on his face the impression of the bishop c3, his reaction to that move. He knows that the game has gotten out of his control, and Wesley is now in a confidently winning position. Will he play rook to d6? I think rook to d6 seems to be actually the only way that white's advantage stays decisive. So he definitely must be eyeing that square for the rook. That was the whole point of his bishop maneuver.
Yeah, I agree. That is the only way forward. And it makes the most sense, because why else did Wesley put the bishop on c3? He has more time on the clock than his opponent, and he attacks
and he
the
plays
knight.
rook to d6. That's the winning move for the American Grandmaster here with the white pieces, and now there is no longer a defense. The knight is undermined. Black tries to give a check. You can go to... Actually, I was going to say you can go to h4 or h3, but no. King to h3 would allow knight f4 check, so that is still tricky. White should go to h4, not allow any knight checks, and after king h4, if you then give a check, both the rook and the knight of black will be hanging. So king h4, crucial for Wesley to play that move.
Yeah, absolutely vital to find that king move, and just with the idea that the king will zigzag down the board and prevent the rook from giving any further checks. You don't want to be stepping up with your king, because that was going to be met with a side check, rook coming to g5, and this is going to drive the white king backwards, and king h4, the only move, as indicated by the engine, the only move to get Wesley the win. And as he now ticks close to the 30-second mark, it's going to be situation critical. Can he find this perfect king move?
It's going to be the critical question and moment. Yes, Wesley has played king to h4, the only winning move. And now if black moves the knight either to f4 or f2, if knight f2, white can just take the e5 pawn. If knight f4, it might be that g7 check, this cover check, to draw the king into that diagonal, after which bishop takes e5 will pick up the knight on f4. Both of those lines are winning for white. The knight goes to c5 instead to try to continue the game, to keep going. And now Wesley, will he take the pawn on e5, which is actually not strong anymore because black will also capture white's pawn? It's still not that simple.
No, it's not as easy as it appears. You have to preserve that pawn on g6. That's the trump. So the computer indicating that bishop to d2, driving the black king backwards. And this gives the opportunity for the white king to advance. Wesley finds it. Of course he does.
He has played, again, the only best move, the only way to keep the decisive advantage, not allow black to capture this pawn. And now bishop g5 is not the most accurate. Bishop e3 was apparently really strong, but such a complex endgame. Both players under huge time pressure after 6 hours of grueling chess. This has been such a tough game for both of them. And now the chances are back. Black can try to defend if he finds a move like e4 to try to get the knight back into the game.
e4 is a difficult find, and you see there, black is not really sure. He's thinking. Titus is thinking. He gave a grimace. He's not comfortable with his position. So many moves racing through his head, giving a shake. White is thinking about moves such as king h5 and then dropping the bishop back to provide some cover. The white king still wants to enter the golden square that is f5. And as Anna indicating, e5, e4, black's only try to get half point. And we see he didn't find it. He played something, played knight to b3, given an exclam, also good enough.
Actually, Jovi, yeah, these two, according to the computer, e4 or the move that Titus played, this was the other way in which the game can continue and might end in a draw because of the accurate defense of Titus. This is crucial that the knight e4 with the same idea and knight b3 exactly about the same strategy. The knight needs to make its way back so that it can fight against the advanced pass pawn of white. Knight d4 threatening knight f3, threatening knight f5. Now Wesley is realizing that his position may not be winning anymore. He also made an inaccurate move in the heat of the time pressure, in the heat of this very difficult knockout format and the stress of the match. f4 is being played. He is still trying, and to f4, honestly, it's I would still be nervous if I'm playing this as black because it's undermining the square where I wanted to jump with the knight.
It's a tricky move because at every single point it is Titus who will have to be calculating what happens if the king advances to h5. What happens if the king is allowed to zigzag to f5? Is that holdable? And you've only got 23 seconds on the clock, and the panic is real. It is setting in. Now, will he have the guts to take on f4? It's such a difficult move because once you do that, the knight can no longer go to d5. Knight c5. Okay, this is also interesting. Setting up some ideas of
also
potentially
logical.
Jumping in with a knight to e5.
He's fighting and finding some really difficult moves, allowing the pawn to be captured because he would have had knight e4, knight fork. Now Wesley tries by playing king to h5, guarding the pawn in the future if the rook could make it to the 7th rank, or the bishop to chase the knight, to chase the king away. That would still be winning for white. But black, if precisely continues this check on h2, it's crucial. You cannot allow the white king to stay on h5 and guard the pawns. He finds it. He gives rook h2 check. The king is now back on g4. What a game. And now again, there's only one move for black to survive. He has to take the pawn on f4. It's the only good move in the position.
Yeah, and it's such a complicated one to actually calculate. You have to quickly assess what happens if the white king goes to f5. What happens if the rook attacks the knight and drives it? But he goes for it. He finds the best solution with just seconds left on the clock.
And it's still so tough because after capturing, white might try king to f5. Suddenly, the white king will be able to guard the pawn without receiving any checks. This is still so difficult and neither player has time. King to f5, what will be the follow-up? This is not an easy handgame still.
Not easy at all, because not just king f5, also in the air there's bishop takes f4. Wesley might go for that, and his big idea is still wants to get the king to the golden square that is f5. He still wants to deliver a check on the 7th rank, and now black has to be as precise as a tightrope walker here in order to navigate this one. It is extremely dangerous endgame for black.
Wow, big mistake. A big mistake. Apparently giving this check was a losing move because now the king goes back to h5 and you no longer can chase the king away. The guard of the bishop looking over the h2 square. Suddenly Wesley So is winning again.
Yeah, and it took 94 moves, but we potentially are seeing that this is the final blunder in the game. Bishop h6 check is incoming, and the white king cannot be driven away from h5. And for Titus, that means he drops the king back. But now it is going to be all about advancing the g-pawn and getting the king towards that destination that is helping the white pawn. Wesley, I mean, how narrow is the path to victory, Anna?
Is so narrow that in this moment the only winning move for white to keep the advantage is rook to c6. It's a logical move, but any other move, including rook b6, including bishop moves, are apparently not as strong. You need to find rook to c6 and then play rook e6 once the knight has given up the control of the e6 square. And when your rook is on e6, then you're threatening checkmate in 2 with bishop h6 and rook e8. You don't play that now. You don't give that check because that allows the king to come to e7, and it would be again a near drawn position with really good chances for black to hold. I think the game would still continue, Wesley would still try, but that would spoil the decisive advantage for Wesley if he gives the check in the wrong moment. So the winning idea is to chase the knight away and then play rook e6, threatening bishop h6. He didn't play it. He didn't find it.
No, he didn't find it. He used the opportunity to advance the king. This was very human, very, very natural, but he didn't find it. And now black gets to live another day. The king steps up to e7. Oh, a game of so many twists and turns.
So many. I still would be worried as black, but he is now back in the game again because of the inaccurate move of Wesley. Seemed very logical, but it allows the king to go to e7 and the black rook is controlling the g file. Wesley is trying by undermining the knight, but now this knight can jump back toward the king's side, and it's crucial that the king and the knight will be together, guarding each other. And from e6, you're attacking the f4 bishop, you're guarding the g7 square, and it's no longer possible for Wesley to make a progress on that flank. That's the only side of the board that matters. That's the only pawn left.
Yeah, And Black will also have a get out of jail free card when that knight gets to the center. Because if white were ever to go g7, the knight can just give itself up for the pawn, and Titus can steer the game in what is technically a drawn rook and bishop versus rook endgame. And this is an endgame that has required a lot of precision from our players. It's been played at breakneck speed, and this has been absolute cinema. The rook slides over, but as Anna mentioned, Black has now the perfect construction to stop the g-pawn from advancing.
All of Black's pieces are now helping to stop the pass pawn of Wesley. And he will still try. He will play on because Black can still make mistakes. And we have seen that under the pressure of the time situation, under the pressure of this knockout format, there have been many mistakes in many of the matches, including this one. Both Wesley and his opponent making mistakes in the 6th hour of the game already. Can he continue playing great moves? Titus, under only a final seconds, he's gonna... Okay, he played king e8. I was like, he was gonna lose on time. he made his move with 9 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. And he's been finding all of the moves. This has been such a difficult endgame to play. Now it's clarified a little bit. The knight and the king, they're within smelling distance of that pawn on g6. And now the rook steps up. But for Titus, he just simply has to make sure that his knight remains posted on the e6 square.
Rook to f6 to try to undermine the knight. Yeah, king e7, come back, guard the knight, chase the rook away. And it's on the board now. Rook to f7 check.
Yes, rook f7 check, and the king is going to take a step back. Is not going to be wanting to leave the company of its knight. So I'm expecting the king to go back to e8. d8 was chosen.
d8. Also good, but interesting. Why not king e8, which seemed very natural. Maybe he was worried about bishop to d6 with the idea of rook e7 if the king was on e8.
Yes. There's one thing I gotta say is that Titus, if at the right opportunity, he could be looking at moves like rook to g1 to threaten checkmate on h1.
Ooh, fancy. I didn't even see that even Black, under this pressure and being down a pawn, defending a really difficult endgame, he can too set up a checkmate attack. I think Wesley would spot that his king is getting into trouble, but this is, by the way, move 100. This game is just infinite, never ending, and there's still chances for the American Grandmaster to convert it into a win because Black has to keep playing really, really precisely.
Absolutely. And we see also Felix Bloberger did draw against Yu Yangyi. He held that difficult rook and pawn endgame with a Black. So this means that this is the final game of the round. These are the only two players competing in the playing hall. It's a long, it's intense. It has been all of the emotions. What an endgame we've seen so far. Wesley So trying to grind out with an extra pawn against a rook and knight and a rook and bishop. So we've seen a lot of adventures, Anna. It's been winning. We've seen remarkable defense. Can Wesley squeeze this one out?
He's certainly trying, and honestly, I think he will also try if Black manages to give up the knight for the pawn, and it would be rook and bishop against rook, which is a theoretical draw, but you can and should try to win it because it is the defensive side that needs to play precisely and needs to know the correct way to draw a rook and bishop versus rook endgame. I don't know if we will see that. I don't know if the knight will manage to be sacrificed for the pawn, because at the moment you can't really approach it.
We're not going to see that. We're going to see some flashy ideas instead.
Rook sacrifice!
Rook
I love it. Rook sacrifice
and-
to trade the rooks. Wow.
Exactly. Beautiful. And now it's a question of, can the knight, how will the knight sacrifice itself for the pawn? The bishop nicely controlling all of the squares, but I'm expecting Titus just to take a step back with the king and just cover the g7 square. He's not going to be waiting with the knight at all. He's going to be waiting with his king, because white can never advance the g-pawn as long as that knight sits there on e6.
This is so instructive. You can and should move the king, but not the knight, because as soon as the pawn is pushed to g7, you want to give up your knight for the last pawn of white, and it will be insufficient material on the board for Wesley. So it is going to be frustrating. He did have a winning chance at many points of this endgame. Now after the check, I believe Titus will be going back to e6 or knight f7 check. That could be the end of the game. This beautiful knight sacrifice, knight fork, attacking the bishop. And if you take it, you are capturing the final pawn of white. What a
He's gonna
finish.
go for
knight
it.
f7 is on the board. Beautiful.
And Wesley does not even hesitate. He captures that knight, and handshake, a draw, agreed. What a battle it has been between these two. But ultimately, it finishes in a draw, which means everything is even for tomorrow's second game. Wow, Anna, so much endgame drama.
Indeed, and that finish with the ups and downs, with the moves going back and forth, the evaluation bar jumping up and down. John, what was your heart rate like during that endgame, I wonder?
Oh, that was absolutely ridiculous. I feel like both the eval bar and the way we were approaching the position was changing depending on where the pieces were placed. Quite clearly, it was something that's really quite deep to fully comprehend so that you can actually get there and try and secure the full point. If it was easy, Wesley would have done it ages ago. So I thought that was really instructive. I think you guys really did the game justice, and a lovely flashy finish as well. I mean, Jovi, that was so much cooler than if we just agreed to draw 5 or 10 moves ago, right?
I mean, actually, if they'd agreed to draw like 30 moves ago, we would have been robbed of this really instructive endgame, you know, where it was all about getting the king to the right square. It was about driving the knight to the wrong circuit. It was a question of timing, and it was just absolutely sheer beauty. It's one to actually go back, revisit, study, and understand exactly how, when you're playing with this type of position, how you should actually proceed. So it's been absolute endgame magic.
And Anna, what happens when you finish a game that ends in a draw, but you think it was winning? When you're sat at the board with your opponent analyzing it afterwards, are you just releasing the frustration, like venting to them? Or what is that conversation going to be like right now for Wesley So?
I think knowing how wholesome Wesley is, and also Titus seem like just very much in the spirit of, we are learning from this together. I think both of them are exchanging words and variations of what they thought of the endgame earlier. And even if it's a frustrating result for Wesley, I think he understands how difficult and complex it was, and Titus fought so hard. Kudos to him for keeping up with one of the top grandmasters in the world and never ever giving up in spirit. You could see sometimes on his face that he thought that the game was over, that he made a mistake, and he did.
Yeah.
But then he kept fighting, he kept trying, and that's how you make your opponent make mistakes too, that you keep fighting and believing. And honestly, I'm just so impressed by both players. Even if there were many mistakes, it's because of the format, it's because of the time trouble, it's because it's the 6th hour of the game, and it's because they are humans. But they've given us such a good show.
I think you make such a great point there, Anna. I've been focused on how it could have been winning for Wesley, and then it was drawn, and then it was winning, and then it was drawn. But Titus played an absolute barnstormer, and he didn't give up, and he kept trying, and that's earned him a very critical half a point. Instead of being in a must-win situation, well, I suppose it's still must-win to advance without playoffs, but it's a much, much more comfortable situation after holding on for half a point today. They finally reset the pieces now, and I suspect they might well go analyze elsewhere as well, but they are going to be leaving the playing hall. Let's now take a look at the results of what has happened today. Quite a lot and a decent number of decisive games here as well. Jovi, what stands out for you here? What are you going to remember and think fondly of being able to watch this evening?
I mean, it's been a real combination. I feel like it's at the end, it was very instructive when it came to the end game. You had Anish Giri not finding that magnificent F3 in order to get that win. But then the way that his opponent actually managed to get a draw with that beautiful knight to B3. We had magnificent attacks all the way in the beginning. Yesipenko, he was on fire against Nijat Abbasov. I mean, it has been a real combination. We've had some barnstormers. We've also had some very subtle technical precision from our players. And, you know, going into tomorrow, I think it's going to be full of excitement. Some people have their backs against the walls. Other people, they can fancy their chances. They have the white pieces. They can set the pace.
And who is going to be sleeping soundly? Who is going to be tossing and turning tonight? Anna, tomorrow the colors are reversed. And because the colors are reversed tomorrow, some players are probably going to be a little bit more ambitious, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more feisty than others. Who are those players going to be? And who's going to be up all night worrying?
There's just so many. I think there's going to be a lot of players that will have a hard time having a good night's sleep, especially the players that lost today's game. And honestly, even if you are some of the favorites who didn't win today with the white pieces, I'm looking at all those draws where the player with the white pieces is the higher rated player and they are some of the top players in the field. If they didn't win today with the white pieces, that's also something that will be difficult for them to deal with, because tomorrow they will have the black pieces against their lower rated opponent who fought really well today and might try to take their chances from white's perspective. So I feel like because of the knockout format, most players will not have a good night's sleep. It's a very stressful, very difficult competition, and very few will have the confidence after today's round that the win is in the pocket and all I need to do tomorrow is a solid draw.
Well, look, if you don't have the confidence now, you better start developing it quick, because it's not going anywhere. The absolute pressure of this tournament that goes on all month long. If you happen to do well here, then you need to get used to it, because we're going all 8 rounds for 2 of these players. Here's a reminder of when you can tune in tomorrow as well. Oh, I beg your pardon. First, we have the schedule for the whole thing. There you can see it. We started on the 1st of November and we go all the way until the 26th of November if we require tie breaks in the final. We've already seen how grueling those tie break days can be. The number of games you have to play in such a short period of time, where every move can be the difference between winning and losing, is so ridiculous to deal with in terms of pressure. We're back tomorrow. We start at 3 o'clock Indian Standard Time, and here you can see what the time will be depending on where you are tuning into all over the world. I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you for tuning in wherever you are. It means the world to us, and we love hanging out with you guys and seeing what chat have to say as well. Good to see you found your space bars. I appreciate that. But it's also been so much fun watching these games alongside you. Before we close out for today, I want to go to both of you. Anna, maybe to you first. Sum up the games today and what you're most looking forward to tomorrow.
This has been an incredible day of chess. We have seen fireworks in openings like Ganguly's h5, very risky opening choice against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Didn't pay off, but in other games the risk did pay off. We have seen a lot of complex middle games, really instructive end games. I'm always rooting for the youngsters as well. Faustino Oro holding his ground against Vidit, and just so many names to mention that I don't even know where to start. I think we have seen some spectacular chess from the first hour till the last hour, with Wesley So's endgame being the final touch, a 107 move draw.
And Jovi, we're going to lose some of those players tomorrow as well, so it might be our last chance to talk about them then. But what are your thoughts before we finish the stream?
It has been an absolutely incredible day. I'd like to echo Anna's thoughts because she summed it up so beautifully. You know, we had those quick fire attacks, we had that creativity, we had that risk evaluation from some of the players. They decided to go all in, even with the black pieces. And now we have this endgame precision. And some players, they will be kicking themselves. You know, there were opportunities that they left on the table, but tomorrow it is a fresh start, as Anna mentioned, and you also mentioned, no one is going to have an easy night of sleep. And tomorrow, the tension returns. It gets absolutely intense as the players will be facing elimination.
So like Jovi said, tomorrow is a fresh start. The players are going to have to reset and bring their A game to the board tomorrow, but bear in mind for some of them, it will be the last time. So we've got more do or die tomorrow, same time, same place. We look forward to welcoming you to game 2 of round 2. We'll see you right here on this channel tomorrow. Take care wherever you are, and good night.
Chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.